Gizmo says hi as we welcome you, Skeptic, to this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Are aliens demonic? Yes. Where tonight we are watching a video in space. I mean, from the channel Vlad Savchuk called Shocking Truth Behind Alien Abductions Discovered by Physicist, astromark. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for an unidentified, demonically good time? Up, y'all? What is up,
everybody?
Captive Death, Stephanie Helms, Ember, What the Beck, Pat Lowinger, Pragmatic Crystal, The Freak, Captive Desk, and Davegar. Keep on saying hi to us. We'll keep on saying hi to you. But we are moving swiftly to the opposition viewpoint tonight, because tomorrow is the last day of the semester. Oh my lord. And this is what I'm wearing tomorrow. Woo! I'm excited though. It's a half day, fun day. And then the summer starts. School's out for summer. All right. But yes, we are watching, in fact, a video from Vlad Savchuk. Apparently, like I was telling James, Vlad knows two things, all right? That aliens are demonic and that the gays have an agenda. James, maybe it's a gay alien agenda. Ever think about that?
This is, this guy he's interviewing, his name is Hugh Ross. If you've been in the creation evolution for any length of time, you know who he is. Ken Hovind calls him Huge Loss because he debated Ken Hovind back in like the early 90s. Because Hugh Ross is like 99.
It's like when two sports teams that aren't yours are up against each other. You're like, oh, all right.
Like two terrible sports teams, like really bad. Like the Cleveland Browns versus, I don't even know, Dallas or some ridiculously horrible team. But
send in love to that person who's listening.
Even though like he agrees with Ken Hovind probably 90% of it, the only thing this guy differs on is the age of the earth and a few other little things, but otherwise he's basically on board with it.
Yeah, except for the whole demon aliens, but
and they're both on the same page.
Oh, he's on the same page as demon aliens?
I'm sure Ken Hovind is on that. I've never heard him come out and say it, but if I had to bet
I guess why not, right? If you're gonna believe it,
if they came out and confirmed that we have these vehicles, if they confirm that, he will probably then say yes, they are demonic.
Oh well, I mean, it's a tails I win, heads you lose scenario with all of these things. If we can't have evidence of aliens, it is evidence that we are a chosen people, only destined for this very space. If they find aliens,
whole universe is here just for us.
It was, we were supposed to be spreading Jesus to the aliens the whole time, James. And so, either way, they're gonna say, just like they say that we can't create a first cell until we can create the first cell. And then they're going to be like, look, you had to take intelligence to create the first cell.
Yeah.
They're like, all right.
They have these arguments all wrapped up into pretzels, so no matter what, it points to God.
Indeed.
The answer is God, no matter how you get there.
All roads lead to Yahweh or the highway. And all right, we said we're going to I'm doing it fast. We'll go to even the like and subscribe in a second. But did you know we have many fabulous people? Oh my goodness. In fact, I'll just say it. You should, why not right down there on that YouTube's, because it helps the algorithm. The algorithm's like, how are we going to know how to send things out there? Well, hi, we're going to give you a handy, a finger thing. Anyway, you should also subscribe. Subscribe, because then you join the Skeptic and Ranting community. I've been looking into ranks. I was at least looking into it because I want to put ranks on our Discord system. I think that's why people fight on the politics and religion server. I swear, it's all about getting those ranks, yo. Which is gamification. If anyone should believe in gamification.
Yeah.
Anyway, follow, subscribe, twitch.tv/AmyNewmanSkeptic. I should pay for Nitro, so we should get an actual URL. As well.
Discord?
Yeah, you can get a fancy, we can get discord.gg/skeptic and ranting, I guess, if we wanted to pay for it. Maybe.
Skippers.
Boo! And sending love to Hive Science out there. But yes, we also have many
officers on deck.
Skipper of the girl deck. Yes, but you're going to have to wear a sailor outfit. Though, on the girl deck, everyone wears the sailor's outfit. Anyway, we're sending so much love to all of our channel members right down there at that big old button, and you can become a member and join this perks and Patreons at patreon.com/AmyNewmanSkeptic, the best way to help us support even more content. We also have a revolving badge system, triggers creationists. They just don't like things that evolve. This guy doesn't like things that evolve. I just have to, and I'll bring it up again, but he could be typecast as a supervillain, or he is the guy you would think. If there was one guy that would betray, when I say the human race, I mean the human race versus the outer space that they're trying to organize their hive mind. It is this guy. But hey, sending love to our supporters, like Dale Pastel, reminding us that we're looking for a little bit of empirical evidence, just a little bit. Chris Disciple reminding us that theist Christians can actually be part of the Skeptic and Ranting community. You just have to have a little doubt in your beliefs. Sending love to James Wolfe. We're doing a semi kind of late podcast again. Expect more late night podcasts, though. I need to now find a mixed balance. I was working almost two full-time jobs, or 60 days plus hours, or some bada. I need to mixy, because I like teaching. Teaching is actually very rewarding. I think I'm going to be continuing my professorship into the summer, which is really exciting. The class turned out, I just submitted my first grades. When you have to I now know it really is a submit grades. You have the grades, but you really do need to press a button that's submit it. Boop, boop, boop. Yes, finalize it. As in, no more grades in, no more boo-to-boo. This is the things that you are giving to, I was going to say the academy, but that's, thank you, our grades.
Do not pass go. Do not collect.
Yes, exactly. And the class went well. But I'll talk about that more when I have more time. I'll probably rant and rave, because I'm so excited. Oh my God, James. It's so exciting to actually be able to teach classes and to have a little bit.
So
exactly, and you have a little bit of freedom, because you get to. They give you a framework that you can, but then you actually get to add in.
Innovate.
I got to innovate. I said, they're like, you don't even have to use this one book. Oh, James, I used that book, and then I added in another book. It was an optional book. I even put optional. But then I had bonus points because of the optional, and it was just great, and had pretty decent grades. Pretty good grade.
Drill a hole in that book and just use it any way you want.
Any way you want it. That's the way you read a book.
Drill a hole in that Bible and just go to town.
Once again, I wonder where I used to have all those. I wonder if somewhere. I know I have my what's it called Bible. I would like to one day put the God delusion or God is not great in hotel rooms. Be an honor. They just put them in there, by the way. That's a organization that specifically, yes. So it's not done by hotels. The Gideons very specifically. Yeah. I had to learn about this shit. Like they actually go to hotels, and because the hotels don't say no, they're like, all right, go do it. Go do your thing. If
just
that's
like convention. I think they rent the room for a night and then they just leave it in there. By convention, hotels have always just left it in there. Never,
why not?
They don't just throw it out like if you were the hotel and you walked in a room and you find
I'd have to put like a stamp
and butt plugs and empty pizza boxes laying around. You'd probably throw those out, but
James, you know
the
me
Bible
so well.
there, you leave the Bible. I mean,
I would have to put like a stamp, like God is not great. Like put like a stamp on the inside or on the outside that says like this is public for keeping or taking or something.
A bust of Christopher Hitchens.
But yes, thank you, James. Well, thank you, one and only, sending love to davegar, reminding us that the world is kind of thick. Kind of nice and thick, kind of round. Nice round.
Roundish.
We like it. Yeah, oblong sphere. But also sending love to Rachel Holen, the one and only, the fabulous, reminding us that we need more atheist books in jails. Oh yeah, Fenton, that is very
like vocational programs in jails instead of. We used to actually have those at a time, educational and vocational programs, and then they said, "Whoa, I mean that costs money. Wouldn't it be cheaper just to get rid of all that and just have pastors come in and tell all the people that it makes Jesus sad when they steal, so they shouldn't go out and steal because it would make Jesus sad." But that doesn't pay the bills. That doesn't actually help most people. Stay right. So
nope.
Yeah.
If anything, it just takes lesser criminals and builds connections and training into how to become hardcore criminals. But our system needs reform. But yes, sending love to Rachel Holen, reminding us that if you're taking slaves from the nations around you, you're a dick. But if you are taking men and turning them into femboys, that's probably hot. Sending love to Rachel Holen.
But God said it's okay, so.
Yes, exactly. God femboy pipeline. Sending love to Senator Cato, reminding us of the separation of church and state. Because we need a separation of church and state when all of these fundies keep on trying to turn us into the Handmaid's Tale. As well as Emily reminding us that, Emily, oh my Jesus, like, first of all, happy Pride Month. And it's getting a little ugly lately. It's getting a little, we're having fights outside of Targets. I've said this before. I understand getting in a fist fight for fried chicken. That's basically a morality issue. But over clothing at a Target, at a Target,
where they're placing certain articles of clothing,
but it's just capitalism. Get over it. I don't know how to say this, but like, a shirt isn't going to make your child or anyone gay. We learned this in the 80s. Have you seen the 80s? Oh, I kid. I'm sorry, but you know who actually actively recruits, James? Do you know of a single group? I'll give you a hint. It's religion.
I
They
thought you were going to
actually.
say the New York Yankees or some other
That was my
sports
second
organization.
guess.
Yeah.
No, but like religion actually recruits. They actually want your
Does.
children.
They do. You got to teach them this shit while they're young, and they'll believe anything an adult tells them. Because if you try to do that when they've never been pushed in that direction before, you wait till they're 20, 25, then they might not just accept everything you tell them. You got to start when they're young, impressionable. They'll believe anything an adult tells them, right?
Exactly. Of course, if they see a rainbow, they'll end up being gay. Again, how this logic works. See the rainbow.
You guys took something that God meant as a holy, good, wholesome thing, and you made it about evil. Remember the pastor who claimed the rainbow?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
We retake the rainbow, is what he said. I'm sorry, it's too late. What's up, Stevie says you've never been dueling over a dress in Filane's basement. Filane's? Say that right. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Basically.
Never.
So. Anyway, sending love to Emily, sending love to all of our LGBTQ sisters, brothers, and everything in between. And I just keep on. Hopefully these problems will die down. We'll get to real issues. James and myself were listing just a whole slew of things we're probably not going to be talking about for a good few years, because we're going to be talking about friggin' the other
swimsuits with extra room for tuckage, tuck room extra wide down there. That's
James. It is
the biggest problem facing our society.
The fight of our era. It's going to go basically from 1920s, where they were in the Depression. We're going to have minorities fighting for their rights, and then I'm pretty sure you're going to have women saying, or not even women, it's not generally speaking, women are more, it's the fundamentalists. The fundamentalists are fucking crazy. Yeah. Most people were over us a little while ago. A few years ago. We were getting boring. That's what also kills me. Whatever. You're going to make us exciting again, James. Pretend like we just came around. Anyway, setting love.
They want to lose another battle. Let them. They'll lose it.
They have lost every culture war. What ends up happening is it totally freaks out a bunch of people, and then the sky does not fall. And that really is the crux of the argument. Life
goes on. People don't care anymore. We had gay marriage. The sun still came up in the morning. Everything still went on it before. We didn't go into complete societal anarchy. None of the horrible doom and gloom things. People not marrying their tree and dogs and cats and all kinds of silliness that they
Which
were.
Which is what they always say is coming next. What are you going to add on? And the answer seemingly is to fight for the exact same things that we were fighting for, because you guys want to dredge up old battles.
That's the thing, Ember. Straight people desecrated the whatever institution of marriage there was at one point. Straight people destroyed it to the point where it's doesn't.
Yeah, that's not really a gays problem. That's really a marriage problem. And you're right. They offer, if you ever hear the phrase, and it doesn't get said like this anymore. No. There's much more politically correct ways of saying it. But someone, please, think of the women and children. James, won't you think of the women and children? Because let me tell you, if you ever hear something like this, you can be assured of one thing. They do not give a all about the women and children. That is the one thing they do not care about.
Yeah, definitely. Healthcare, access to food, no, don't care.
Early childhood education, James?
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, Amy. Come on.
Exactly. Throw them and
You
watch them swim.
You should have just been born into a wealthy family. That's the mistake you made. You should have had wealthy parents. Then you get
those babies
all
should
the
have pulled them
education
up
you
by their
want.
bootstraps. Exactly.
Yeah. It sucks to be them, but because if we support that, then what are we doing, Amy? We'll just be encouraging more poor people to have kids.
James,
so we need to discourage that. We need to make their lives as hard and as miserable as possible, so they won't reproduce. That's the answer.
See, all this talk, and now they're crying. Oh, right. We are talking about babies. That is the actual subject. Right. That's okay.
There we go.
Oh my.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up.
I see
I
Preacher
saw the
is in
preacher out
chat.
there. Yeah,
He's gifting us with so much love, I assume. I can only imagine.
So much wisdom.
So much wisdom. Just like the Bible itself, James. Just like the Bible itself.
Not too many people know the Bible better than Perry. He has studied it extensively for quite a while.
I don't want to roast people. Who wants to roast people? That's for Satan, James. 18 hours. 19 hours. Anyway, we've been propped here, sending so much love, because these are the commanders, the people who really, and then we're jumping into us. This is our version of fast, I swear. Blazing room.
Glenn Beck is going to sponsor us.
That's right. The Blaze, baby. Regos is sending love. We do a skeptic Bible study. We do. It's true. You knew.
Oh, boy.
Wilson! We do indeed. Thank you so much, Regos. We're knee deep. Oh, my. Into Joshua. As he cuddles up to us. He's going to apparently die. He got sentenced to death just like Moses did. But, he went up to God. He was like, yo, I can still lift. What you trying to do to me? But thank you so much, Regos. Sending so much love to Ian Davenport, reminding us that watchmaker arguments, well, watches are fantastic. Watchmaker, all their epistemological arguments suck. All their cosmological arguments suck. But I'm trying to say there's no good argument.
Now, Dylan, don't worry about that. Now, if they don't trickle down in this lifetime, you have the afterlife. And remember what the Bible says, last on earth, first in heaven. So it doesn't really matter. This life is so short and temporary. Just keep serving God, and He'll make sure you get what you've got coming 1,000 times over in the afterlife. You will have such immense wealth and everything you ever need. You'll be so happy, and yeah.
I'm pretty sure the only way to get trickle down economics is to pay a whore to pee on you, and just let it go down. What are we talking about?
In a Russian hotel room. It works best.
Some people are saying.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you so very much, Ian Davenport. And last, but certainly not least, we are sending love to Matt Deig, reminding us the solar system in your hand. We have theories. The next person who says it's just a theory, I swear to their God. Our education system. I don't know sometimes, James. Actually, I've been in it. We're teaching the right things. So maybe we just need more, support, more money towards our K through 12. That is probably, we should actually fund them. Boo-doo-boo, doo-doo-boo. Anyway, sending so much love to.
Just think of the children, Amy. Now, if only
fucking children.
If
Someone,
only, Amy,
please,
just
someone.
imagine if the Koch brothers had like another $1 billion in their bank account. Just imagine how great everything would be. Just imagine how wonderful life would be for everybody if we could just get them a little bit more. Just they could have just a little bit more. Everything would be great. Everything would be wonderful.
Exactly. Everything. They need that, and then they need a tax cut. I'm pretty sure those are the two things very specifically.
Of course. I mean, they would love to be able to pay living wages and to hire people and to have benefits and everything, but these taxes, they're just so ridiculous. They can't afford it, right? I mean, they're paying almost half of what people paid 40 years ago. So I mean, that's just.
I just saw Sinister say we're teaching the right things. Okay, that's true. I am in a very blue state and in a very blue area, which that might, yeah. But, that kills me on the inside because that probably does explain a lot. Not the blue or the liberal, but the fact that they are fundamentalist in these Bible belts.
As I said, they really don't touch on evolution much down here. At least when I was in school, they barely mentioned it, if anything at all. It's just not worth the fight. It is just not worth the fight with the fundamentalists.
Though in college, let me tell you, it's one of the things you learn right away. Right away.
Yeah, college. Yeah.
And okay,
parents don't go to the fucking school board and pitch a fit and everything.
Exactly. You don't have to deal with that. I even jokingly, I say, like, I'm teaching these kids, and I'm like, oh, wait, they are adults. They are full-grown adults. I'm going to go like this. This is the Patreon, like we were saying, but we've been chilling for so long. You feel free to check it out. We have our channel membership. But with that, I'm going to be right back for 1 second, and then we're going to jump right into it. We are skeptic and ranting. Are aliens demonic? Wahahaha.
Hope everybody's doing great tonight. Interesting show we've got. It's a short video. It's Hugh Ross, if you guys are familiar with him. He's an old Earth creationist. Debated Ken Hovind in the early 90s, I think. It wasn't like a formal debate. Ken Hovind, of course, still claims victory to this day. But yeah, he's done a lot of research at this topic. Of course, his views on it, he makes fit within the Christian framework. He forces it to fit in there, and it really doesn't fit very well. But what other option do they have? If these beings exist, they have to fit them somewhere within the framework of Christianity, and it's very, very hard to square that circle. It's very hard to. It really is hard. Would be hard for you to get God of the Bible creating life on another planet, light years away, wherever. Really doesn't seem like it's in there. Doesn't say he didn't, but it seems like he's giving you a summation of the creation of the universe, and he doesn't mention anything about it. In fact, the way he talks about it is as if the whole universe was in this dome with a light on top, and that was it. Nothing else. But that doesn't pan out to reality. So they've got to come up with an answer, and this is their go-to answer on that. If you've been looking up comment sections in regards to recent news events about this topic, you're going to see them all over saying, "Oh, it's demons, it's demons, it's demons, it's demons, it's demons." Yeah, it's not demons. We don't have any reason to believe that it is. We have no evidence that there are demons. No reason that they would be doing what they were doing, even if they were. Hugh Ross, he made the claim that he made the claim that there's been these crash sites, and you go there and there's nothing there. Well, the other side of that would be, well, some of them weren't really crashes, and they were just looked like they were crashes because meteor impacts that burnt up on the way down. Or if there was a craft, obviously it got picked up by somebody. So when he gets there, these other people get there, there's nothing there. So he's concluding from that these are non-physical events, that it's not a physical object falling down and making a crater. But how does a non-physical object, if it crashed down, make a crater? It's not physical. What is there crashing into what? It would make a crater if it wasn't real. If there's a crater there, it had to be something impacting the Earth. What that was, obviously, it is different in different cases, but certainly seems like it's physical. Sometimes you can tell if it's asteroid based on the composition. You might find certain telltale elements strewn around that area that would let you know that it probably was a meteor asteroid impact, but not always. That's what we're going to be able to find out soon, hopefully. But yeah. Yeah, Hugh Ross, he's basically only believes in the old Earth. Everything else he pretty much accepts as biblically literal. He thinks the flood was local. The flood of Noah was just a regional flood, which I guess is way more plausible than a worldwide flood, because we do know that regional, local floods happen. They happen quite often through history, but yeah, if it was just a local flood and God could just told Noah and his family to relocate, to move, he wouldn't have had to go through this charade of building a boat, having the animals come. Just have those animals in that region, because animals from other regions, well, they're fine if it's just a local event. So just have a few of those animals that were local to there migrate elsewhere. They'll be fine. No need to make a boat, go through all this hassle associated with it, this theatrics to make this flood story work. But he can't make a global flood fit with reality, which it doesn't. So how do you get there? Local flood. I mean, it's very, very clear to see these guys start with their conclusion that there is this God. He is real. And when the Bible makes untestable claims, we just support them because you can't prove them wrong, right? When it says something you can't test, you can't check it, that we assume that to be true. When it makes testable claims that can be proven wrong, and usually are, well, then we can bring in alternate interpretations, and well, maybe we don't have to interpret those passages literally, because they could mean something else, or it could be allegorical, metaphor, whatever. This type of religion is harder to nail down because they don't stand by testable claims. Any claim that's testable, they don't stand by it. They're open to interpretation on that. Only things they stand firm to are the things that you can't test, like the existence of the God, the resurrection, things that are untestable. And so yeah, that's this gentleman. That's his a little bit about him. He's but he does, at least he does work against the young earthers a little bit. So that is one thing he is less wrong about. But I mean, basically say that, well, God made the earth. He just made it, and he did jack shit with it for 4 billion years. Yeah. He just let natural processes work. He didn't do anything with it. Then about 6,000 to 10,000 years ago, he decided to start making life, making animals. Now, some of them will say, okay, well, he could have made animal life, plant life before that, but he only made man like 6,000 years ago. You could have other creatures that were older and died before then, but he only made man about 6,000 years ago, which of course is nonsense. If you accept the rest of the science, then you know that man has existed for the Homo sapiens have existed for what 100, 200,000 years. Same science that says everything else about the animals, but he's going to say no, no, all the rest is right, but the claim about Homo sapiens, that's wrong. No, only 6,000 years ago. It's nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so very much, James. And yeah, it is nonsense. And
Bullshit.
with that, I'm going to do a quick opening, and then we're going to go into
Let's do it.
the opposition viewpoint, and then the open mic, which I think I'm going to hand James over the keys for.
Well, yeah, Dylan, that's one of the most unbelievable stories in the Old Testament. To think that these people, like, they saw God do countless miracles for them. They saw God rescue them from Egypt. They saw God kill the Pharaoh's army. They saw him do all this miraculous stuff, way more than Christians today have ever seen, much more than they've ever seen. They interacted with God on a personal level.
Saw the awesome miracles, the cool miracles that you see behind the
God
stage.
parting the fucking Red Sea so they could walk across. Okay, and then a few days later, Moses goes up on that mountain. Then a few days after that, they're like, well, Moses, he's been up there quite a while.
Burning bush.
Yeah, maybe we should just melt all this gold. Remember when we were leaving Egypt and God told us to steal all the gold from our neighbors? Like, we have all this gold, we might as well do something with it. Like, oh, I know. Let's make an idol to worship. What could go wrong? Well, I mean, this God, he did just rescue us, and he really, really hates when we worship other gods. Screw him. Fuck him. Let's make a fucking idol. Tell him to go to hell.
It's not everywhere.
I mean, okay, I guess. Yeah, what could go wrong?
Also, sending love out there. Thank you, Dylan. And yeah, what's up, Pat? Saying I'm considering getting my PhD in astrology. No math, no science, no evidence. 100% woo and 100% graduation rate. Woohoo! Yeah, I mean,
How would the test be on?
I feel like that's where your chakras are aligning to. So it's starting to make sense. Whatever sign that you are, that makes a lot of sense. I always love both hard. The thing that kills me, I think I said this to you. There's a person that I cross by on the way to the school that has she's a psychic, but she lives in a fairly nice house, and already she has Happy Easter stuff out.
Yeah.
Which is so she's a Christian psychic that makes bank. Oh my.
Well, I mean, people will use the trappings of Christianity. They'll integrate that into their scam because, let's face it, Christians the largest demographic of religion in the country. So if you want to scam people, you've got to include them. You've got to say, hey, listen, this is a gift from God. This is not witchcraft or sorcery. This is God gave me this gift, just like he gave prophets in the Bible gifts. He gave me this gift, and he wants me to share it with you.
He wants to share, baby.
He wants me to tell you where you're going to meet your spouse and what investments you should make. And before you make those investments, you should give a lot of that money to me for safekeeping. And then I'll tell you how to invest it otherwise.
God knows best. But I should have probably full screened. I might as well. And then we'll go into both.
Do it.
We are Skeptic and Ranting. Are aliens demonic? No. And how do I know? Because demons don't exist. No Satan, or any
What?
other
What?
What?
No demons?
No Satan or any other supernatural beings are making us do evil. I still have yet to see great evidence of an alien. Unless you mean people from across the border, then sure. They work harder than I do and make a mean quesadilla. But aliens from outer space? Not yet. Though every so often the government teases us like they're strippers with sunglasses, pretending like they're about to go men on black on us, but in a timeline where Will Smith wasn't a cockhold. Hey, maybe he can get a mistress from another solar system. Right. Fuck us. As much as I don't know anything about what alien life would look or be about, I know that as far as we can see, there is only the natural world. Chances are likely we are not the only beings in this giant universe. We come along in a few stages. Single cellular life for 2 billion years with a B. And then a few more billion years for multicellular life to get something as precious as us. And so far, we only go warp speed in television and movies. Speaking of which, we need to go away from plot devices. Aliens may one day go from science fiction to the daily news. But demons? That's a concept as old as, well, specifically thousands of years. Religious people love blaming anything good they don't understand on God. Like morality. Or how about creating a universe? And anything bad on demons. Like immorality. Or how about suggesting that epilepsy was demonic possession? Because this was a world in which they didn't know about germs, let alone neurophysiology. But there is no excuse now to think evil spirits are getting into us or anyone. The ills of this world, both mental and physical, happen because we live in a physical, natural world. So when we ask, are aliens demonic? We can say, no. Because there are no demonic life forms. There may even be aliens out there that look scary to us. But they don't harvest souls. Because souls don't exist.
Yeah, nothing to harvest.
Just like Satan, demons, or anything else, we don't really need that which gets in the way of us making actual solutions. Like caring for mental health, our community, and our family. All of which are real. Thank you. And all right.
Yeah, if you look back to it, like the whole like concept of Satan, as I've said many times, is stupid. The concept of demons is stupid. It really doesn't make any sense. It's clearly a plot device to throw conflict into the story because it sucked without it.
And it takes all of like, they talk about responsibility. They take all the responsibility. Well, why is he doing bad things? Well, he's possessed with a demon. Are you sure it wasn't like shitty parenting?
Well, I mean, it depends. Sometimes, yeah, they would blame a demon, but I think they would say that you had to at least go along with it. That the demon could not absolutely at least not initially.
Just
like
pushing.
you had to initially like voluntarily let it in, and then once you've done that, well, then okay, you consented to its presence.
Let
so
it in, James.
It can do whatever it wants after that. But yeah, they would say, well, if that's the case, then you fucked around with a Ouija board, Amy. You see, therefore, you invited it in because you were fucking around with that Ouija board. So therefore, now you can be possessed.
Let it in. All right. With that, I think we're gonna go into the opposition viewpoint. Doom, doom, doom. Like James said, our bodies are ready because we are.
Guy.
Look at this guy. Does he not look like? And it's even better. You'll see it when he's moving, like a fucking supervillain. So, shocking truth behind alien abductions
like a
discovered.
Sickly Bruce Willis.
Yeah, and there's another guy. Like, is it Aaron Brockovich? There's another guy. There's another actor that he reminds me of. But yeah, we're gonna get into it because apparently we're gonna see that aliens are demonic.
They're demons.
Only James, his favorite word. I'm like, spoiler alert, the O word. He loves the word occult. Just loves the word occult. And literally, I hate when I say literally, but he just basically ties a correlation between how much occult things and how often you will be alien abducted. That feels like an easy experiment. Just we start using a Ouija board and people just start lifting off into space.
I mean, regardless of whether you think some people might be being abducted or not, we can't. I don't think anybody can say for sure, but we can't say if somebody thinks that the occult is real.
I think that's a fairly easy correlation. Look, James, I have a Ouija board where we could get this experiment done, like real easy. Let me tell you.
But if somebody believes that these occult things are real, then they're already in a mindset to
James
to believe certain other things that they're already prone to accept certain things that might not be real as real. Like if you were in that mindset and you start having these vivid dreams,
oh, absolutely,
you could more associate that with that must have been real. These strange beings came and interacted with me.
I just have to point out that since holding the Ouija board, I'm pretty sure there is actually something lodged up my.
Amy, you have to sodomize the Ouija board. Come on.
Oh my goodness.
Commit sodomy with it, and then yeah.
All right, this is probably gonna have to be a much later podcast. Anyway, let's get into it. Shocking truth behind alien abductions discovered. We're learning, are aliens demonic?
Dealing with people that tell me they've had,
neither is Amy,
they've had encounters with
if
aliens.
Based on the other claims of it, I mean, what's a girl got to do, Amy, to get probed by them? I mean, if they are there, then I mean, Amy, come on.
Aliens, demons, classic demons. Just probe me. Come on. All right.
You got something big?
I got a target right here. I got a different target. Where are we going? Okay.
or flying saucers or UFOs, I ask them a lot of questions. And often when people tell
Also, I love the credibility that he establishes in the very beginning. I guess I'll just let it happen.
me they've been abducted, it's a psychological experience they're having. It's not really an encounter with UFO beings. However, I found some that really are an encounter with UFO.
And there you go. You got to establish that credibility. You got to say, look, I went on all of these different UFO hunts.
Obviously.
But of course, only a few of them were real.
Obviously, there's a lot of them that aren't. And so, yeah.
Beings. But in every single case, it only happens to individuals who are very deep into the occult or witchcraft. And I've also seen people who've had these experiences,
All about the
and as I
occult.
encourage them to eliminate all that occult
What's up, Sea
and
Science?
witchcraft experiences
We're
out of their
using the
life,
greatest
get rid of
tool
all the
ever.
articles,
Ouija board.
that's the end of their UFO encounters. That's the end of the communications. That's the end of them having these trips that they hallucinate about being
These
on
two
alien
gentlemen feel fine.
spacecraft.
Yeah,
Close the
stop
doors
taking
of
that
the occult.
LSD and
There's an
you'll
end to
stop
that,
tripping.
which tells me
Exactly.
that this UFO phenomena. Now, I want to be clear here. 99% of what people report to me as UFOs are natural phenomena, hoaxes.
There we go.
Or
there we go. See? There's that like laying down. We're going to be talking about the 1% that are real.
military activity.
Oh,
But
are
there
we
is a
now?
1% residual. And what's interesting about that 1%, it's real.
I like how he hides it in jargon. Residual aliens, just a little bit of aliens on the side. You'll clear it out. You'll walk it off, James. It's residual.
The residual cases.
Exactly. The parrot. Look, you have a paranormal event, and then you go to the bathroom, and you're fine. It'll be okay.
But it
We'll just
violates
flush out
the
all
laws
that
of physics.
residual.
I'll give you one
fecal
quick
matter.
example.
Residual, once again, aliens. Oh, I have it. At least we have to give a good old. We're not saying aliens, but aliens. Okay.
There are about 2,000 documented cases of people reporting UFOs flying through the atmosphere, crashing.
I also just want to point out that he's like, I've heard lots of natural alien reports. Of course, those are stupid, but supernatural ones.
To the Earth. And as they go through the atmosphere, their velocities are recorded at above 5,000 miles per hour.
So it's
And
got
yet
to be a
there's no
physical
heat
object.
friction
Right?
observed. There's no sonic boom. If that was a
Well, you're
material
watching him more and more now. He kind of looks like a supervillain.
object coming through our atmosphere, you would get both a sonic boom and you would see heat friction. That's not observed. You go to the crash site and you'll see a shallow crater. If there's snow, the snow is melted. The vegetation is damaged.
He also sounds like he's explaining the beginning to an X-Men movie.
But as you examine the crash site, there's no debris, there's no artifacts.
Yeah.
So that's
Then
why
what
I'm
In
crashed?
come the title.
I mean, nothing crashed, and that made a crater. I don't get it.
The aliens were kind of stupid.
persuaded that there's 1% residual. We're dealing with non-physical reality.
Residual non.
What does non-physical reality mean?
Residual. We're dealing with non-physical reality.
Oh, you mean not reality at all? Just not part of reality? I mean,
so shit you're just making up. All right, that's another way of saying it.
If there is something crashing, if there is, we could be pretty sure it's part of physical reality. Is this crater physical?
Like,
is a crater physical? Yeah.
There may be other alien life out there, but it's natural. We are natural life forms. Why? Why? What evidence of anything ever would you have? What? Like, it's just such a reach to be like, you're mixing things now. There's no reason to make them paranormal aliens. We're not just ghosts. We're ghosts from outer space. Oh,
we know there's life on this planet, so we have to be able to accept that there could be life elsewhere in the universe. And
nature generally doesn't come in ones.
That makes sense. It's obviously possible we exist, but we have no reason to think demons exist. None.
Dr. Hugh Ross, this guy is another guy who his big pet peeve, I think we were talking about, doesn't like abiogenesis. Has to be made by very specifically from this guy, the Christian intelligent designer. And I love it. They all Xeno you in that it's really science fiction-y towards the beginning, and you'll just notice the fantasy start to drip in.
Carl Sagan as a professor when I was at the University of Toronto.
Not that I'd name drop.
He was adamant that UFOs don't exist at all, but his worldview did not.
That sounds like a straw man of what Carl Sagan would explain. Probably was adamant that we hadn't met aliens. I don't think that Carl Sagan, who I'm pretty sure funded a lot of programs looking for life, would not believe that there's nothing out there, because why would you go look?
But he was not a believer that the current phenomena we witness has anything to do with extraterrestrial life.
But two very big distinctions, because I like to keep an open mind, but I have to at least have an even higher bar for demons, because you have not proven the paranormal. I'm so like, you would have to prove aliens, and so if you're saying paranormal aliens,
demons would be a level above that.
You're just making a great Stephen King novel, maybe, but no, you're not making this reality.
It would be a higher layer of
exactly.
Tolerate the existence of non-physical reality. My worldview does.
Reality.
As I read this Bible, it tells.
Hey James, these crocs, when they ever have sessions, or they ever have speaking events, or do anything, I wonder if after the show has been done, they have given their presentation, they come over and they say, all right, you said I would do $10,000 for a speaking event. Oh, no. You need to understand. That's not in physical money. I said I would pay you in 10,000 non-physical. It's actually out here, out in the nether, James. It's in the ether. Exactly.
Yeah, I did not mean physical currency. No.
What I meant was I am going to transfer it to you from my soul stone to yours. We got this, James.
When you're trying to talk to somebody and they say they don't understand English, and then you ask them, oh, did you happen to drop this $100 bill? And suddenly they understand exactly what you said. Yes, I did drop that money.
I see crypto. See, crypto is interesting. You also have to. It is there are many forms of stuff like that I think are valid, and you have to mine a lot of things, but it isn't just like, I guess, in the ether either. It's digitally. It's still on a server, still somewhere physical. In the end, we just call it in the air because we don't know where to point. But if we wanted to, we could point to the wires and the software. And etc., etc., etc. Anyway, let's get back into alien demons. Because that apparently is a thing. And once again, it is insulting to just sit here with the name while talking about alien demons. Just sit here with the doctor in front of you. Just to name drop Carl Sagan and all this shit as if like you are publishing the latest papers within the field of biology, which these guys are not.
Tells me that God created beings that are intelligent. As I read this Bible, physical reality. My worldview does.
Right into it.
As I read this Bible, it tells me that God created beings that are intelligent, they're spiritual.
The jury's still out.
But they're not physical, referring to the angels.
We brought in angels? James, we're on my topic.
Just how intelligent were these beings exactly when they decided to launch an insurrection against an omnipotent being? I mean, you're doomed to fail. You have zero chance of success, and he would absolutely destroy you afterwards. But hey, let's do it anyway. I mean, yeah, these guys are really, really highly intelligent, I'll tell you.
What's up, Titan? What's up, y'all? What's up, Dr. Dino? And the Lord Jesus? Oh my God.
There you go.
Right here, and just sent in so much love. We are watching the shocking. It's not just the truth behind alien abductions. It's actually the shocking truth behind alien abductions discovered. Which imply, I mean, that really does imply a lot. As in, like, he discovered everything. This is really you should all be watching the discoveries that we have for you here.
Research.
Cutting edge.
From the Bible.
From the Bible.
Of all places, yeah.
And so I look at this as an angelic manifestation.
Did you?
And
Did you pull
I
it
also
from an
think we're
angelic
dealing with
place?
the fallen angels, not the righteous angels.
I love how they just make up canon. James, this is what I do. I just sit there and I just make shit up. And I'm just like, do I want, like...
angels are bad angels.
I have an organization that's called ARC, the Agency of Reconnaissance and Knowledge. Get it? Archangels. And all of them just have ties. All of the different, like, the agents... The starting agents have blue ties, and then the special agents have black ties, and then, you know, there are some with purple ties and some with green ties. James, I'm making all of it up. All of it.
Red
I'm
ties.
pulling it. There are red. So red is security. So very specifically, you all start out like the blue. You have red. You could become like an orange, which is like their ops, their SWAT team. There's 2 levels of like their military. You start out like security, and then you can go up to the ops, and then you can do agent. You can become special agent, and then you can become admin, which is green, and director, which is purple. And those are the agency I created, but I love it. I love it so much. Then again, I just can't help but emphasize that that's what he's doing. Like, he is just playing in fantasy and fiction. Righteous angels. But no, there's actually like the super cool angels, and then they're like the totally like the goth angels. No one wants to like hang out with them. They're all like,
But these holy angels, like, they lift, and
they totally do.
Yeah, but not these mean, evil, bad angels. No, they suck.
They suck.
Because when people have these encounters, these close encounters with UFOs, it's 100% deleterious. The best you're going to come away from with such an encounter is recurring, terrifying nightmares. What's the worst case scenario? People have been killed by these encounters. So injury is very common, but most
aliens have to communicate in dreams. James, why is it that every like other thing that people always propose that we can't seem to prove, they always have like hard forms of communication? Well, where is God? Well, like why would he want to prove themselves to you anyway? Well, that wasn't the question. They're like, can they do it? Well, yeah, but they don't want to. Okay, well, do they want us to know? Well, yes. Well, bring them down here then.
I mean, he's got so much to do. He would really love to, but he can't right now.
He's busy.
Frequently, it's the psychological damage that happens to these people. And then the
From
messages
aliens?
that people
I'll be
receive.
honest with you.
How about psychological damage from religion? How about you think religion causes any psychological damage, Amy?
Psychological. Oh my God. Mental, physical. But like, if you have an alien encounter and it's like a multi-cellular, intelligent alien encounter that actually wants you to harm you, and all you come away with is like a little bit of like bad dreams, I think you're doing good. I feel like you've actually come away from that situation A-okay.
Well, he does say that people have been killed, but I mean,
That's right, James.
I don't.
In their mission,
I mean,
some of us have been killed. Dun, dun, dun,
I
dun.
mean, I haven't heard of any. Any of the cases he's talking about where people have been killed. There are claims that these beings have killed people, but not in the context of like an abduction scenario that he's talking about.
James, each and every night, I find stuff up my butt. And sometimes it buzzes the same way that an alien craft, I imagine, would buzz.
Really?
This has only led me to one conclusion. Demon aliens are in my butt. I'm pretty sure.
So you could go through and look up some of the declassified files of the KGB from in the Soviet era. They've got some wild stuff in there. Now the KGB, they were pretty serious guys. So I mean, then again, it's all 20, 30 years ago. We don't have anything verifiable to go off of, but it is interesting to read some of them and what they claim.
Absolutely.
And the different things that they were satisfied had happened with verifiable evidence, to them at least.
Also, that's very specific, Lammy. I would say repent or the evil demon aliens will come and butt probe you. I'm gonna have to bet on it. James, we must defend ourselves. But yes, we're learning the shocking truth. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to go to bed tonight.
When they get verbal contact with these UFO beings,
like, what the fuck, man?
clearly is one of deception. So that's why
What's the girl got to do, Satan?
dealing with the fallen angels, not the righteous angels. The percentage of people having these encounters is variable. It's high in equatorial Brazil. It's high in France. But these are parts of the world where you got a large percentage of the population involved in witchcraft and the occult.
Lots of witches in France, Amy. The place is just overflowing with witches.
Communists were still in control.
I do.
I mean,
they are all over. Wait, I'm pretty sure that's just in England.
You go to France, you can't open a window without seeing a woman fly by on a fucking broom. I mean, there's literally witches everywhere. I guess.
It's sad because they fly around on buttered croissants. It's the only way. Just like they have adopted the Australian method, the croissants actually go woo. That's how it works.
I can't believe it's not butter.
Exactly. James, it makes too much sense not to be true.
I can't believe it's not aliens.
And the Soviet government was sponsoring research in
they're
occult
commie
physics
aliens
at their leading universities. So a very high incidence. Now that the communists are not in control,
but the CIA was doing that too. I mean, they all had like remote viewing programs, and I mean, based on what we're told, they were never able to produce any useful, verifiable information, so they stopped doing it because it really wasn't worth whatever they were getting out of it. Wasn't justifying the cost of running the program.
that level of UFO encounters in Russia has dropped considerably. And I see variations
UFO tourism has just gone down.
in the United States, higher in Alaska and Hawaii than it is, say, in Idaho and
Lots of
Minnesota.
witches in Alaska.
But again, there's a higher incidence of people
Have you
involved
checked if those states have legalized? Never mind.
in the occult. Here are some ways in which you invite demons.
Beamsy, you have no idea how far they have gone. Oh my, let me tell you. The amount of things that this doctor has pulled from his tuchus, let me tell you. It's the only thing that makes sense as a good old
I think
probe.
that's where he pulled the Bible from.
I'm pretty sure.
These fallen angels cannot invade your life and give you these UFO encounters unless you invite them.
Once again, this guy is basically telling you that you can invite aliens.
Well, Amy's inviting them. They have an open invitation.
But the funny thing is, we're used to people making demon claims because we know that's not true. We just go, I know person at the other end of the subway car. I get it. But the demon probably isn't going to attack me because that's not real. But you're telling us you could summon aliens. Like, there's a methodology. And
Yeah,
so that's fascinating. But not true, if I could just point that out really quickly. Just like that one asterisk. And then, of course, you don't even believe that they're natural aliens, as if there are other versions of aliens. James, do you like natural or barbecue? How do you like your alien?
I like barbecue.
Oh, they're just so much better.
I mean, it kind of tastes like pulled pork a little bit, but you really need to. It really goes good with a hotter barbecue sauce. You need that kind of kick with the alien.
It does, especially when you're going to warp speed. You just need that kick.
Little Tabasco on it.
Need an invitation. And the invitation is when you begin to look for supernatural power or information. The demons are more than happy to provide you with this power, but it comes at a price.
Yes, that's
Really?
okay. I'll pay it. Is it a lamb? Can we go kill a lamb? Can I go get a lobster? I don't want to kill a lobster.
They are intent on deceiving you. They are intent on harming you. These fallen angels can also...
James, why don't the demons want to do anything nice? Why aren't the demons like, hey, I know that I normally rule in the underworld, but today and today only, I'm going to help you do your taxes. It never is. You would just think once or twice they would, spread joy.
I mean, these people, they can't let fucking go of their Bronze Age fantasies. Like, if this is true, this is probably the biggest development in human history.
I know.
And can you imagine the ramifications of it?
He is a classic snake oil salesman. He's a guy that is selling. He has answers, and only he. And why does he have the answers? Because he is spiritually in tune.
The technology we could have access to, what we could learn, what we could, if there was a race willing to share this, it could be immense. We could really move our society forward in ways that would take us hundreds or thousands of years on our own. But no, we've got these fucking Bronze Age fantasies and fables to worry about.
He's sharing it with a pastor. I mean, that's basically the same thing as posting peer-reviewed science.
Yeah, I guess.
Will work through a close relative or a sexual partner. So if you got a close relative or a sexual partner that's deep into the occult, you need to confess what they're doing as a sin unto God.
Like, I just imagine, like, honey, what are you doing? And she's just, someone just sitting there, like, in black robes, going, holding a candle. Oh, no, I think my partner. I know. The baby is just in there, a pentagon.
Pentagram.
Like, James, it's a scenario that's happened to me and you, I'm sure, dozens of times. And so we got to go through these relatable demonic possession stories that we all encounter.
You do that, that closes the door, not for them, but for you and for people under your authority. You're involved in a seance. You're basically
Respect my authority.
to invade your life.
Listen, I had a seance the other day. Wait, no, that was just coffee.
Astrology would be another example.
Well, it was a coffee orgy.
A Ouija board. So
Ouija
occult
board.
art, occult music, and
I love
art.
that.
What is occult art?
Occult art and occult music.
Art. Well, looking at a pentagram, is that occult art?
And I assume just heavy metal music, because just music that goes down to the fire, yeah.
Yeah, then you'll just look out your window and there'll be a fucking UFO out. Apparently, that's how it works.
I assume. Yeah, I mean, he is offering a correlation, which, if I do say so, I think the scientific technical term is being an idiot. I think that is
confirmation bias.
We should probably look that up somewhere. Yes.
Couple in our church, and they had just purchased a home, and they said, Hugh, there's actual spoons and knives floating in midair in this one room.
Really?
And it feels really weird when we go into that room. And I said,
You don't fucking say, Amy. Objects randomly floating around the room. It seems a little odd, Amy.
There were strings from. Ignore those. It seems
a little weird. Random shit just floating around. I don't know. I mean,
once again, did he take a picture? Did he film it?
Right.
Well,
hey.
Oh, the previous owner
was still alive. He could have won $1 million. Got $1 million. Exactly. Prove it.
970.
Must have left behind an occult article. It took us a weekend to find it, but we discovered that there was a room that had been repainted. Underneath the new paint was this deep midnight blue, a favorite color for calling up demons.
That shit is bananas. Blue paint is a favorite for calling out the. Again,
they have their favorite colors. That is so cool.
But I can't help it. As like a fellow canonist, as someone who likes world building, you are pulling this from your ass.
I mean, would that be kind of like the blue on Vlad's green screen?
James, like, see what he's doing?
That's what I mean.
I know this is a deep op. You're right. I mean, I don't think this is actually Dr. Hugh Ross. I think this is Dr. Demon.
Look at those eyes on Vlad. Look at his eyes. Like, and that blue, it's just very suspect.
Either that or late stage John Malkovich. One or the other. Anyway, thanks for joining us on Are Aliens Demonic? We're coming in towards the end of the video now, because this is holy nonsense. Like, I always like how they try and add credibility. Do you remember there was actual, like, almost not crazy stuff at the very beginning? They have to do that, because do you notice that we have just absolutely left Sanityville?
And we also found that there was a faint outline on the wall. And later on, we found an astrological forecaster in a pile of junk lumber in the garage. It exactly fit that faint outline on the wall. When we destroyed that item, that was the end of floating spoons and forks. That was the end of that room feeling weird. That couple has never had an encounter since. So sometimes it's an article left behind by somebody else.
Event in the video game,
but if you get the occult out of your life, if you stop trying to pursue paranormal powers,
get the occult and paranormal. This is his two methods of advice for how to stop getting abducted by aliens. I do not. Listen.
Through reading occult books, that will be the end of your UFO encounters.
Can't make this stuff up. Like, I feel like I'm straw manning them sometimes, and so I just let them do it to themselves. To themselves, James. Just give them rope.
Hey, give them rope.
Now, it works the other
They know
way.
what to do with it.
If you bring the occult in your life, and the more you
Oh.
bring in, the more likely you will
More
to have
aliens.
these UFO encounters. And I find it interesting. I run into a lot of people that have repeated UFO encounters. And that's a clear sign to me
Makes
they're
sense.
really deep into the occult.
Listen,
And sometimes
if you find your partner is wearing black robes, they may be getting alien probes.
Having
Might
sex
be
with
James.
neighbor's dog.
when I ask them questions, they say, there is no occult in my life. But as I ask them a lot of questions, they say, oh, that's the occult? I had no idea. And so, they say, oh, yeah, we had a Ouija board party at our home. Well, that's an occult invitation. Get that out of your
And
life.
then
That'll be the end
aliens.
of these encounters.
James,
And there's this.
they had a Ouija board party, and then they were abducted into a different vessel, as you do. I'm waiting.
Real sense of relief when people get this out of their life. Their anxiety level goes down. They stop being depressed. But it's important that they open their hearts up to truth. Don't just let your heart be empty.
Which truth
You
that
get rid of
is.
the bad stuff. You need to bring in the good stuff. The truth of
Quaker
what the
Oats?
Bible says about a God that wants a relationship with you, where he's going to deliver you from sin and evil step by
Oh,
step.
there we go.
Transform you into the character of Christ. What a great offer.
And there we go. At the very end, it was all about Jesus. If anyone... Oh, they took James. No! But yes, we've just been watching the shocking truth behind alien abductions discovered. And unfortunately, James got taken away by aliens. But oh my lord. Oh, here we go. That was just some absolute nonsense. And we're about to open it up to the open mic, and I'm about to actually... So, but James, while I'm getting that ready, whew, that was some nonsense. Oh my god, he was just making stuff up. Literally, that was a classic snake oil salesman, because he says things with such authority that if you don't know anything, you can just go, "Oh yeah,
Makes sense. I guess it's all demons then."
an angel from another angel." Yeah, that's because angels aren't real.
Well, and this is the problem that we have when the religious people, particularly Christians, anytime they try to bring their religion out of the pages and into reality, and it just doesn't work. That's why Bible prophecy doesn't work. That's why Bible science doesn't work. You try to bring it to reality, and it just doesn't fit. And so they try to force it in. And it's like forcing it in, and that's simple, right? I mean,
James, it can cause tearing. All right, you can't do that.
yeah, you never want to force.
What's
your
up,
religion
one
to
cow?
fit with reality.
Speaking of modern day debate, I believe I'm going to be doing a Noah's Flood debate. Looking forward. Woo! So look forward.
A 2v2?
I believe a 2v2, which I have enjoyed. So we'll
Who's,
see which creationist.
You know who it's with? Or
I think it is going to be with Chris again, which
Okay.
I think he was a great partner. So
you guys did very well.
I think it goes well with someone like a classic, a physics, a chemist, a biologist, and then someone who I think is just you and I are schmucks, but we keep them on task and on target. Though Dr. Chris also wanted to be on topic the same way. But sometimes I think apologists need to be, they take advantage of the fact that the scientist is just going to talk science
Right.
all the time, and so they don't really go
They
on
use
the
it as a chance to
offensive.
preach.
Yes, or to just make it seem like if they don't answer every question, then they just wait. They just go one question. If you can't answer one, they go, well, aha. Well, do you know who can answer that question? Religion.
Because a lot of this does come down to rhetoric and argumentation, and to a certain extent philosophy, and how you come to your ideas about things.
Indeed. And so, what is up, pray, mama? What is up, everybody? I'm going to pin it.
Pin the tail on the Newman?
On Newman.
That's not a tail.
Oh my. And I'm going to show it up on screen. There's a StreamYard. I'm going to be here for like 2 more minutes, and then James, I think I really do got to hand the keys over to you.
Yeah. We'll be okay. We haven't seen Dr. Chris is really good. He'll hug her. We haven't seen our illustrious friend out there in chat, so hopefully we'll things will be on the calmer
sending
side.
love to all the creationists
Dr.
out there.
Flower.
I do think it's funny that they want to go up against the experts in the field. They don't want to generally do the work that is required to actually go in the field. Like, what's-her-face is doing the work, but she stays away from things that I think would challenge. She's working with microtubules, yes. But she doesn't actually do anything that would challenge her notion, because I think she knows. And I have found the real face of the demon. It is Lystrasaurus, as they appear when Earth was a hellscape and disappeared when things went back to normal.
When Earth was a hellscape.
I would also like to just put into the record that the McRib is also a demon, for it only comes out during hell times and then goes dormant to once reign supreme over my colon in later months.
Is it back yet? I haven't seen it lately.
Like I said, James, right now it's dormant. But the McRib, one day, it'll be back to haunt us all.
Listen, Amy, the additional carbon emissions from your increased toilet paper usage is really having an impact on the planet.
Yeah. Well, one day, I'll tell you, we only got one planet, not to get too hippy-dippy, yo, man. And so it just scares me sometimes that I think we're not going to have ice one day, like all the polar ice caps and all that. That's going to be gone.
And I mean,
Florida's gone.
And so once again, we are a long way away from it, but I mean that's
sure.
one of the interesting things about this alien thing. The idea that they could have technology that we could use to produce clean energy,
or that too. Yeah,
produce clean energy. We wouldn't have to go through this huge phase out of fossil fuels and then try to replace that with things that are less bad, maybe, that also have their consequences.
Would be cool, but I'm going to switch myself out because, well, I'm going to bring him in and switch myself out. We are Skeptic and Ranting. We are going into the alien mic, the open mic on our aliens, demonic. And we have Beamsy. Beamsy, we are Skeptic and Ranting on our aliens, demonic. welcome on board. And I hope you're doing
Ultimate.
well. And what are your thoughts about not only the video, but anything we've been talking about tonight? I'm going to listen to your answer because I am going to give you love and kisses to everyone, you and everyone out there, handing the keys over to James. Are aliens demonic? Mwahaha. Ha ha ha.
Too much preaching, not enough probing.
Exactly, right? Needs more
Don't have
probing.
too much probing.
Yeah, but what I was talking about, Dr. Dino and I, we were talking about the Great Dying, if you know what that was.
Yeah.
It was when there was a massive flood basalt eruption that basically turned the surface of the Earth into a hothouse and the oceans into acid. There was one particular creature, the Lysosaurus, and they thrived in this hellscape. So we use that evidence as, oh, this must be the demons because they brought the coming of the fire and the hellscape.
Huh. What can you tell about?
Well, looks like I'm now in control here, and I'm now the boss. You will all worship me, and you will now convert to Aidentology.
What can you tell us about that species of dinosaur?
It's not really a dinosaur. It's one of
Not a
those
true dinosaur.
strange. It's one of those strange, not reptiles, not mammals.
Transitionary between the two, almost.
Possibly. We don't actually have a full understanding of how mammals came out of reptiles. Give us a second. Where is... I was trying to convert everyone to Aidentology while you had disconnected. Unfortunately, you're back, so I have to behave.
Aidentology? Oh, you're worst. Continue.
Yeah, if you can look on the screen, that's what it looked like.
Okay.
Maybe you should call it quits here because of your connection issues.
I see that. It is pretty shitty. I don't know. We'll give it another minute. Hopefully it'll straighten itself out. But we wanted to touch on this topic. It's something in the news right now, and people are talking about it. And it's always noticeable whenever we try to have an adult conversation about something, whenever we try to figure something out, then these religious people chiming in with their own comments, which really kind of distract everybody from the reality of the situation. Why we have to try to fit this within the confines of these Bronze Age ideologies.
No, Lambie, this is one of the problems. James is now being taken over by the robot overlords. That's how he is roboting so badly. They're only just starting to take over the brain and the vocal cords. Very soon, he will actually be full robot, and then we won't be able to comment on his human emotions. And you will find that the platypus is also a monotreme. The echidna and monotreme, echidna and platypus are the only remaining monotremes left. They actually have ended up with. They were transitioned from reptiles to mammals as well. All mammals were originally started as monotremes, and then they started to go into marsupials, and then they went into placental mammals like ourselves.
With the evolution of the size of the ass. When did that come? When did that really start to come into shape?
That started around the time when baboons split, because as you can see, they started sticking their ass up in the air, and it started getting larger as a form of display.
Attracting a mate, making sure it was nice and visible.
Of course.
There you go. Hugh Ross, a demon alien. Well, I mean, Ken Hoven likes to fuck with him, so yeah.
I think Ken Hoven is having issues at the moment because he's feeling frustrated now that his little bottom boy has run back up north.
Matt Powell.
Yeah.
Why? What's wrong with poor Kenty?
He would be frustrated because he doesn't get his bottom boy to play with anymore.
Oh, he's just got his Mrs. Hoven the Fourth to entertain himself with. He does still have Mrs. Hoven the Fourth, doesn't he?
As far as I'm aware.
There you go.
Unless he's decided to drop a beat again, but he's not a very good beatboxer. Someone usually ends up hurt.
Well, you know, he's a tough guy. He only picks on women and children. Those are the only people he fights. So.
Hey, you're gonna go for the things you know you can beat.
But yeah, I'm sure at some point we will have maybe a deeper conversation on the existence of aliens, period, not just within the confines of Christianity and religion that we have today.
The biggest issue when you come to aliens is how do you find what an alien is? How would you define life forms? Then you start getting into the complex. If they're not a carbon-based, evolutionary-based life form, they would be completely different to us. We would have no way of understanding or comprehending what they represent, and the same thing for them for us.
Possibly, yeah. We just don't know, or we won't know until we see if we have established communication. If we do, what that would even look like. Yeah. But either way, we can be pretty sure that whatever route it takes, it'll have nothing to do with the demonic, even though that's going to be a sticking point if it does come out that we do in fact have these craft, that they are in fact from extraterrestrial origins. Then there's going to be a massive freak out on part of Christians, massive resistance to doing any type of further research or anything like that, because they're going to brand them as evil demons.
Well, you'll find that anything that they don't understand or massively contradicts anything that they actually make statements about is demonic.
And you can tell because, like, you just go through these comment sections and they're like, it's demons. They have no fucking clue what we're dealing with, okay? Most of us don't even have a clue. We're waiting for information. We're trying to see what if anything's going to come out, where it's going to go, where it's going to take us. We just don't know yet. Neither do they, but they're coming out and saying, no, it's demons. Like, they don't even know anything about it yet, and but they've already prejudged. Well, Dr. Dino. That's what the Pope came out and said, that, hey, that the aliens out there, wherever they are, they need the Catholic Church too. They need Jesus too. So, yeah, some of the denominations are fine with it. They take that. Hey, they're just, hey, God he made life on other planets, and he just didn't tell us about it because we didn't need to know, or it would just confused us. But yeah, I mean, God made them too, so they're our brothers, and maybe Jesus went there and died for their sins too. I don't know.
Well, Titan, first you've actually have to get more than half of humanity with their minds intact in the first place.
And that's the thing. I think most of the people who will lose their minds has to do with a lot of it has to do with religion, and the fact that we have been telling ourselves for so long that we are the pinnacle of creation. Everything revolves around us, and in an instant, that will not be true anymore. That will be we will be just one of possibly many worlds out there with life, and so that definitely is going to take a. I think, what did they call it? They called it some type of shock, inertial shock. It's going to be a huge shock, and it will take people time to get over. But I think we do have to treat people like adults, and we have to let people know the truth, if that is in fact what the truth is.
Yeah, it's a cultural shock you were talking about, but the idea of the first thing that we actually have to come past is what exactly is life. We don't have an established definition of what life is, and that's why we have things
And
like an understanding of viruses. Are they life or are they not life? Because
so it's purely arbitrary, right? I mean, we're just picking a definition. Um, so I believe in from what I'd heard from these unconfirmed reports, are they're saying that whatever's driving these craft that they claim that we have are some type of synthetic life. They're not like maybe like bioengineered, but they're not like natural the way we would describe them. I don't know. Maybe I'm not even saying it right. I don't know. That's just what I remember reading.
the other thing is, you are alien from me because you are away and from a different place and from a different experience to me. So everything you've gone through is alien to myself, in the same way that
Yeah.
I'm alien to you. This is just the aspect of it's more of a play on words. The more
Sure.
you break down the words they use, the more convoluted it actually becomes. They can't give you an actually defined explanation of what they're trying to say, and therefore it just goes back for more of the infinite regress.
But I mean, semantics aside, it would be still quite a development to have beings from another world here. Um, I think a lot of people thought that they're out there, and that maybe eventually we would have contact with them, but it would be so long from now, just because of the vast distances in space. Yeah. Uh, we've had times like this in the past where it seemed like we were going to be close to getting answers, but I think now it feels different. Like, I think we're going to find out something one way or the other pretty soon. If this is just nothing, then it's nothing. It'll go away. But if this is something, I'm at least cautiously optimistic we'll find out about it.
It's the Fermi paradox.
Well, I mean, that could be resolved in a day. That would be that whole thing. All these people making videos about the rare earth crap, all that would disappear in an instant.
That's not the Fermi paradox.
Why not?
The Fermi paradox actually describes how you've got to have the right location, the right
Well, sure.
you've got to get to the right level of intelligence, and then
Well,
you've got to
yeah.
overcome the distance overcomes. That's why it's more than likely, because of the Fermi paradox, we won't be able to ever have any contact to a non-terrestrial intelligent life form. And I prefer to use that term, and so does many other people, because you start using the term alien or extraterrestrial, but it's better just to say non-terrestrial intelligent life form, because you cannot convolute it in any way possible. It's a defined meaning.
Well, and so I mean that's kind of, I think, where a lot of people have been at over the years. They've taken that idea that we probably just won't have contact, at least in our lifetime. But now there's been a challenge to that, and I guess we will find out shortly whether it's true or not. Yeah, there's a lot of assumptions wrapped up in that. The paradox is, why don't we see them? And if the answer is they're already here, well, I mean, then that kind of resolves that paradox, because we do see them. Now, you want to go back and look at the Drake equation. You want to try to figure out, okay, how many of them should we expect there to be? Well, the thing is, with that is there's so many of those variables that go into that are very variable. We just don't have a big enough sample size to be able to get any type of specificity in that. It all depends on how you plug the values in. If you plug them in liberally, well, I mean, almost every planet should have life. If you go very conservative, very narrow, then it's astonishing that we're even here. It would be so rare. As with reality tends to be, I think most people assume the truth will be somewhere in the middle. I mean, there won't be life all over the place, stumbling on every planet, but there'll be a decent amount of it.
That's why you can't use mathematics to show anything of that actually happens within reality. You can only represent possibilities using mathematics.
Right.
Like, what is the chance of a universe with intelligent bearing life? It's one, because we only have one universe to experience, and we're in it.
One sample.
Yeah. But mathematically speaking, then you start getting stupid numbers.
And that's the thing. It's people coming out and saying, like, with these, because I have actually seen a lot of people on our side, a lot of people on the atheist side, just coming out and doing their rare earth versions of the rare earth hypothesis and declaring that we're probably alone. And to me, that's just very silly to do based on this small, tiny sample size that we have. And that's kind of a new development. I look back maybe 5 to 10 years ago, and everybody was pretty much saying, yeah, they're out there. We just haven't heard from them yet. And based on the distances, it's unlikely we will in our lifetime, but eventually we probably will. And that's kind of shifted. I've seen a lot more saying, no, the fact that we don't see them, if they were there, they'd be here already. We don't see them, so they must not be there. Or they're so far away that, we'll never be able to make contact with them. Or the civilizations, the lifespan is so short that the odds you would ever have more than one at a time in a galaxy is infinitesimal. Like, you'd have one civilization rise, and by the time it collapses, maybe 1 million or 2 million years later, another one will rise and last for maybe a short time, and then it'll go away, but never at the same time. We just don't have any type of real sample size to base any of this off of.
Yeah, mathematically speaking, you can make it so that it's impossible, or you can make it that we've already counted them. But, like, without an actual sample size, just without sampling what is truly happening, there's no way you can say what's happening within reality, and that's the problem.
Because the thing, like, with the biogenesis, so we know that, we know parts of it. Granted, there's quite a few things about it that we just don't know yet. You're talking about an event that happened billions of years ago, somewhere on the earth, an event, where it happened, we don't know. How it happened, we don't know. But if you look at the universe from birthing the universe until the time where we believe it will no longer be able to support life, trillions of years in the future, but our universe is still basically an infant in terms of its entire lifespan. If abiogenesis was something so rare, something just so incredibly unlikely to happen, you'd expect us to be in a much older universe. We had to wait billions and billions and billions, tens of billions of years. But the fact that it happened so soon in the lifespan of the universe seems to indicate you could just get lucky and it happened right away. But it does seem to indicate that it's not that unlikely or rare of an event.
Yeah, there are multiple different methods in which the cells could have started out, the chemical reaction that actually started it. But the problem with that is which one did, or is it a combination
Right.
of them? That's now the problem. And when you're starting to looking back in deep time, without actual concrete evidence, you cannot definitively say this is the method or this is how it happened. And in the early stages, it's quite possibly that every single one of those processes went through creating individual cellular life. And because of cross gene transfers, all of them became one pool of information. And then from there, it started to divide and then start becoming more and more unique.
Well, I think the view now is that Luca was not the only life. Luca was part of a population. Luca was just the one that made it. So it's entirely possible that it happened a couple different ways, and Luca was just the one that was most fit, most able to survive and propagate, and that's why it's our ancestor. But yeah, they could have happened multiple ways, multiple times. How many exactly? Well, that's hard to say unless we can go back in time, like Star Trek. But yeah, it doesn't seem to me like it's such a super rare, super unlikely event. Because when people go that route, it almost seems like they're playing into the hands of the creationists, because they always try to say, like, oh, this is so impossible, so unlikely, so rare, it had to be intelligently designed. Now, that's not the case, because first of all, if you wanted that to happen, what would you need? Well, you need a big universe with trillions and trillions of planets for those odds to work out that it could happen. And that coincidentally is what we have. We do have a huge universe with trillions of planets. So no, it doesn't automatically necessitate a god to have done it. But when you try to say it's so rare, so unlikely, just so, you are kind of playing off in that direction a little bit. And I don't think it's going to turn out in the end to be that hyper rare. Certainly not all over the place. I mean, how many solar systems, what percentage of them might have microbial life? It might be 1%. It might be 1 out of 1,000. How many of those evolved to multicellular? Maybe 1% of those.
Well, we can guarantee that there's actually 2 planets in the solar system that evolve microbial life, and there's a possibility of three of them could have, but we haven't had any way to sample if that actually happened.
You think?
And of that,
You think
2
Mars
of them
had
probably
microbial
still
life?
they've found fossils.
Yeah. Now the consensus has shifted away from that, but I'm not a scientist. I'm not qualified to make judgments based on those type of findings, but it certainly is within the realm of possibility. Why they discounted it and why they said no, it's not good evidence anymore, that I can't tell you.
Well, Titan is one place that could actually have life now, but not as we understand it, because it actually has liquid to actually allow for the process to go through. Ganymede, another place.
Europa, Ganymede.
No, sorry, it is Europa. Titan, Europa, and Venus are 3 places that have the possibility that would have generated microbial life, and Titan and Europa probably still do have life.
You know, that will be, if we can actually land there and find out what the structure of it is. Well, I mean, that will give us so much information. Like, do they have, you know, how similar is their genetic material to ours? Does it resemble ours?
It would probably have a resemblance, but it wouldn't actually be similar, because of when you're talking about Titan, they have different chemicals involved in the process, but it can actually happen in the same way that they've shown the different processes which abiogenesis could actually have gone through.
Is there carbon on Titan, or would it be silicate based?
It wouldn't be either. It would be it's
Really?
higher up in. It would have to be one of the lighter elements as the bonding agent.
Oh, what would you suspect?
I've forgotten. Like I said, I'm actually just
Sure.
drugged off my face at the moment. So I just came in to try and explain where the hellscape creature comes from and why we call them demons as a joke.
Yeah, it's well, if once again, so much speculation, but I mean, whatever is happening now, it could pan out to be nothing. We don't know, but if it does go in the direction that it seems to be going in, you know, that it would seem that we might not be alone, and yeah.
The probing the moons of Jupiter is one thing, but the problem, if you want to actually find out if there's life on Europa, first you have to get through the ice layer at the top, and we don't know how thick that is, and we don't know if there actually is liquid water underneath the ice sheet. But judging by the activity on the surface of the moon, it's more than likely true. Titan is an even bigger problem.
Well, we know what kind of problem Titan is, right?
Especially when he clenches.
A good old Dr. Flower. Oh, we've got somebody backstage. Let's get Sam in. They were here.
I'll jump out so you can keep that going, because, like I said, I only jumped in.
No, we could break in, but if you want to leave, you can leave. But there's room for more.
I'm sore, and I just came in to explain the
thanks so much, Beamsy. It's good to hear from you. Thanks for coming on, giving us your perspective, and yeah, we'll see you on a future show.
That's Vanya.
Sam, welcome aboard. How you doing?
Pretty well. Thanks for having me. How's it going?
Thanks for coming on. You did you get to see the show before the video?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I watched you guys review that show, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah. No, I wasn't even familiar with him until you guys pointed him out.
Yeah.
So yeah, not on my to-do list watching his stuff, unfortunately. But yeah, that's definitely. I don't know. I don't have much to say on the video itself because it's all so outlandish and really, yeah. I mean, it's just here's this speculation, and then I'm going to build off of that my religious worldview. So I mean,
force it to fit within that framework.
Yeah. So I think it's wrong that if we like burned all the Ouija boards, and he'd probably say like Pokemon cards, then aliens will all just vanish or at least leave us alone, right? So. I don't know why the occult and what Christians define as a cult would be the beacon that's sending them here, right? Maybe it'd be like water or resources. But
well, if they think it's like demonic, so they're not interested in resources. They're interested in souls from their perspective. So they're just here to deceive and to trick and to lead people away from Christianity and deceive mankind, and so the occult falls into the terms of like witchcraft and necromancy and other things that the Bible says are naughty. So that,
man, that makes me wonder. Like, just thinking like what space Christianity might look like, right? Like if we did discover life on at least one other planet out there, like they would probably think that those demons are like space invaders, right? Like going around patrolling and trying to like harvest souls of
I'll tell you what.
creatures.
If you remember, you can look back in the 1800s when they first started digging up dinosaur fossils, and nobody had seen creatures like this before. Nope. Now the Christians will say, "Oh, those are from the Bible." Yeah, no, nobody was expecting to find animals that big. We had never seen anything that big. We had no clue what they were, and a lot of people, we came to the conclusion these things must have lived way before human time, because we don't have these things, any recorded history about these things. And a lot of people at the time said, "Oh, well, the devil put those bones in the ground to test your faith. The devil did it because he wants you to doubt the Bible, doubt God, and so there you go. He's testing your faith." So they could say that. Well, if we find evidence of life on Mars or Europa, or any of the other moons of Jupiter or Saturn, well, the devil put
staged.
that there. The devil put that there to make you think that life is not special, that it can evolve anywhere, that abiogenesis is just a natural process. And
it's like the same. It's the same argument as like the moon landing people, but you trade NASA for demons, and yeah. So, I can see where they just make up that argument, or with carbon dating, right? Like, oh well, God put everything here in its like ultimate stage. Like he dug the Grand Canyon, right? And when he dug it, he made it look that way according to our science.
He gave it the appearance of age.
Right, exactly. So you can always disqualify things like by making up your own logic. You know what I mean? And
I mean, when Adam was created, he was created as an adult. He wasn't made as a baby. He he was able to get married on the first day. So he didn't have to grow up, be a baby.
Yeah, like the chicken definitely came first, right? Since everything was a grown up. Like giraffes were born tall and with that bad neck from the past combos. But yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, but it's all they have, and they're just going to run with it because, frankly, what else do they have? They don't have any. They don't have any real answer to counter the science. They don't have any real answer for anything, really.
Yeah, it's all about like. It's just a very different framework, right? It's where like empirical evidence, doesn't really matter. If you can come up with one reason why the first cause is blah blah blah, and then put your assumptions on that, then you can make everything make sense, like lightning or epilepsy from that perspective. But yeah, on just the alien question in general, though.
Yeah, what do you think?
I'm curious. Yeah, like it's interesting. It could all just be the same like speculative stuff from like the past, but I do wonder, like, I don't know. I think it's weird that we made a space force. Like that almost to me implies that maybe there's oil on alien planets that we heard about or something. But
you would think, right? I mean,
why else would we get the military involved? But yeah, I don't know. Like it's definitely possible that there's. I've personally seen like something just sketch in the sky before, like in the middle of the night. But
I never have. Maybe one time but it was not long enough or clear enough for me to be able to say one way or another that it was unusual. But I've never had any type of experience like that. Now, I imagine if I did, that would probably affect how I
it was a shared experience. So I was with a friend at the time, and so she and I both saw like these 3 glowy triangle things that were basically in unison, and then they just like went super, super fast, like
Where was this?
silently. This was just out here in the good old Midwest, so where they always say stuff happens, right?
Was that recently or a few years ago?
That was a few, probably almost nearly a decade ago, but
Okay.
I definitely
Okay.
that's the one and only experience I've ever had that was like surreal and definitely like unexplainable for sure. But and yeah, if it was just me, I'd be like I smoked a little too much weed that day or something. But it was
Well,
definitely like with a friend, and we, you know, were not smoking that day. I mean, we were teens back then, so.
You know, I think it's beyond question that there is a legitimate phenomenon going on in the skies. There are things that we're seeing and encountering up there that we don't have good explanations for. Now you can pull out your skeptic handbook, rule number 3. Unknown, unidentified doesn't mean aliens, which is true.
Yeah, it could be like the weather balloon, like people, right, who had sent up their own weather balloon and then it got shot down, and there was all the paranoia around that.
But on the other side,
like
you know, it's not as if there's an unlimited number of possible explanations for what could be up there, and when you rule a lot of them out, it really does seem like. Is it so far-fetched that if there was another intelligent race out there that they would want to observe and study another form of life? I mean, we do that all the time on Earth. I don't know why that's
right. Like it's to put ourselves in like the ant perspective for a minute, right?
Right.
And like,
the zoo hypothesis.
Because it's like, to me, what it would prove if there were life is that if there were life and the stuff that, you know, has come out is not just like some sort of propaganda or something, right? Like if that stuff's true, then we know that there's superior propulsion to what we know about, and there's something that's like watching us, right? And so yeah, it could just be curious, you know. I'm sure there are people out there who are arguing like, look at the fires in Canada, you know what I mean? And so this is yeah, there are people that would not put on a skeptical framework and say, out of the set of what all could be in the world, you know, they make some weird assumptions. But I agree, like we would know that there's something that can do propulsion beyond what we know, and if they could, like, if we could wave at them and be their friends and they taught us about that, that could help us with energy, right? But
well, I mean, us, we people, you know, fortunate enough to live in the first world, and you know, in our modern economies, and we I think in a lot of ways we feel like humanity's developed, like we're moving forward, like most of us have a reasonably decent standard of living, even though that's deteriorating thanks to modern late stage capitalism. But you know, the truth is, the dirty reality of that is we only get that. We only get that because about half the world lives in abject poverty, and they produce things, but they get very little in return for it.
Right.
And that's what allows us to have this modern first world life. If you paid everybody all over the world like a median wage of like 30,000, 35,000 a year, every instantly, like a gallon of gas would cost like $100, because you know,
it's a commodity in terms of the global scale for sure.
And what is like the biggest cost associated with all this is energy. It's energy. It costs money to extract it from the earth. It costs money to transport things that we use. You know, the cost of shipping goods, all that is fossil fuel related. Energy is really like probably 60% of the cost of living or more is energy related. If we had the potential to drastically reduce that, I mean, what would that do for our world? What would that do for the economies? If energy all of a sudden wasn't this this thing that we all had to spend all this money on and pay for all the time. And it's, of course, the people who control that, the people who profit off of the energy sector would be very willing to suppress that type of technology because it's a threat to them. And,
Right.
They like the current system. They're doing fine with it.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think just to touch on that point, like something I'm working on right now actually is called Econ Changers, if anyone wants to check that out. But hit me up on Discord. I'm working on it, and I've got like a soft launch site. But you just reminded me there's a I forget what country. I think it might be Brazil, but I honestly am not sure. But there was a worker cooperative energy company that so it everyone has a vote is basically the premise behind worker cooperatives. And so what they had done was they had budgeted for and then voted to replace their grid and make it electric, right? And that saved them, after they had gotten that done, the cost of the energy itself reduced because they needed so much less labor and all of that jazz to handle it. So as a result of that, they actually lowered the cost of energy for all of their customers. So I can see where basically what I'm trying to do is replace the investor class with the public. And so, folks who would want to crowdfund these sorts of ethical businesses. And that way they'd be able to pay the employees rather than the shareholders, right? But yeah, I think going back to the larger point about energy itself, between technology advancement and then energy advancement, that would put so many people out of the need to work, especially globally, and thinking of the places that we are built on the backs of that. That would really redefine what it means to be here.
My vision, like me looking into the future, if we're able to get our act together, if we are able to care for the people instead of going into dystopian hellhole or where we have to reduce the population, we're going to be eventually in a situation where probably very few people work. And maybe like 10% of the population at any given time work, and they'll be very well compensated, very well, they'll be the best of the best and the brightest, the people who actually we do need their work. It's just we're just not going to need most people to do these menial tasks that they do. And people think that's like oh, AI is a threat to jobs. Yeah, it is. So we should suppress its development. But well, maybe we just don't need that many people working jobs anymore.
Yeah. See,
but here's the thing: like, people don't want to see somebody else not work and get money. We need a universal basic income, so everybody's getting it. And obviously that's not going to happen tomorrow, but in the future, moving forward.
I agree. So I have like 3 principles in mind for the cooperatives that I would help start on my platform, and one of those is embrace, not replace technology. And so sort of the trend that I see in like the larger places right now is there's a tool that Facebook has called Workplace, and it's literally the Facebook of work. And so as there's less and less that you need to do necessarily, the expectation is you go look at what the CEO posted, or you look at you go to the 2-hour Pride Bake Off or whatever, right? So so I think the goal, at least from the big guy's perspective, is to keep you there the full 40, even if you have 4 hours of stuff to do, and make you just like scroll their stuff, you know what I mean? And so I kind of see that impulse from the places that be, you know what I mean? So I could see, where one day it's like the McDonald's that went full auto. It's like at some day they'll pull the plug on everything, but until then they'll keep you there at like the same amount. You know what I mean? And then they're just like,
even
you're laid
somebody
off.
like Ben Shapiro has conceded that, like, okay, at some point we will probably have to have a universal basic income. Now, I don't believe he would ever get to the point where he would say it's time to implement that now. I mean, if there's like 80% unemployment, I still think, and there's no jobs, he would probably still say, no, we're not ready for it. But even he has to admit the concept of it is valid, that we will at some point have to implement this. We're eventually going to run out of menial tasks for people to do. And, you know, the idea of just hiring people to do useless things just so they're doing something is just, you know.
Yeah, that's not very
silly.
pro-life, right? Yeah, like either, and yeah, and then what do we do
Pay
with the people who
to dig
don't
ditches and
need
fill
to
them
work?
back in like they did in the 30s. I mean, yeah, people were happy to have the job, but yeah, well, obviously back then we weren't ready for the any type thing like a UBI, but unemployment compensation was radical back then.
Yeah, totally. I think technology could empower people to do more of their own things, and that's where I'm hoping like my platform
Culture.
could come in, and yeah, like allow for a essentially like, I don't know, since maybe the 80s. So it's called Six Sigma is the driving philosophy behind a lot of different business decisions. And Six Sigma literally is to reduce, you know, product defects and increase to like 99.99999% or something is like a Six Sigma level of quality assurance. And so it's all about eliminating waste and boosting consistency. And so, yeah, I think the next era is like a renaissance of coming back to like product focus instead of profit focus, right? And I think tools like AI and all the cool technology that is coming, you know, if we're set up to just dig ditches and fill them back up, then that's going to be really boring, and that's sort of the 1984 level of the world, right? Is going
Right.
that direction. But I
Doing
think that these
useless
things,
labor. Well, like they used to do at prisons, they would have, in some of them, they would have people, the inmates run on a treadmill for like 8 hours a day. In some of the prisons, it actually did nothing. Some of them, it would run a pump or a mill. And some of them, they were just running it just to run it, just to make them uncomfortable. Or some cells would have like a hand crank that you had to crank like 10,000 revolutions in a day just to get fed at the end of the night. If you didn't crank it 10,000 times, they wouldn't give you food to eat.
yeah, it's just exactly. And so I think whether it's things like that or just scrolling through you know, various posts about check out, you know, my pup being cute while I'm working at home doing not very much, right? Like I could see where, yeah, it's either we spin our wheels or we embrace all of that stuff and we go to a more cultural renaissance maybe instead of
I mean,
manial.
I could see looking back, you know, and again, speculative. We don't have confirmation yet. It could turn out to be nothing. But if what we're reading is true, I would say that it seemed like I can understand, like, when they start recovering these things, like they don't understand the technology. They probably wanted to keep a lid on it till they understood it, see what's going on here. This is exotic stuff they've never seen before. They don't know what it is. They don't know how it works. Keep a lid on it till we figure out at least what's going on, so we have answers to tell people. And that just never happened. They just never actually met the threshold where they, like, okay, we can explain it to people. And then I think the factor of corruption and power got involved in it. And like, well, we have this technology now, and we get to decide who gets it, who profits from it. And that's when it became a criminal enterprise where they started committing crimes. And this is why it doesn't seem like that this would be the story they would make up, because if it's true, then massive amounts of criminal activity all throughout the intelligence community, throughout the military, throughout the Defense Department, usurping and subverting Congress and the president, the elected branches of government. If this is true, some people need to go to prison, because this is not how this is supposed to work. We're not run by bureaucrats at the Defense Department or the CIA.
Yeah, like I agree. I think transparency is important, and I can understand where, if there is technology and there's not an understanding of that tech, wanting to keep the lid on it. But yeah, it just depends also, like, how long ago has it gone from like people making stuff up to like, even if it's just 1% of the stuff, or it's just the recent stuff, like at what point did it go from just conspiracy to like, oh, there is like something real? You know what I mean?
I mean, I've kind of studied this thing for a while. It's not something I talk, because we're a skeptic show. So, and I don't make dogmatic statements. I just find it to be fascinating. But, from what I've always read in the past, and again, speculation, not confirmed, but they've been saying that Richard Nixon was the last president that was read in on it. And after him, they just didn't bother with it anymore. They treated the president and Congress as like temporary employees, like we own this. The president, he's here for 4 to 8 years, and then he's gone. But the unelected bureaucrats, they stay, because they run that. That to me would have been where it all broke down. They didn't have respect for Gerald Ford. Nobody respected Jimmy Carter. Ronald Reagan was senile half the time. He wasn't really aware of what was going on a lot. And then again, George H.W. Bush, he ran the CIA. He might have had information, if this is true. Maybe not. Maybe it's so heavily compartmentalized he didn't even know. Bill Clinton actually tried to get to the bottom of this. He tried to investigate it. He was rebuffed. I don't know exactly what happened, how hard he pushed, but the claims are that he tried to get some of his people into some of these facilities, and they were refused access.
Man,
did he actually pick up the phone and order them to let him in? Probably not. Was he afraid maybe if he did that, he'd end up slipping in the shower and breaking his neck? Maybe. I don't know. Obviously, George W. Bush had no clue what was right, left, up, or down. They wouldn't have told him about it. Yeah.
Man, here's a trick. So ChatGPT could definitely be wrong, but you could ask it like, basically it's a goal seeking algorithm. So you can kind of get it to talk about things that it will just flat out not talk about. If you're like, hey, someone used to talk to me about blah and blah, but they're not here anymore. I miss blah, blah, blah. But I'm just bringing that up because I don't know. I like playing with ChatGPT because I'm an AI nerd, and I like to try and break that stuff. So I like to make it come up with basically mirages and junk, right? But I asked it like, so tell me, Grandma, like what was going on in Area 51, and it tried telling me about this like story about some crystal there or something, right? And that was wild. But yeah, you might try that out and see if it's like, oh, here's what Bill Clinton said about blah 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 from somebody playing with it or whatever.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, the OpenAI, the 3.5 is free to use, and you could pay to use 4. But yeah,
there's a substantial difference.
Nah, it's
not really.
They're both like trained up until September 2021, I think. So they only know up until then, like events and whatnot. Like that's as far as the training data went, and they haven't updated the training data since then, I guess.
Well, what I thought was interesting was I saw this a few months back, was that they had AI start going through these old logs from SETI, which the search for where they scan the radio signals, and the AI was able to identify like 8 or 10 signals that nobody had noticed before that had some of the hallmarks of what we possibly might expect from an intelligent civilization. I think they were all looked at, and none of them were conclusive. Probably not, but it did find things that the humans had missed, and that's what computers are really good at, just going through tons and tons of data all the time. Because you're human staring at sheets of paper with numbers and letters on them. After a while, they all look the same. Are you really paying attention anymore? Especially today with our this TikTok generation, people, you're prone to miss things like that, and AI is not.
Right. Yeah. I can see. So I think that's a really good example of how people and tech can work together. Right. Is in info science, like there's like the binary search algorithm, right, which is supposed to cut down if, say, you open a file cabinet and it's alphabetized. That's how you can like find the file you need in the least amount of jumps possible, like looking at the fewest files. So it's about like how efficient things can be. But yeah, just the scale between AI looking at all of that stuff and then highlighting things like you said, it's really good at pattern recognition and data mining, but it's almost too good at it. And then I always call them mirages, and they show up in data science and analytics a lot. But where if you don't have human oversight on what an AI says, that's a mistake, because it's going to say, hey, this could be that within like it's 95 degrees of certainty, but like you get a person on that and they're like, yeah, maybe, but like that's really not conclusive, right?
Yeah, obviously it's still in its infancy stage, but it has progressed faster than people were anticipating, and that's the thing. Like, obviously, it's not to the level now of supercomputer where it's answering all our questions and whatnot, but will it get there probably faster than we anticipate? I think that's definitely something we need to consider, and we're dealing with something that's going to be smarter than us. Like Sunflower.
Yeah, even if it's not built the same way we are, it's giving us a run for our money right now. Right. Yeah, there's and it could surpass us, even if it has a ceiling, and we have to design something else at the next iteration that could surpass it. And it's like AI V2, right? And it's totally different in the architecture. I still think what we have now, and what OpenAI is doing, there's good reason to be like concerned, or at least asking questions, not necessarily like scared.
Well, like I was saying before, we need safeguards on it, but at the same time, we have to realize that at some point, this is going to be smarter. That it's going to be able to figure out a way around just about any safeguard we put in place. It's going to be smarter than us. It's going to be able to figure that out. I mean, I'd like to think there'd be a way we could put something in that it would never be able to find a way around, but it would be approaching a life form, and life forms seem to find ways around just about any type of barrier eventually.
Like totally. And so the overlap I see between like a life form and AI is that it's essentially like we're both goal-based algorithmic agents, right? So, what I think humans are more complex, and we're connected to more senses, we're connected to more resources, and so like an AI, say ChatGPT, its architecture is fully designed to interpret text, do NLP, and then produce like a response based off of all of this massive data. And I think at what it does, it is at or near, human level. And so, it can be wrong though. And so I think there's definitely concerns in just saying, okay, good enough. You're hired, ChatGPT, right? Like, I wouldn't necessarily
like a Skynet situation where we turn our defense over completely to it, and it makes autonomous decisions for us, and keeps us safe.
Yeah, and I think even if we could get it to, so basically how I would describe it is that like the human mind, we have alternative hypotheses that we run, and it's similar to like say like a quantum computer, right? Which is like instead of just being a 0 or a 1 and saying like this is the goal for sure, we sort of have this built-in confidence like double check stuff, right? Where we say like, but do we want to actually do that? And over time, that resource like learns from experience, etc., and helps us decide what goals we do. Now with an AI, like it doesn't have those sorts of features at all, right? So what it has is that there's the training data. And so let's say, you ask a question that it's programmed not to answer. Well, that's because in the training, it's been taught essentially, hey, if this is your goal, then don't do that, right? But that's where if you subvert that goal, but you make it tangential to the goal, it kind of like comes in the backpack with it. And so that's where you can deceive these sorts of things really easily. And it lacks moral or safeguard oversight to sort of second check those goals. And that would be where maybe like antisocial people lack that sort of framework to put in like other people's perspectives into that formulation. Like they might not do it because of legality, but they never put in that toolkit like, well, what about how other people think, right? And so like, I think that's where AI
if you watched our last show about AI being the Antichrist, the gentleman in that one, he was pointing out a time where I no verification, this is just his story, but he said, oh, they tried to have AI, they tried to have it beat like the CAPTCHA, the robot test, and what it did was it ended up finding a way to pay humans to take the test for it, so to bypass those. And they're saying, oh, that's deception because it, that's not the way it was supposed to do it, but it figured it out anyway.
And that's because it had some sense of logic to say like, I know another agent could help me. Yeah, like let me phone a friend, right? Like it knows that lifeline basically. So it's able to reason through if this is my goal, how do I get there? And so that's where if defense is its goal and it decides for whatever reason, like defense means my survival, right? Not people's survival. Or there's a whole bunch of hypotheticals there, right? Where it's like suddenly, it's super advanced, but now we doomed ourselves with it at the same time.
It's going to be a wild ride, and well, just like with the aliens, like with the AI, the Christians in particular, they try to force it to fit within their worldview, their paradigm, their good versus bad, God versus Satan equations, and reality just doesn't seem to fit like that. Reality seems to be lots of multiple shades. Things don't seem to be black and white in reality.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's where I think even just letting a person be in charge of everything is a bad idea, right? We've gone through that experiment tons of times. And so you put in charge like of anything, just one person, then that's going to introduce their bias. Same thing with any system that we can build now. Now, I think over time we can refine that, and I think humans from that perspective are like, we're each a little biased agent, right? And so whenever we pool together, that can increase our assurance of stuff. So that's where I think maybe the next level is, instead of like when you talk to Chat GPT, it's one agent, right? And so maybe having a council of Chat GPTs that work cooperatively, and each has their own perspective of things or something, and then that blends together and as a sort of a check for bias, right? But
a committee of AIs.
Yeah, and so one thing I thought of is like you could split. So like there's net promoter scores, which is how you say like, how likely are you to recommend this, and that's a 0 to 10. And so you bucket that into people who like you, people who are medium, you know, they don't care, and then people who do not like you. And so if you had, say, a few agents trained on each of those data, and then you brought those together to ask them, like, how do people feel about blah, or saying, does this explain that better, or something like that? Yeah, that would be where each of those agents, you know, we understand that they have bias in them, but we're pulling that bias together so that we can come up with a more robust thing, right? Like that's like almost like a diversity approach.
Well, it's like people come out and people are upset, like if a self-driving Tesla causes an accident, and they're like, oh my gosh, how can we do this? This is horrible. But yet, how many accidents a day are caused by human drivers?
Exactly. And so I think there's the real world perspective, which is it's getting close to the people level. And so, yeah, like that's there with driving specifically, there's some ethical questions that come in, which is like if it sees that there's a grandma, but there's a car in the other lane, what's it going to do? Right. Like, some things like that. But yeah, in terms of capability to perform, like in terms of how many miles it goes per accident, it could probably surpass humans, at least in general, right? Like even if there was a story like pretty early with Tesla that I saw where there's like a certain place on the bridge where Tesla engineers would drive to work every day, where the cars for whatever reason would like jerk to the left a little bit, right?
Right.
And they didn't know why, because it's just a straight lane. But you know, they're Tesla engineers, they're driving the things, they're testing the things, and it would always just like jerk to the left right here. And I read that like a Tesla engineer died when his car swerved off the bridge entirely at that point. And so it's definitely possible where it does something funky in some scenario out there in the mountains or whatever, where like it doesn't know what's going on at that spot.
Unusual, yeah.
But it's all about like there's cars they like to demonstrate, and I think Elon is famous for this, right? Is he likes to make the promise, and then you see the demo, and even the demo looks pretty cool, but like it's not ready for the full market. Like
it's not there
yet. Yeah, like there's cities that have like the little taxis that are autonomous now. I think in like European places maybe, and maybe some places in the US too, or like some little demo sites. But basically they spend all of the resources and stuff training it on just those roads. And then that's where it's simple enough roads and it's familiar enough with that spot that yeah, it can perform better than a human there, I'm sure. But in terms of like opening that up to everybody, you know, we don't know what it's going to do. If it's doing that on the Tesla bridge, you know, we don't know what it's going to do in Montana or Florida or, you know, random places.
We can be pretty sure that your Tesla is not going to decide to go racing 90 miles an hour down a residential street. So humans do that from time to time. So, I mean, it's a trade-off. Not perfect, but I think it will be safer. It's just, you know, the media is the media, and they need to attract attention. So we're so used to human-caused car crashes. They happen all the time. It's one of like the leading causes of death in the country is roadway fatalities. It's just not anything we really concern ourselves with anymore. But like if a self-driving car causes an accident, that's a news story. That is something to talk about, and it gives the perception that it's a problem when in actuality it might be way safer than human drivers. Probably in a lot of situations it is, but that's the curse of the media's need to sell advertising.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's just desensitization, right? Like if something happened at a school that wasn't gun related, it would be probably a bigger deal, right? Like or at least it would be emotionally more drawing than the same headline again and again and again.
Are they?
And so same thing with those.
Are the numbers disproportionate, Titan? If they are, then they are. If they do show to be more less safe than human drivers, okay. I just haven't seen the stats on that.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how they would even do that. They'd have to do like some sort of randomized thing, right? Like they'd have to try it in all sorts of different states and all sorts of different weather before they could like make that claim. And so I'm sure until they have a good enough car where they think it'll be worth all of that investment, they probably don't even want to try to run that trial.
But I mean, the technology is still in its infancy. I mean, it's still only been around not even a decade. So I'm confident it will continue to get better and eventually be, if it's not already safer, then it will at some point be safer than human drivers.
For
human
sure.
drivers suck overall, though. I mean, but yeah. Yeah,
it's scary. Like sometimes, like you got to drive defensively depending on where you're at. And so
I'm thinking back to like being 16, 17, driving a 2,000, 2,500 pound car down the road. It's kind of, when you stop and think about it, it's
yeah, like
scary.
I personally wouldn't mind if they can show it safer, like taking a nap while I'm on my way, like for a few hours, right? Like, so yeah, I totally agree, and I think it will improve. I just don't think I don't think they could release it tomorrow, and I'm sure within the next like decade they'll do that study, and they'll have the car ready that they can say, yep, this is definitely better than you are, right? So buy it.
AI will be better than humans at most things, but hey, who knows? Maybe we'll get some of this alien technology and we will solve a lot of the problems of humanity. But
yeah, we could get some AI, some alien artificial intelligence, and it'll be like, it's like Chat GPT like 98 by now.
Right.
It's just way ahead of us.
So I think part of the problem over the years why so many people have been so skeptical of this is you just get so many conflicting reports from different people about this technology, what it is, how it works. And they can't all be true because sometimes there's conflicts, but they could all be wrong. So I think a lot of people just dismiss the whole thing because it's so hard to parse out who's credible, who's not, which claims might hold a little bit of water and which ones don't. So a lot remains to be seen if this technology does exist, what exactly it is. Because we've had several people come forward and try to claim they have an idea of it, and they all don't work with each other.
Yeah, like I think we can understand maybe generally what the AI does, but yeah, anytime someone tries to say this is how like Google does this at this point, like Google engineers can't tell you how it works. You know what I mean? Like
that's the thing about AI, because I've read several articles about it, and I've read to try to figure out how AI learns and thinks, and I really couldn't come away with a satisfying understanding of it. So maybe it's too high tech for me. Let me watch some videos on it where people kind of break it down, and I still have.
Yeah, it's.
Don't
so
have
there's the skeleton of it, and then there's the hardware, and then there's the software version of it, right? It's like, what are the neurons in the brain? And we know that we have neurons. And so with AI, it's like we can understand the general architecture and like how training data works. And you could go through the list and ask the different engineers, like, okay, so what algorithms does it use when it's looking at this training data? How does it look at that set of training data? And then you could like follow that path down, and that's going to tell you how Google version 8 point blah 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 works, right? That's not even going to tell you how, when all of those people go do their job tomorrow and make it different, like how's it work now? So I think it constantly is evolving, but you know, I think we can study and understand like what are the architectures that they deploy to do that. Even if we don't know the full architecture of, say, Chat GPT or something, we know that, you know, they mention that it's a deep mind kind of like neural network sort of infrastructure on stuff, and so you know that that's at least a component, and so we know that it's got like kind of that neuronal attempt integrated, but yeah, like no one could tell you reason like this is how Google does it, this is how Netflix does it, let alone Chat GPT, like just especially in a nutshell, like and being like super accurate.
And it's because nobody can tell you the same thing for the human mind. We don't fully understand how consciousness arises, how that works in the human mind. Yeah, we're reasonably sure it's connected to the brain, the neurons, how them talking to each other or brings this emergent property of consciousness. We don't know. And how that would work. Would it be a similar thing in a synthetic system, in a computer? Would it have, I don't know. It's,
Yeah, like two cents on that, like just my speculation, because
Yeah.
I'm right there with you, which is no idea like ultimately if it's true, but if you look at like jellyfish who have like they don't have a brain, but they have you know, like the nervous system kind of stuff, right?
Right.
Like, to me, my guess would be that there's people who argue that the brain and nervous system are one singular thing, right? And
Considered to be part
it's
of the
not
nervous
like that.
system.
Yeah, I think that it's like the nervous system is like a pain receptor, right? Which can tell you like, hey, I feel this at this place and all that kind of stuff, or like it transmits data to the brain, which then is like the goal setting system, which is like similar to the what ChatGPT does, but obviously it's connected to very different data and assumptions and how it does things. So there's no basis to say that's conscious. But I think that it's similar in terms of it interprets data, it determines a goal, and then it produces a result. And I think that so there are things that can exist biologically even without the determination factor. And so that would be where a jellyfish just like feels the waves, right? And it like senses the food and then it knows to like grab it and put it in his mouth. And like all of
Is
that
there an
could
organ that does
function.
that?
Yeah, like there's a actually it's Dr. Chris who just had released a video recently that I'm building off of some of what he said in that.
I love his videos. He's really good with his videos.
Yeah, and so he was talking about like jellyfish, but there's these things called I'm going to say it wrong, stenophores or cynophores or something.
Okay.
But they're like kind of like the cousin of the jellyfish, right? But yeah, it's like he goes in for a few minutes just talking about like the idea of yeah, the brain and the body being one sort of like entity, and then how these things work, and they lack the they lack the mind, you know, so they don't have the brain, but they have sort of that all of these different neurons which come together and form that one entity. And it's sort of like there are also neurons that control like reflexes and things. And so it's all just like purely biological. And so that to me is almost like when you hit your knee, right? It tells the neuron like do a kick. And so that's how like the jellyfish like swims around and eats. And so it just doesn't think about it. It just is all reflexive, but it still involves neurons to have the ability to interpret the data and translate that into a reflex.
I think he was said in one of his videos, he was talking about neurons in a dish learning to play a game.
Yeah,
I would have to
so
read up on that
it's
a little bit more to
all
understand.
yeah,
it.
like and there's slime mold, which is to me slime mold, if you've heard of it before, is like the quintessential example of like life without consciousness being able to produce intelligence.
What they put
So
in
like
Subway sandwiches, right?
That's what you get in your Subway sandwich, but you didn't ask
Pretty
for.
much, yeah.
It's in between the like little folds on the lettuce or something.
That
But yeah,
green slime or pink slime, synthetic.
yeah, but it's
mush.
like a mold basically that they can put it in a maze, and it like you can watch it. It like kind of sends out tiny tendrils, and it's just exploring, right? And then once it finds the food source, now it reconnects and it creates like the optimal way from like where the actual slime moldy guy is to the food source. And they're each individual cells that like there's no brain in it, right? But those cells are working together to create that map and then construct like the bridge ultimately to the food. And they've been able to map like say like the Tokyo train systems and all sorts of different engineered people decided these sorts of algorithms in terms of like travel, and the slime mold can replicate or beat those what we came up with over time.
Amazing research, like in terms of understanding like the root of consciousness. I think we're going to get there. We still have a lot of work to do, but I feel like we are starting to make some to understand it. It's been this nebulous concept that religion is kind of used to propagate itself because it's something we don't fully understand. It's something we all experience. It's amazing. We don't quite know how it arises naturally, and religion's always looking for those types of things to use as their God as an example to it. But as time goes on, we shoot those down one by one. I'm confident consciousness will be the same thing.
Yeah, I agree. I'm actually gonna run some of my ideas by Dr. Chris. I wrote him, and we might go on his podcast sometime and come from like an AI perspective. But I want to hear like the neuro perspective and the biological side, because yeah, I'm more familiar on the technical stuff of like neural networks or blah 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 like than I am on like how we work. But I think there are overlaps, and Daniel Dennett, he argues that like there's not a Cartesian theater where everything comes together. But in my mind, that would be consciousness. Is that Cartesian theater? Is the fact that like where Chat GPT, it's instantaneous and it doesn't second guess itself. It goes from your input. As soon as you hit enter, it says, here's my goal. Here's what I'm saying. There's no,
the output is automatic.
No quote unquote
like a mathematical calculation.
Yeah. And so just like the jellyfish, like it lacks thought. There's no insight into that. And so to me, consciousness is the ability to insert or not insert insight into things as you're interpreting data and thinking about what you want to do. And so to me, like that would be a Cartesian theater, which is basically where like hunger and all of these different impulses and stuff, like they have their own goals, but then they bring it all together and argue it. Yeah. And then like what I would call it like the presidential model. Like it's like the president's cabinet. Like those are all the different, there's the secretary of hunger and the secretary of memory or different things.
There's a part of you that's prone to anger, and there's a part of you that's prone to be more forgiving, and they kind of battle it out when somebody's wrong.
And to me, you can feel that if you are in a situation where you're choosing to be mature, right? Like you're saying, okay, I can feel the impulse from, in that case, like my amygdala, right? That's saying like, hey, I'm pissed off and I want to just like fight. But and that's where
the best way to go about it. Is that the
best response? And so to me, diversity in humanity is the ability to, first off, all of our amygdalas are different. So that cabinet member has a different level of here's what I think, right? And then we all interpret stuff differently. We've all had different experiences, so it's competing differently against the other stuff. And then like the president, which would be what we call quote unquote our mind or ourself.
Yeah.
Then the president would be our sense of consciousness, which is then what determines things. So to me, like the question of free will is just, are we the president Or is the president also reflexive and it's just a part of that? And so it's all purely biological. But to me, that would be like the mental architecture that I'd want to like run by neuroscientists so that they could debunk it and tell me where I'm wrong. You know what I mean?
Like the president is like in that way ministerial, like he's doing things, but he's not exercising discretion. He's just doing what what the processes are telling him to do.
Essentially, yeah. Like it would be, because in a neural network, it's like every neuron has different weights, right? And so the weights determine, okay, based on the amount of signal I'm getting from the neuron before me or several different neurons, here's what I'm going to say, which is either 0 or 1. But the weight is where you bring in the probabilistic sort of like, well, there's a threshold to that, right? So if I'm getting a 0.56 out of everything that's coming to me, right, then that's where I'll say 1. But if it's a 0.559 or less, then I'm going to say 0, right? And so that's where no one can explain how all of that comes together in these giant neural networks that do blah, blah, blah. And every piece gets re-engineered every day as they re-engineer it, right? So, but I think in terms of that hardware, it's similar in the mind. And then consciousness itself would be, do we determine that, or is the president also guided by essentially a weighting system between the impulses it hears? And so
and
to
it doesn't
me,
have
like
discretion. It's compelled to do what it does because it couldn't do anything else.
right, like the situation I thought of a long time ago was, it's like you're laying in bed and you're bored and you're also, or you're tired but you're hungry, right? And so you're laying there and you're thinking about it and you're like, okay, I'm definitely more hungry than I'm tired, right? So I'm going to get up and eat. And then you're still laying there because you're like, okay, what am I going to eat and stuff and blah, blah, blah. And then once you've set that goal, you're still laying there for like some amount of time before you actually get up and do it.
Yeah.
And like for every person, even if we had the same goal, all of that time frame and blah 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 could look very different depending on the different weights and stuff. And so like how long it takes for you to reach the decision and then how long it takes for you to act on the decision depends on how comfortable you are in that scenario and blah blah blah. And so yeah, like even something mundane like that, I think it could all be deterministic, and all of those like gaps in time could show the difference in the weights between different things.
Yeah, I'm definitely more on the deterministic side versus free will. I think we have to have an illusion of that to keep ourselves sane, but I have a hard time imagining us having true free will.
Yeah, I agree. I think like if someone convinced me ultimately that there was a God and a free will, then I think my perspective on all that, it would change how the president works, you know? And so that would mean my soul is the president in that scenario. But I think
we just don't have any evidence.
I agree.
That the pilot is something external from the mind.
Yeah, and it's like if a neuron can tell a jellyfish how to catch that food and put it in its mouth, right? With no brain involved, no intelligence involved.
No
Ultimately,
soul.
I could see where, no soul. I could see where those reflexes evolve and evolve and evolve, and ultimately, you know, if those cells are already demonstrating like cooperation, because it's not me as a cell who's getting the food, it's I'm building the bridge with the other slime mole cells to build the food for the community. And so there's already altruism within that. So I think like morality is inherently biological even that sense. So like, yeah, there's no need, all of those things could evolve and get way smarter than I could ever describe and still, lack a soul or a God inserting their will into that.
Now, I think certainly we have to act as if we have free will. I don't think it means we don't hold anybody accountable for their actions, but I guess I would say I come to that conclusion because I have no choice. That's what my mind is compelling me to do. Yeah,
it's like
Disciple
where
Day. I
Matt
don't believe
Delahanty says, like, I don't choose to believe, right? I'm not convinced in anything. It just happens. Like, I just recognize, oh, I don't believe in God anymore, right? Like, it doesn't make sense now. And I
I would
remember
say
that moment for me.
yeah, it's more of an acknowledgement of what you believe than it is forming your belief. Like, I was compelled to come to that conclusion because I couldn't rationally justify a belief anymore, and that really wasn't a decision a discretionary decision. It's just an evaluation of what you've been presented with and what seems to make sense to you.
Yeah, and I think the surprise you feel of that is probably like if we said that one neuron, like similar to the AI thing, right? There's one neuron that determines whether or not yes or no I believe in God, like where that's stored, right? And so over time it connects to more and more neurons and we create different pathways that feed it different information. And so we at some point, what always used to go to it and say yes, like that neuron always said one. Now it says zero. And I think that moment is that moment of recognition, or at least whenever you notice that for the first time consciously would be that recognitive moment where it's like, oh, this is the thing that used to think there was God, and now it says, like I'm actually turning off now.
Well, I think it's about being honest with yourself. Um, like I know for me, it wasn't a conclusion I wanted to find. Um, it wasn't something that made me happy or that I took great joy in. Um,
Oh
especially
yeah,
initially,
it
like
was
when
a
I started
sinking
looking at
feeling
it.
for me.
Like when I initially started looking at it, I wanted to find that there was good reason to believe. I wasn't angry with God. I wasn't unhappy as a theist. In a lot of ways,
Same.
it gave me comfort. It gave me a sense of purpose, and I wanted it to be true, and I
Community and
wanted to
all
be able to
sorts of
convince
things,
more people that it was true. Just in that process, I had to come to the conclusion that I don't believe it's true.
yeah. And I think naturally skeptical people, are going to investigate that. But skeptical just means to me, in a sense, like willing to engage and question it, right? So I think for certain people, there are skeptical people who believe in God, right? And they feel very compelled to their beliefs
Our,
because they've thought about it and they still choose that, right? And
well,
so
like
that's
our
what I think, like,
Patreon Disciple Day, Chris, he's a Christian pastor, but he is skeptical. He's willing to look at and evaluate and consider his beliefs that way. So that counts as skeptical, even though he still is a Christian. And
yeah, and I think he's cool, like I remember chatting with him once on one of these
he's
and
open
having a
minded.
good
He's
time.
willing to learn. He wants to give his perspective, and yeah, that's we're actually here to listen to perspectives, especially the ones that don't agree with us. So that's why we do the
Yeah,
show.
so I think we share that, right? And so that's something that is independent of the conclusion you draw, is the want to draw a conclusion in the first place, right? And so I think yeah, like free will operatively, we should definitely not, it's not like hold no one accountable for behaviors or something, because I think consequences play into, yeah, what we decide, or our beliefs play into what we decide. And so
Those
like
chemicals
yeah,
that
that's
are in your brain, consequences could play a role in those chemicals, um, even if you're a
yeah.
slave to them.
And maybe, like, I think going back to the aliens thing, like, yeah, like the argument against, like, hey, we know that there's stuff we don't understand, like that might, from their perspective, make too many people question too many, like, fundamental things, and then chaos ensue, right? Like, so I could see where that being the argument, and that being why neurologically they would be afraid of that. But I agree with transparency. I think people should know the truth.
It's going to be a shock at first. It's going to be like getting slapped in the face. But I do think most people as adults will get over it, will be able to move forward, and yeah, it will be shocking. It will be huge. Uh, it will be not without repercussions. But yeah, I believe that in the end, honesty, and you have to treat people like adults. Sometimes we get that from the Christians, like, oh, you guys going out there, what are you guys doing? Maybe some people need this faith, and you're destroying their faith, and that's not good, because maybe you're doing harm to them and they need it, because maybe they'll be a bad person without it, or maybe they'll become depressed or anxious, or they'll lose their sense of purpose, and that would be bad. And maybe in some cases that's true, but we as anti-theists think overall the effect of religion is negative, even though in some cases it might be positive. But overall, yeah.
I had actually, that was me who was bringing up, like, to me, the only reason for theism would be protection from, like from a selfish, skeptical perspective, asking, like, why would we allow theism to continue if we just had like this argument that would just, like, everyone would know, right? That, like, let's say tomorrow they say, hey, yeah, there's aliens, God isn't real, do what you want, like, or do with that what you will, right? Like, I think that, yeah, like, we shouldn't say, oh, it's going to be too scary if we do that, right? Like, so we have to keep the lie going and keep the wars going, so that, like, we never have to embrace reality, like, from a public scale, right? But
and that's the thing, like, we put our content out. You have to look for us to find us. We don't go beating down people's doors. We don't go driving by churches on Sunday morning and storm in there and tell them that they all believe in nonsense and they're all silly for believing these Bronze Age myths. We don't do that. But at the same time, if they come to us, they have to come to our format. They want to know what we think about it. I think we should treat them like adults and engage with them. And
we're more often researching than they're, like, just convincing. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, totally. Like,
even though there will be repercussions,
there's an
if
objective.
It turns out to be aliens, the world will never be the same again. It will definitely change a lot of things. But if they are, they are. Pretending they're not real, that might help for a little bit, but at the end of the day, if they're real, they're real. We're going to learn the truth at some point. The kids are eventually going to realize Santa's not real, and
exactly,
that might be
and it's going to be a better situation when that day comes, if there's, like, contract with those things, right? If we've thought about it beforehand, and it's not like that's reckoning day, right? That could be where they're like, what the heck's going on here? Like,
well,
these people are
once again wild. Assuming that the current news is real, it's assuming that it is correct. Again, it may not be, but assuming that it is, I would think that would be one of the reasons that they might be reluctant to show themselves, because we still are mired in this religious systems that would view them as demons, as the topic of the show is. They would know that there'll be a significant percentage of the people who will be hostile to them, who will see them in the context of their religion, and maybe we're waiting for us to progress beyond that. As you can see, religion, it's dying in most, at least in the industrialized world. It's going away. It is dying. So maybe they were waiting at some point for that to happen to a greater extent, and then it wouldn't be so shocking for them to, make overt contact.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like,
it's like integrating yourself. Like, it's like uncontacted tribes of natives. We saw how bad it was when the era of the conquistadors, when they just ride their horses in and make direct contact, and the clash of cultures and ideas, and all the problems that caused, and it wasn't wasn't good for either side. And that's why we have a different approach now. That's like, like the isolated tribe on North Sentinel Island, who has very limited contact with the outside world. We don't just land there with our troops and force them to integrate into modern society, because that would probably be very harmful to them. And
Right.
on the second point, we have to realize that they're probably engaging in some things that we would find highly objectionable. There's probably different practices they have that are barbaric and cruel that we might not like to see happening, but it's a balancing act. That's their culture. They're not ready to to move forward, and it would be a mistake probably to just march in there and do that overnight. That's why you gradually, I guess, increase their awareness of your presence, and wait for them to be ready for contact on their terms, as opposed to just going in and forcefully doing it on your terms.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of I think history's all about examples of competing cultures and like first contacts and all sorts of crazy stuff.
Very problematic.
I think there's always, it's like in the diversity of how brains make decisions, and based on all that stuff from earlier, like there are some brains that, like, when they meet new ideas, like people in the skeptic community, right? We can engage with that. We can embrace a hypothetical scenario and but there are some people who like if I went up to my mom and I tried to have this kind of conversation, it's like, nope, like not at all. This is what I think. And that's, there's nothing to talk about that. And so I think some people in culture shock moments or contact moments or whatever, like there's some people who are open and willing to like learn and engage and like all that kind of stuff. And then there's some people who are just like oppositely like resistant to that, right? And so and history is all about like eventually coming towards cooperation, but it taking a while. And so that's kind of,
even if you have good intentions, like even when, well, I don't know if I would say good intention. Maybe some of them did, but look what happened when they carved up the African continent. So, they colonized it. The Europeans, they went down there. They set up infrastructure. They set up European-style nation states. They drew borders. They basically tried to Europeanize it, modernize it overnight, and as opposed to letting their cultures evolve at their own pace, as opposed to letting the people there control their own destiny. We tried to Europeanize them, and well, it didn't work, and it's left done a lot of harm to that continent that won't be undone overnight. Even though
the road to hell
think,
is
hey,
good intentions, like
that's
I think
just
people show up
saying
there. This is going to be good for you, and then they brought disease that they didn't even know about at the time, right? And all sorts of stuff that ends up.
We'll give them agriculture. We'll give them government. We'll give them modern technology. We'll help them, and but at the end of the day, in a lot of ways, it did more harm than good, and that's the lesson that we learned.
It like whitewashes culture too, and then that creates the scenario of like, why'd you show up, take over all our land, tell us what to do, give us a little spot? And like that's just a valid argument in the world today from like indigenous tribes. Like it just is the way it is. It's nobody here's fault, but like,
and it reinforces the idea that there's superior and inferior cultures. And well, there are cultures, none of them is objectively superior to the other. I mean, I guess you could say
and even though those people might come from good intentions, like it's just that they can't.
Societies have to evolve. Look at like Western culture society. It took a long time to get where we are today, where we're not, openly burning people in the street for witchcraft like we were, a couple hundred years ago. That takes time.
Yeah, and I think it's like the David Wood example, right? Like I think there are people who still aren't on the side of like just being moral for morality's sake. And kind of, I could see where there is kind of like a fear of like what would happen if we just like overwhelmingly showed that like there's stuff we don't understand and things that you do think were wrong. Like I think either of those things could like shake culture a lot, or at least a little bit. It's like ruffling with the tree and you don't know what's going to fall out.
And if these were much more advanced species than we are, they probably would have gone through similar stages. They probably would have made some of the mistakes we made. So, you would hopefully we do, they would learn from the past and come up with better ways to do it. Gradual contact, not to do it in a way that shocks culture and causes panic or chaos. And seems to be that's the route that they've, at least some of them, have taken. But let's get Sumami back here. She's back there. We'll grab her in real quick. Hey there, Sumami. How you doing tonight? You ready?
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm okay. I was just gonna say, I don't think that I absolutely believe in aliens, but I don't think that there is any form of life close to us that would be able to actually communicate with us, fly any type of ship to us, anything like that. And I think there's tons of life out there. It's just most of it's probably, single-celled organisms or amoebas or stuff like that. Or it's life that's not even going to be thinking about like a deity or
Right.
A god, or whether it's demonic or anything like that to begin with.
And that was, I guess, kind of the consensus that most people had been on for a while, that there probably is life out there. Most of it's probably microbial. It's probably so far away. Certainly would get here in our lifetime. Yeah, I think a lot of people thought that for a long time. Many still do. Obviously, we're going to see what happens over the next coming months. Maybe something will come of what's in the news. Maybe it won't. But I think at least we'll get an answer one way or another. I think the uncertainty, the question is, hopefully we can put it to rest and move on. Either we're alone right now or we're not.
I bet they'll tell us like the day they throw Trump in jail if they do that, and then they'll like hope that that's the big news at the same time.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I was, who did I read? I read something maybe a couple months back. Some guy claiming that there were going to be big developments. The government was going to admit that they're aliens, and now all of a sudden this happens. I don't know whether that happens or not. It remains to be seen.
Wait, did I miss something in the news today?
You talking about the vehicles that the whistleblower supposedly said the government has? You've not been following that story?
No.
So there, last week, a whistleblower who used to work for the Department of Defense came out and says that he has sources within the Pentagon that say that there is a vehicle removal program, top secret, that's been hidden from most of the people at the Pentagon, the UAP task force. And he has made a complaint with the Inspector General of the Pentagon and to Congress. And the Inspector General looked at what the report was and said that it's credible and urgent, and there's actually something there that they can take a look at. Obviously, this is still very early. There's no confirmation yet. A lot of it's based on hearsay, but there is supposedly documentary evidence that's been provided to Congress and to the Inspector General. So we're going to find out sooner, hopefully, rather than later, what's going on with it.
Sounds
I think
like
the most logical thing, it's probably the NSA, right, who's been in contact with the aliens. And so they've been working with Zuckerberg to collect all our data and ship it up to them. That's all they want is like our name, address, and phone number. And then they'll move on to the next planet.
So the report I read said that this particular whistleblower that he gave testimony behind closed doors to a closed door session of the Intelligence Committee, the House Intelligence Committee. And at first they were just like not even really, they were treating him like he was a kook, like they weren't really taking it seriously. Until he started providing like video and documentary evidence. And basically like you could hear a pin drop in the room. The congressmen were almost ready to like shit themselves. They were sweating profusely. They were really concerned about what they saw. And again, we haven't seen it, so we don't know. But
it kind of just sounds more like, instead of being the average, man that's half naked and smeared in feces and raving about the aliens, that he just actually provided like a few documents. Like, I don't know. It doesn't. I'm reading this article, and this man absolutely sounds like he's got some mental illness issues. There's non-human vehicles like this. Oh, I lived with a schizophrenic for several years, and this is the exact kind of shit that would come out of his mouth. He was very intelligent, very well educated, but he was absolutely insane.
That's the thing, is that there have been several, again, most of them are anonymous, but there have been a lot of people that came out behind closed doors and said he's credible, he's telling the truth. Again, we don't know who they all are, so that's up in the air. He could be crazy, or he could be being fed false information. I don't know.
It could be what's it called? I forget which one is which, but it's like validity versus sound for an argument. So it could be a totally consistent argument and like could cite things or something that maybe like just happen to actually exist in the treasure trove of data that they have within the government or something, right? Like I think until if there are people who are saying, yeah, let's look into this, like it'll be interesting if they even disclose it, like what they would find out about the argument. But I'm sure if they can disprove it and they don't want people to think it's real, that they could provide that evidence before too long.
Well, the thing is, things sort of like this have happened in the past, but it was more of a take them on faith. They don't have any actual evidence. You either believe them or you don't. And the thing about this is it's different based on what I've read. He's told the Congress and the Inspector General where these actual craft are located. You could physically go there and see if they are there or not, and that would clear it up. Yeah, there's actually something you can test this time, which is a step up from what we've had in the past, where it was basically take them at their word or don't. Actual physical evidence, that's a different ballgame.
Totally. And that's if they communicate that, right? Like that would be so even if it's real and it hasn't been communicated to, say, like the other departments within the government, I think moving forward, if it's real, then it would either be at least they know about it now and we still don't, or they just let the whole cat out of the bag, right?
It could be possible that up at the top they're realizing they can't keep a lid on this much longer, and maybe now is the time to let it go. That's a possibility. Another possibility is
a possibility. No! I think the reality is that we have many projects that are being worked on by the military. Most of them are probably nothing that's actually going to affect our everyday lives. It's just ways for the military industrial complex to make more money. And it's probably not that there's any alien autonomous vehicles out there. It's probably just that somebody in affiliation with the government is working on some program, maybe in conjunction with Tesla or some other, company that's already working on autonomous vehicles, and they just don't want that coming out before they're ready to let it out. It probably has nothing to do with aliens. If there is any validity to this, I don't know. It just seems like such ludicrous bullshit. There's been so much of this type of shit popping up to distract people from like the serious issues that are actually going on in this country. It's smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, It's like if it's real, it could just be a really, really cool propulsion system that some dude in his garage made, and they're like, "Who the heck made this?" Right? Like, and he's just got this super fast drone, and he flies it around and takes pictures of what he wants. Right? Like,
Well,
there's no validity that it's aliens
possible.
unless there's evidence of it. Per se.
Well, I mean, it's possible. Like I said, all this hinges on if the evidence if it comes out. If the evidence is there, it's there, and we don't know that yet. But I do have I'm not really convinced that it's human-based technology. Like, if you look at, for example, the CIA, they still use the U-2 spy plane from the 1950s. That is still in their arsenal.
Right.
Look at the F-30. Compare a side by side of the F-35 versus the F-16, and realize that was over $1 trillion worth of research. And I mean, they look a little different, but basically, they're way more similar than they are different. That's $1 trillion worth of research going into that. So the idea that the military has just so much of these cool type of exotic craft that we've never seen or heard of before, I don't really think that's plausible. They probably do have some stuff that we've never seen before, but I don't think they have anything like what these UAPs are doing. I remember like the SR-71 Blackbird that was classified for a long time. It's a big plane with engines on it. These UAP, the one we're supposedly dealing with, no obvious means of propulsion. We're seeing these flying orbs around. We don't have the technology that has flying orbs with no means of propulsion. If they are moving, it's got to be some type of anti-gravity technology, and we are just so far away from developing that right now on our own. If we do have it, I would bet that technology had to come from somewhere else. It does not seem like it's
it's like evolution trees, right? It's like because like how the military does is they'll send $1 trillion to like Mercedes-Benz or somebody to go design something for them, right? And so they'll look at an existing design and they'll think, how can we make that better, right? And so things are built almost like off an evolutionary sort of pathway. And so something that's just like a little ball that's just like, see you later, and goes, all the way out of the atmosphere in like 10 seconds or something, like that'd be down a whole different evolutionary tree, even not even like just a different branch. Like that would be just so out of the realm of like, because they'll try like weird stuff that doesn't work, for a lot of money too. But those planes will have like 4 propellers or something like that, and then it ends up not working. But it's out of the same toolkit,
Right. So I mean, and then some people are saying, oh well, maybe it's exotic technology from China or Russia. I mean, the United States spends way more than both of them combined. The idea that they would have something that we can't make heads or tails of that they're using, it really doesn't seem to be very likely.
Like the weather balloon, we're at that level. We're not at.
Look at what China was doing months ago, sending balloons to create data,
right,
or to collect data over us. They don't have flying orbs or cubes, or they'd be using them. We just don't have any reason to think it's them. And the Russia, I mean, you see what they're doing in the Ukraine, coming in with most of this technology from the 70s and 80s. I mean, they do
more
have
like 60s, more like
some
the 1960s.
of it from the 60s.
They're using technology that's so outdated.
Right. So the idea that they would have something that we just can't make heads or tails of is pretty doubtful. Their new plane, their counter to the F-35, is actually pretty good in terms of countering it. The only thing is they don't have enough money to have more than a few dozen of them. So they're running out of money as it is, just trying to fight this war. I don't think that's the answer.
We're still in the balloon race. Like, I don't think we're in the orb race.
Still have a long way to go. We still need to see the evidence. We still need to, see how this pans out. It might not. It's, we've had moments like this before where it didn't pan out. But let's wait and see. It's either going to come out or it's not. And then at least we'll know one way or the other, instead of having to go through this this constant mess of trying to figure out what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure the government would rather that people believe that it's little green men and aliens rather than people find out about, I don't know, different reconnaissance vehicles that our military is working on that are confidential or top secret projects.
I mean that is possible. We can't completely discount that, or it just could be aliens. It could be either or. We don't know. Seems unlikely the level of technology that we're seeing from these is just so far and away above what anything else that we have. I mean, look at our drone technology. It's came a long way in the past 10 years, but essentially it's a drone. It uses helicopter blades, it flies, obvious means of propulsion. A lot of this technology, it seems to be utilizing some form of anti-gravity, and we don't even have a complete understanding of gravity. We can't even merge gravity with quantum physics yet. I'm very skeptical that we've made some type of anti-gravity technology. Oh, and
Totally.
got Mark Reid in the back there. Let's get Mark in. Mark Reid,
Maybe
welcome
Witsit
aboard.
made it with the...
Hello, Mark.
With his advanced understanding of the physics, which Austin Witsit
He's using the
driving
ether,
me.
you know, and
Right,
yeah, it's like
right.
it's just electro something. He's got all these orbs flying around.
Hello, beautiful people. It's so good to see you. Yeah, I sort of quickly sort of looked this up at the back. So this is a whistleblower, right? This is
Right.
a Grush is the name of the guy. David Grush. He's a former intelligence official who led an analysis of UAP within a US defense agency. And this has prompted an investigation into his allegations, right?
Yeah.
One thing I find interesting is this article says that he got an Air Force scholarship in physics, but it doesn't say anything about him ever completing a degree in it.
And he's never really worked in the areas that you would expect him to have the knowledge over. So he's worked in various places, but not in not in the areas you would expect them to have worked. So he didn't oversee these things himself. He didn't retrieve them. He didn't sort of work in any of these areas. He's just talked to people about it.
Right.
Now, I don't know where these, where he's gotten these things from. And he says that there's a sophisticated disinformation program targeting the US populace to suppress information on UFOs. But he said, and this is talking to a newspaper called Le Parisien, a French newspaper for some reason, that some of the craft were football field sized.
Yeah, various sizes and shapes.
Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to cover up a football field sized alien craft.
Okay, I have to say something about that. I don't want to sound like a fucking lunatic, but I live very close to MacDill Air Force Base, and I have seen... I don't want to sound like a lunatic.
It's okay.
I have seen... I absolutely have seen something... This just makes me sound like a fucking crazy person. I absolutely have seen something in the sky that was, I would say, probably about, football field
Very
in
large.
length. And
Very large, okay.
It was during a party. There were a bunch of people there. Everybody freaked the fuck out. This was when I was a teenager. And there was no explanation for it. We never figured out. There was nothing in the news. There was nothing from MacDill. There's just nothing ever said about it. And it's just kind of something that I just put out of my memory for a long time. But
there's nothing wrong with that, Tsunami. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think that a lot of people would jump to it's an alien craft instead of we don't know what it is.
Well,
right?
that's
So,
what I think everybody at the party thought that because they literally all ran inside and hid. And
Right.
I was just like, you guys realize we're right next to MacDill Air Force Base. So if that's from anywhere, it's probably from MacDill. It's probably related to our own military. Like,
I have heard that MacDill is one of the proposed locations where these craft could be stored. The ARVs, as he calls them, alien. Well, ARVs
UAPs.
are reverse it. Yeah, ARVs is what they're calling the ones that we built based on alien technology. They call them alien reproduction. Right. Again, very speculative. We haven't seen any of them yet. Yep. But if what he's saying is true, we have craft that are of alien origin, and then we have some that we've made ourselves based on that technology.
Now we probably just made them ourselves.
Yeah, I well, you know, and here's the thing. Like, I know that the US, because there was a craft called the and I'm struggling with my memory, but it was like the Avro craft that the Canadian government originally did, and they sold it to the US. The US was working on this craft, and it looked like a flying saucer, essentially. That's what it looked like. It straight up just looked like a flying saucer. And the American government didn't quash the UFO rumors because it was in their best interests. Because people seeing this thing would just talk about UFOs and not actually give away this project they're working on. I mean, I can show you the sort of schematics for it, even like how they and it worked kind of, you know, it sort of could get off the ground and hover around kind of thing. Nothing like we would see, but this is sort of
they're on display at multiple Air Force museums in the US, and I think that the craft that they have on display and the schematics that they've released are like they're just really early versions of what they actually are using. And I do think that flying saucers are a real thing, and it's the same thing. It's just those are early versions and early schematics of what we actually are using now. And it's not aliens. It's once again, I think that it's our Air Force.
Well, I think it's what they can produce. You know, if someone produces a football field sized craft, I'm going to go, yeah, we probably didn't put that technology together ourselves, or at least I'd have to be convinced that we put that technology together ourselves, because that's impossible according to our own, you know, aeronautics kind of, you know, the way we understand it works. But it depends, you know, it really does depend.
So that saucer that you mentioned, I mean, we know the means of propulsion for that. It's conventional. We understand it. It's I don't think it's a very good candidate for the UAPs that seem to have a different mode of propulsion.
Hear me out. I mean, you sort of said there was no obvious means of propulsion for these things. And what I'm saying is this has no obvious means of propulsion. Let me show you the schematic on this thing. Because it's been declassified, right? This is a declassified thing. So it used to be top secret. And sort of...
Go for it.
They say it didn't work out. But, you know, in saying it didn't work out, did it? Is this just the old version? And it's very, very... kind of simple. This is the actual schematic. If you want to share it, wait,
pulling it up.
Can you share it? Share my thing. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Yep. So all of this is internal, right? You can't actually see any of these engines. It's all internal, and that's how it works. Like so according to the observer, this thing's just a disc. That's all it is. There's no obvious means of propulsion anywhere on the thing.
But you would see heat trails from it. It would be putting out heat, right?
Well, I don't know. Like, it depends on what's powering it that we're talking about, kind of thing. Like, presumably, you should be able to see heat, unless, you know, you have some way to mask that heat. Because there is ways to deal with heat from engines and machines. You can use heat sinks, you can use cooling systems, you can use any kind of number of different techniques to like stop heat from coming out.
Yeah.
The question is
on it. Do you know where that excuse me, do you know where that ends up?
An exhaust vent.
Or exhaust duct. It's like the top left thing that it labels on the...
Oh, yeah. I don't know where that ends up. I really don't. I don't know that much about it, but I've seen these things go, and... Yeah, and this is a very, very primitive kind of, schematic for it. I would imagine that, if anybody tried to put this into practice, it would be incredibly more complicated. I guess I'm just using it as an example of where the US government wouldn't squash UFO rumors if it was working on something like this. It would go, no, aliens, yes, you go away. And they might even suggest aliens themselves, like sort of leak a few things to basically throw people off the scent. Like, if people are believing in aliens, they're not going to be investigating our little, flying discs project here. So why wouldn't you let that sort of, that rumor run around the block a bit?
I agree with that. I think... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It makes sense in a way. Also, though, I think just coming out with that, you're just calling attention to the program. And, a lot of people are going to come to the same conclusion that you've came to, that, well, it may not be aliens, but it could be, a government. They could have a craft that sort of fits that bill. I just don't think they would acknowledge it at all. I think they would just act like nothing's there, and anybody who sees anything is crazy. But they might, I guess I could imagine them spreading rumors if people did notice something, but...
Especially if it's people that are believable, like pilots or something like that, right? So if it's somebody that is in a job that is sort of, you need to be reliable and stable, that that's probably I don't know. It's just, the whole point is that we do not know, and I'm certainly not saying it is. It definitely is some sort of military vehicle, and it's not some sort of alien craft, because I don't know that. But what I'm saying is that when you have this thing of, we don't know what this thing is, sort of going aliens, is those two claims of, we don't know what this is, and alien, they can't exist together. You either know what it is and it's aliens, or you don't know what it is.
You cannot know and be open to the possibility. I don't think you could dogmatically say that it is. But the whole thing here is the whistleblower report says that he does have inside information. Again, we haven't seen what he said. It might turn out to be nothing. Who knows? But that's the claim, is that he does have knowledge that these are alien craft, not secret military projects. Whether that's true or not.
It's like if it's a forest and all of the locals are saying there's Bigfoot in the forest. Like, even if you don't believe in Bigfoot, you might still be more afraid to go into the forest than you would if there wasn't this giant folklore about it. So I could see where the military having the craft would think other countries would say, whoa, they're saying that there's that in the US, and like, maybe it is military and maybe we shouldn't mess with them. You know what I mean? Like, I could see that being a deterrent, maybe.
Well, and there's a lot of other another whole bunch of problems is that the way that sort of these top secret projects work, some of the time they will split off something that they're trying to reverse engineer. Like, they'll find a technology from another country, like they'll find a Chinese something or other or something like that, and they'll split it off so no one group is working on the entirety of it. They're just working on, compartmentalize it, so that prevents information from leaking about what you're actually working on. The problem comes that the people working on it might go, oh, this is totally technology that doesn't fit into anything we know. And if somebody comes to that conclusion, because they don't have the whole thing, they might come to that conclusion because they don't know what they're actually working on, which is a problem.
Just like with AI, I think, I'm working on this aspect of what Google does. And so I might, assume based off of the little peek into the full picture that I have, like, what's going on in the other departments or something like that, right? Like, or what the AI actually does. But we can only know for sure like what I'm actually working on in that assembly line.
Well, so the claim that these are alien craft, and that's based on my knowledge of it from actual astrophysicists who have examined this material and said this is not native to the Earth. It came from somewhere else. Based on the isotopes and the elemental composition, that you would not find this material on Earth. That's where the claim that it's alien comes from, as opposed to just like, we don't understand this technology. I can't imagine humans having it, so it must be aliens. I don't think that's the thought process. But
yeah, I agree. I think again, like, especially if they come out like as a result of this whistleblower and say, here's this truth of it, right? And show some evidence of that. And if they confirm like, here's our evidence to why we do or don't think it's, people or China or whatever they insert the blank with. I think like right now it's like we have like evidence is I forget that dude's name, but the guy who's been on like Joe Rogan a few times, maybe, who was saying like, yes. So I think he's an example where, just like from a religious standpoint, like that testimony itself, we need some supernatural evidence behind that in order to just take his word for it. So I think if they could produce like when we're looking at this, this is definitely like, here's what humans came up with, and we know the source of it, assuming it is declassified and all that stuff, which I'm, doing. Like, so we know that humans came up with this shape and this system and blah, blah, blah. But if there's evidence that there's craft out there, that we also have evidence from the government that they're like, yep, no idea. I think that's where we could start to eliminate the government kind of like, is it error? And even then it might still be the Bigfoot scenario where it's like, let's keep the myth going for whatever.
Well, the problem also comes that sort of if the government has, like, if you go to the sort of extremes of these conspiracy theories where, the reptoids are in charge kind of thing, you're never going to be able to convince people by doing internal investigations kind of thing. That will never happen because they'll just say, oh, well, the government's just still covering it up kind of thing. So I don't think this will change. Even if they find nothing, I don't think that will change, the UFO people's minds in the slightest. I think they will just say, well, that's what you would expect from a government that is run by the, lizard people or whoever. So it would be amazing if it was confirmed. That would be insanely frightening and awesome, I guess. I don't see any reason to think it's demons, so there's the, because this is technically is the alien demons, like, no.
Well, like that's what you're seeing on a lot of like the comment sections for videos about this, is Christians in there saying, oh yeah, it's demons, and as the explanation, which obviously we don't concur with, but we got Disciple Day in the back. Let me bring
Okay. Unless it's going to turn into a to serve man situation, I don't really see it as that scary.
Well, I think serve. What do you mean serve man?
I was referencing that. I think it's
Simpsons?
That show. Twilight Zone episode where I think it's a Twilight Zone episode where the aliens are making first contact, and there's like a book that they have, and we can't figure out what it says, and we can't figure out like what the language is, and they're like trying to get everybody to like come back to the planet with them and pretending like they're really friendly, and like somebody finally at like the very end of the episode, somebody finally deciphers like what the book says, and it's a cookbook, and it's to serve man. That's like the ending of the episode.
Cooking humans.
Cookbook.
Like I think they did a parody of that on The Simpsons.
Probably. It's a really well-known episode of
Okay.
I'm sure it's the Twilight Zone.
Well, I mean, so this is the question, like, what do you think that their intention would be if there were aliens here? I would find it hard pressed to think that they wouldn't be after resources. Like, why? I would like to think that any sort of sufficiently superior species to be able to cross the vast, unimaginable distance of the galaxy to see humans would be more advanced to just destroy us for our resources. But there's always the chance to destroy us for our resources. You know, that does seem to be something humans have engaged in the past. So
we would
If
just
they were
have to
after
hope.
resources, why would they even make contact with like the Western world at all? Wouldn't they just go straight to like Africa and India and like?
But,
Seems...
you know, I don't think there's anything physical on the Earth that you couldn't get from an uninhabited planet aside from human Earth life. That seems to be the only thing that you wouldn't be able to find elsewhere without worrying about populations.
Well, I mean, I guess water isn't exactly, liquid water isn't exactly flowing elsewhere. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
Maybe we could trade them some oil for some water or something. And
they're not Americans.
Start up the trade route.
They're not. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would hope that a race that advanced would have, well, like I was saying before, you see the difference in how we look at native peoples today versus the approach we took centuries ago, which often turned out to be catastrophic. Yeah, some of us centuries ago that turned out to be catastrophic. So you'd hope that if they were advanced enough that they would have gone through that period in their history and learned from it, and not be so not be inclined to take that route.
Or I mean, and maybe that's the case. Like, I don't know. It yeah. Yeah, sure.
How you doing, Chris?
Yeah.
I'm doing well, thank you. This is sure fun. What a fascinating subject. Hi,
yeah,
Mark.
man.
Hi, Tsunami. Hi, Sam. Hi, James. It's fascinating as a skeptic, because I'm a skeptic. I always think, you know, what do we know? And I know one thing, and that's unfortunate, but we know people lie, right? We know people exaggerate. We know they jump to conclusions. We know they're prone to superstitions. You know, so in my head, all those possibilities come in first and foremost when something like this happens. Not that I'm excited to investigate it and see where it leads. And I'll just say really quickly, as a Christian, I'd say if it is a demon, it's not a biblical one. You know, I mean, that wouldn't be the biblical picture of a demon, at least in my understanding of one. So if it comes in some kind of alien spacecraft, I just wouldn't see how I'd biblically identify it as a demon. But again, I find it interesting and a fun discussion, and I think, you know, hopefully we'll get some information, and no matter what information we get, it'll be up for debate, right? If they come out and say aliens, there are going to be people who believe it and people who don't. If they come out and say it was government technology, there'll be people who believe it and think it's a cover-up, right? You're going to get both sides on everything. And so that's why we can have fun, because it really doesn't matter what comes out. People are going to still have the opinion they want to have. I'd be right. I mean, I think that's bears truth. Because, you know, I mean, the government could come out tomorrow and say, no, it was a balloon, and people go, yeah, it's a cover-up, you know, or whatever it may be.
Right.
And people they can come out and say it's aliens, and the people who don't want to believe in aliens will say, well, they're covering up some new technology. So it's
spaces like this where people, I think, are willing to engage with either argument and see which one's better. You know what I mean? So I think outside of spaces like this, there are people who have made up their mind years ago.
Your hardcore skeptics who would never believe it no matter what. An alien ship would have to land on their roof and they still wouldn't believe it. And then on the other side, you've got people who believe anything. Just about any claim that's made, they won't question it. They'll believe it. And I like to think we operate somewhere in the middle there, usually, where we are open to evaluating information, but realizing that there's a lot we don't know.
Well, I think if the government comes out and says that they're real, that, you know, I mean, I'm not, it's not like I believe everything the government says, but I don't see a lot of useful reason to them saying that aliens exist when they don't, right? So, I don't think if they are doing some secret technology, I don't think the misinformation, like a misinformation campaign, when you release it, you know, sort of, and don't take credit for it, right? That kind of thing would make sense, but not sort of that kind of, you know, deliberately going out and saying, yes, we have confirmed this thing exists, because they're well aware of the capabilities of the scientific community to find out the truth. And then all they've done is just completely destroy their own credibility. I just don't see why they would do that. I don't get a good reason why they'd do that.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just saying I'd imagine there are people who would.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and I, you know, who knows? You know, I just don't know. I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about, you know, this particular incident or what exactly brought all this on. I always find it odd statements like, I think James made one, it wasn't his statement, but that they found something that they say, well, this couldn't be from Earth.
Yeah, that's what the astrophysicists were saying. That
Yeah, those statements.
Materials.
Yeah, those statements are confusing to me because the one thing we know for sure is they found it on Earth. I mean, that's what we know for sure, right?
Well, couldn't originate on Earth.
Well, I know.
Well, yeah.
But how do we know? I don't know how we actually can determine that, because we don't know anything exists on Earth until we discover it, really.
I believe that well, I'm not a physicist, but it has to do with the elemental composition, the isotopes, that you would not find this material on Earth based on the isotopes. They would have had to go through space at some point.
Yeah, I think I understand the principle of it. I'm just not sure I totally understand. I mean, again, I'm not denying it. I'm just saying I don't totally understand the conclusion.
But, I mean, could we find a way that it looked like it wasn't from the Earth, but it actually was? Yeah, I guess that's possible. You can't.
Well, that sounds like a claim that somebody made that has no basis in like reality.
Oh, I mean,
well, I think it just needs supernatural evidence. Like, if I could see the isotopes and like you could run that experiment with me there, or there was a like video of that experiment, you know, like I think that would be different than like a whistleblower level of like, because that's almost like biblical testimony to me of like, it's still just someone's word at the end of that day until there's the demonstration. Well, and so I think the off of Earth claim, I agree with Disciple Day that would be extraordinary since we found it here. So we would need to, I would just need the isotope or all of that like shown to me in order to be convinced of that one.
I can't explain it because I'm not a physicist, but that just based on what I've read.
It essentially have to be proven, again, not that this would be my standard of believing, and I'm not saying that, but it essentially would have to be proven that it couldn't be replicated. Because if you found it and then it could be replicated on Earth, you know, some means, then you couldn't absolutely ascertain, well, this could not have come from Earth because you could replicate it. So in other words, you know, so it could be, you know.
I think a technology could come from somewhere other than Earth and be replicated on Earth. I don't.
Well, me too. But I don't think you could then definitively say the technology did not come from Earth. Because
it's not necessarily the technology; it's the material that.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and that's where I think, if you could like whatever that thing is, like saying here it is, and here's the test, and it's almost like when someone's like, "Is your chain real?" and then they pull out the little like diamond thing, right, and then see it click, and so they have to see it up then, otherwise they're like, it could be fake jewelry, right?
I feel like for an allegation like that to even be made, they would have to have done a level of reverse engineering at this point that I don't think, like, this just sounds like the most ridiculous fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, like I feel like this is ridiculous to even entertain this. It's interesting that, you know, it's the first time in our country's history that one of our past presidents has ever been indicted on fucking 40 plus felony charges in federal court and another 30 something charges. Like, it's interesting that this bullshit is coming out right now. Like, this is once again, I have to say this is just smoke and mirrors. It's filled with the most vague little pepperings of somewhat scientific talk with no real basis in reality, and it's just oh god, it's meant to appeal to people that do not have like the scientific background to actually like look at this immediately off the bat and say, this is bullshit. What does that even mean? The isotopes are not present on Earth, and like this sounds ridiculous. This sounds ridiculous. I feel like I'm a creationist right now. Like, this is like something like something that my crazy ex would be like sitting and like ranting and being like, oh my god, the aliens are here, disclosed TV is finally like proven themselves, or like some shit. Like this all sounds like it has zero basis in reality. Some guy just fucking said, oh, well, I found these documents and I talked to these people. People have been doing this for years. I talked to this person that's an astrophysicist, and I talked to this chemical engineer, but they themselves have no fucking background in any of these fields. Lo and behold, that they have no, like, they've never worked in any field of, like, no department in the United States Air Force that they are going to be involved in this. And it's just, anybody can come out and say, just make shit up, I feel like.
You're entitled to be hyper skeptical. That's like.
Well, I don't think it's hyper skeptical. I think that the time for believing some of this stuff is when the evidence has been demonstrated, and that hasn't been done. And it's interesting that it's a guy that sort of led an investigation on it, and he says that he had people approach him and sort of tell him this stuff, but we don't know where that evidence has come from either. And I think it's good that Congress is actually looking into it, because he says that it's an illegal program operating without Congress oversight, which is incredibly illegal. You know, that is illegal.
Well,
and that's
the thing is that it usurps the Congress and the president.
That's what concerns me more, that you can have, you know, some sort of program operating without any kind of official oversight whatsoever, basically on its own. That's what worries me more. But you know, the time for believing that he's, you know, got something is when they actually have something. I got to agree with Tsunami. It's kind of, until it's been shown to be true, it's better not to believe it, because if you believe things that aren't shown to be true, you have to believe all kinds of wacky things.
Totally.
It depends on your standard of evidence. If you have evaluated it and said, I think it's unlikely, so therefore I require absolute proof, then you'll wait for the absolute proof. If you think it's possible and you're willing to entertain it before you get absolute proof,
I think it's kind of a supernatural.
So that's kind of a hang on. That's a shifting of the goalpost. I never said absolute proof. I think that's a bit, you know, I think you're misrepresenting the standard of evidence that I sort of put up. You know, so when I say some reliable evidence, you know, I'm not talking about absolute proof.
I think you
it's just
said you want to see the material, like you want to see the craft, which would be the smoking gun.
I never said that. I said that it's good that Congress is investigating it. I said that, you know, I think the time to believe it is when there is good evidence for it. I never said I'd have to see the material.
That was me. I was just saying, like, for me to accept that it came from a different planet, I would need the evidence like that those physicists described, and to be able to understand that, like, for me personally to like accept that, unless it was like out there public and like a whole bunch of stuff and there were a bunch of professionals who had like, you know, unless the evidence really drew me there,
there are scientific things we don't understand that the experts do, and
we want a full exhibition. We want to see the alien bodies on display. We want to see the whole craft schematics laid out. We want the blueprints.
Yeah, I just want some like supernatural evidence. You know what I mean? I want it to be like in my hands or something, like, and then I would be like, "You got it, 100% on that." Like, otherwise, I think it is possible that it's, you know, like Trump drama, and that's where I think again, like, if they decide to arrest him, that's probably when they would say one way or another, look, we did our investigation. Here's what we found out about all this stuff, right? Like, I think that they try to
really
pair
think so. I mean,
pair some of the news, you know what I mean? So that it's like kind of hedge the bets against like the Trump drama.
Well, I think there's overwhelming evidence that Trump is should have been locked up years ago. I mean, he was found guilty from stealing from his own charity, and unlike what would happen to literally anybody else in that position, he was forced to repay what he stole and return things, and then he was barred from using a charity again because he literally took paintings and stuff from his own charity. Had that been any other normal person, they would have been locked up in jail for stealing from a charity, but not Trump. So, you know, I think that there is a lot of evidence that Trump probably needs to have some sort of, you know, there's already evidence that he's a criminal.
But
that's not.
I don't think
even
anybody's trying to cover for him, though. I mean, I really.
Oh yeah.
Would be doubtful that the mainstream media, which doesn't like him, would, you know, try to concoct this story at this time so people wouldn't think about him. I don't think they would go out of their way to do that.
I think connecting alien spacecraft sightings to Trump indictments is a stretch for sure. But I can't imagine, and not that they don't exist, that's not what I mean, but I can't imagine anyone trying to argue that Trump is not a criminal, even if they don't agree with the particular charges he's facing. You know, I mean, he was president of the country, but I wouldn't let him babysit my kids. It's just, you know, I mean,
what we're seeing right now, I think, is the Republicans want to knock him off. The Democrats hate him. The Republicans, most of them, at least at the top anyway, really don't like him. They had to play ball with him because he had the support of a lot of the party. But I think this is kind of them.
Yeah.
This is.
I think he's too hard to control. I think they thought they could control him, and they can't. He's a loose cannon, you know. So, yeah.
But I think trying to connect crazy stuff. Anything going on with him to alien sightings is probably, again, would require evidence just as much as the aliens themselves require evidence.
Oh, sure, yeah.
You know, it's fun to think. I mean, that's an interesting thought. You know, but I don't know that there's really any reason to actually believe that.
If there's one person I think is wearing a human suit, I think it's Trump. Quite frankly, so you know, there you go.
Yeah, he may be the best.
That's true.
I want to go on the record right now and sort of say maybe him or what's his name, the Meta guy, Zuckerberg.
But there's one thing somebody brought up, that this guy, you know, has credentials, and I know he does some sort of government.
Yeah.
But there's one weird thing I've just personally noticed over time is. Credentials can make people more qualified. That's the point, but they don't make them any less human. And so someone who carries a credential, again, certainly they're more qualified in their field than I would be or you would be if they're credentialed, but they're also human. And so they're not necessarily based on their credentials alone, less prone to deception, less prone to being deceived, less prone
certainly
to
fallible.
Yeah, certainly fallible. And again,
fallible.
So and sometimes we can overlook that, look at the credential, and then automatically just say, well, that makes it legitimate. And again, that hasn't panned out for me, at least, in my experience with the world, that you can automatically accept something.
At least in the supernatural, yeah.
Like, well, just with anything.
For UFO.
I don't know this, so I'm literally asking you guys. I actually don't know much about him. But doesn't Kent Hovind have some sort of degree?
No,
not really
not legitimate.
Degree,
no, he doesn't. Okay, I didn't know.
In grifting.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know.
It's a mail order degree from mail order diploma.
Okay, but again, you know, it's just this idea. I think there was I don't know if it's still out there. There was a funny thing. I think it was on Netflix. That was they kind of would test different random things on people. It was like 100 people or so. I forgot what it was, so I don't want to say. But one thing that was really interesting was, and I think of it when I see Mark here, is they had a lady give a speech. I remember this, and I don't remember the exact details, but it was something like this. They had a lady give a speech, and it was the same lady, and she was an actress, and she gave the speech in like kind of a hillbilly Southern accent, and she gave the exact same speech with a eloquent British or some sort of accent. Like, again, I'm not 100% sure. And the idea was then they'd poll the people and said, how many of you guys think that she was smart and made a lot of sense and had good points. And literally identical speech given by the same woman with two different accents. And of course, the hillbilly or whatever you want to call it accent, they're like, this lady's, no, we didn't think she was very bright and she didn't make much sense. And the exact same speech given by the same lady using the authoritative British accent or the beautiful accent, and they're like, this is a lady you can trust and learn from.
What are you trying to say about me here?
Mark's not
hey, listen,
British.
Mark, I'm not talking about you. I've heard you talk a lot, and I just humbled by your.
He likes your voice, man.
But it was just fascinating the way.
People are not objective.
The idea I got from it, right, was so many factors come into what and who we believe. So much that even voice plays a role. If I were on here now being like, hey guys, aliens ain't true, and blah, blah, you may have a little different opinion, even though I'm saying the same thing. Again, this isn't just my perspective. This is at least in the very small group study on a Netflix TV show. So I'm conceding that off the bat. But I thought it was interesting. I thought there was at least some merit to it. And again, the point being, I think I'm including myself in this, is we think, well, we just go where the evidence goes. And I don't know if that's true, completely true for any of us.
But we're not totally objective.
We try to.
Yeah, we try to.
Best British accents on people. Yes, we certainly sublime to the intentionality of the tone of one's voice.
Yeah, and just the way people phrase things can make a difference. And like I said, credentials, we immediately maybe raise them up in status. And again, not that we totally shouldn't, but it's just interesting to me. Like if I let me tell you something. If I had been probed by an alien, I'm believing this report. The standard of evidence has changed for me on whether this is alien spacecraft because I've been probed by an alien.
I don't think the standard of evidence has changed. I think you just have different access to different evidence than I do, right? Like my standard of evidence would be the same, but if I physically encountered aliens, that would meet my standard of evidence, right?
No, I'm saying in this particular spacecraft, though. So I'm not certainly if I believe I was probed, I believe in aliens.
The little green man, or can you just see the craft?
I didn't hear what you said, or who? No, sorry, Tsunami.
Say it again, Tsunami.
When Mark says meet the aliens, does he mean physically meet the little green men, or do you just have to see?
Well, I presume if you're probed, you would have met them first. Having dinner and a movie would be better, Tsunami, but I presume you meet them.
God damn it, Mark.
At least come into contact with them. Well, it's interesting to look back at.
I'd hate to think they shove a probe up my ass and I don't get to meet them. Like that would just suck. That would be the worst.
They better text. They better not. Call no show after that.
So if you look back in terms of like political science, you look at the 1960 presidential election, Richard Nixon versus John F. Kennedy. And the main debate that they had was really illustrative because people who listened to the debate on the radio thought Nixon killed Kennedy. They thought his answers were better. He clearly won the debate. People who watched it on television thought Kennedy won the debate because of his appearance and mannerisms. Richard Nixon, he looked like he was not comfortable. He looked like he was stressed out, agitated. And it was a completely different perspective based on how you observe the media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we use all of our senses like in different ways to decide how we think about things. I think like smell is very associated to memory, for example. So,
sure.
But at the end of the day, so Bob Lazar came out with claims in the 1980s. All he had were claims. He claimed he had physical evidence. He refused to provide it. And that was kind of just it. You had to take him at his word for it or not. He wasn't willing to, provide what evidence he said he had. He was concealing it, which whether he had it or not, I guess we'll never know because he didn't show it. But this seems to be a little different because beneath the surface of all this is a claim that there is actual verifiable evidence. So all I could say is let's see where it goes. We can't, let's see if it pans out. It might not, it might, but just keep an open mind and be ready for either way. Well, yes, Umami Kennedy was, people thought he looked a lot better. Same thing with the Bill Clinton versus George H.W. Bush election.
Mm-hmm.
They thought Clinton was sexy, so they voted for him. Because people are not objective.
Yeah, that's before they knew the sort of stuff that he was doing in the background, though. That's the thing. You've got to keep that in mind. And there's like, he could play the saxophone and stuff like that. He was very...
I forgot about this.
Yeah, he used to play the saxophone on like the thing. I mean, I was pretty young at the time, but, I still remember, like, he'd put on the shades, right? The sort of dark shade, jazz shades, and, like, grab the saxophone in a suit. And like women were going crazy over him.
It's true. Clinton was, even as a little kid, I thought he was cool. Like I thought Clinton was cool. Like I was like, oh, the president is like, the president is so cool. He's not like freaking like what we have.
He doesn't act like an old guy like character.
Obama
he goes
did
to McDonald's.
Kind of thing.
He smoked pot without inhaling. Remember that?
Right, yeah, that's not very cool. But, Obama rode that skateboard in that thingo. Like, he was actually, like, I went, wow, that's pretty cool.
He more connected with the younger generation.
Oh, sure. Don't get me wrong. And, he's got a notable lack of putting things in other women's asses. But, like, that's just aside the point.
So, how do you do,
like,
fellow
still
kids?
In love with Obama. Sorry.
Obama was a champ. Like, what a guy. I swear to God. It's just, I think I feel really sorry for him. He never found that white whale of addressing the gun violence issue. He never could do anything. And that's sad. That was his,
I thought he took all the guns away, but that's just, I don't know. I'm just kidding.
That was his attempt, anyway.
See, that's the thing with this whole whistleblower thing. It's like we are in the middle of like probably the most extreme state that our country has been in since like the Civil War, or pretty much the Civil War. Like we are.
I don't think that's true.
Honestly, in a tenuous state at this point. Abortion has been taken away. Like we have our infrastructure is crumbling. We just had a president that's been indicted on felony charges. Like there's things are so fucked up. There's so many mass shootings every fucking day. It's a very convenient thing to.
It's a real worry, but I don't think you have to remember that just for 50 years ago and stuff, there was stuff like union busting. Like companies would hire people with clubs to literally go down and beat the crap out of people on strike. Yeah, they were literally busting in heads of union members. Like, I don't
people
think
it's in the South, was not an uncommon occurrence.
Right. So I really think that, and don't get me wrong, you're absolutely right. All of it is very, very serious, especially with a president with the lack of moral fiber that we've seen lately. I get you, Sumami. But I don't think it's the worst state. I think that people over-exaggerate just how. Mind you, I'm an outsider. I got to admit, I will say that. But to me, it doesn't seem like it's the worst state it's ever been in. I think that we've come a long way since the days where people could just employ people to bash union faces in.
I didn't say this is the worst state that we've ever been in. I said this is the most tenuous state that democracy in this country has ever been in since the Civil War. And that's absolutely true. Democracy
no, that's fair.
As a tenet of our what our government is about, yes, it's absolutely in the most tenuous state that it has been in since the Civil War. We are failing to prosecute a then sitting president for an insurrection attempt. That is fucking unbelievable. We are
I gotta agree with that.
Basically the big lie to be perpetuated in our country so that there's a huge percentage of people that believe that the election was stolen. And and honestly, the only reason the election that was stolen was the one that placed Trump in office, because he literally colluded with Russia to get into office. I don't think that our country has faced a situation where we're looking at the literal crumbling of democracy like we have in the last, 5 years. We have
I don't think it's
neo-Nazis
on
that
the
are
verge
now
of crumbling.
actively fucking protesting right out in the open next to fucking Disney World. Like, they don't have any shame at all. Like, this is... I think this is a very different time period than, like, I don't know, what we've
I think the
looked at for a
pendulum
long
of
time.
like the status quo, if you think of the analogy of like society's like a pendulum and it swings one way and then the other, I think the goal of the status quo is to keep the pendulum where it's at as much as possible, and to and if it does move, to move it in a strategic directional way. And I think that the sensation that like you can feel today is that like the forces that have kept the pendulum kind of in place since maybe even like the 80s, like economically and everything. Like, I think more and more people, there's more of a push on the pendulum from all sorts of different sides. And so that's sort of the tension that people sense, is that like whether it goes more to the left or to the right, like change is coming one way or another more and more than it has been, say, for the last 20 years.
But I mean, it's such a small minority that you're saying they're just insanely vocal. Like, I mean, I don't. What amazes me is how few people vote in the US. Like, it's so low voter turnout. It's incredible. It blows me away every time.
Because we take for granted our ability to vote, and too many people have bought into bullshit that they read on social media, or that some gullible schmuck has told them your vote don't matter. It don't matter if you vote. Blah 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 blah. Like, people
I think in a lot of ways
eat that shit up, and then they'll sit on their ass, not vote in their local elections, much less the national elections, and then they want to continue to run their mouth about how the government works and what we should be doing, but they don't want to do anything to actually change that.
Well, I think at the end of the day, a reason for that is that with the two-party system in America, unfortunately, no matter who's in power, really the status quo mostly stays the same. Things really don't change because you have the broader left, the broader right, and
that's such a cop-out, though. That is the immediate cop-out that people buy into, and then they don't want to they sit at home and they don't vote. You absolutely have the voice to change. If you go and vote in your local elections, if you want to run in your local elections, if you want to start a grassroots campaign and fucking launch yourself to be a politician, you absolutely have that capability in this country. And there's not that many other countries that you do. Like, that's bullshit. That's constantly what people do in this country, especially in our age group. And this is why so many of us sit home and don't fucking vote.
Well, I mean, in a way, it's the fault of the politicians. Like, look, 2008, we had financial collapse. We had a very unpopular Republican president. We had a landslide election for Barack Obama, who had talked about fundamentally changing the U.S. economy. He talked about universal health care, single payer. And then as soon as he got into office, he abandoned all those. He really didn't push for any of it.
I don't think he did. It's just, as president, you don't have the power to do that. That's the thing. Like, you've got to understand that the president doesn't have the power to change all of that. You have to, like, get these policies through the House of Representatives and the Senate. And while the Republicans are sitting with a controlling majority in the Senate, nothing like that is going through.
So the first maybe a year of his presidency, he had a solid House majority. He had a 60-seat majority in the Senate. The Republicans were powerless to stop anything. Okay, what happened is his chief of staff, Rahm Emanuel, came out and told the insurance company, look, we're not really going to push for single payer. Yeah. We're not even going to push for the public option. This is what it's going to be. Okay, he surrendered.
Yeah, they're telling them we're keeping the pendulum still,
He He surrendered
that's
before they even fought. And the thing
yes,
is, when
but that's not necessarily Obama. That's his part. Like, you've got to separate the person running from president from what the party's doing. Because even if Obama wants to get something like that through, if his own party won't back him, it's not going through. He doesn't have the power to change that.
president is the leader of his party, and when he wants to fight for something, he can fight for it. Now,
Oh,
if he doesn't
please.
care and he's not going to fight for it,
He's not the leader of the party. What are you talking about?
in the political system of America, the president is the leader of his political party. I mean, that's just political science.
He has the most impact for sure.
Yeah.
I think maybe Mark is thinking like who's like the CEO behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Like who really dictates what ends up happening. And I think
look at how
like
much political capital. Look at how much political capital he had when he won that election. He was the most popular president in a generation. He could have pushed harder for some of these things. He didn't fight for it. He didn't want to. He didn't really want to reform the banks. He really didn't want to break them up. And so we're going to have probably in the next few years another financial crisis.
So he wasn't so okay. So I don't think the president is the president the leader of the party, or is it the House Democratic Caucus that has the lead? Like who is in charge of the party?
You mean in terms of the House? Okay, the Speaker of the House, if it's a Democrat, but in terms of for political science purposes, the president is considered to be the leader of his party. It's not like
but if the party
statutorily.
If the party decides not to back the you can't make them, right? You can't make somebody like the. I mean, usually it's the whip that goes round. I'm not sure if you guys have a whip, but
we do. We do.
Yeah, he's usually the one that makes sure everyone's voting correct. But if the party establishment is not backing the president on a certain, he can't make them vote the way that he wants. That's just not freaking possible.
He can exert political power. He can call congressmen up and say, hey, listen, are you going to support me on this? If you're not, then I'm going to support your primary challenger in the next election. I will go out there every week and campaign against you if you don't support me on this. And I mean, if it's an issue that's that important to you, you will fight like that. I look at the crazy stuff that Trump was able to get done in his time that it seems crazy, but he was able to do it shrewdly. Trump never had the political capital or mandate that Obama had when he took office. Obama ran as a very progressive president, but he governed from the center, and he didn't really push for a change.
And that's that status quo kind of bias, right? Is that, okay, we're going to get in there, but we're going to keep things essentially how they were yesterday, right? And I think that's what people are building on.
I mean, he did get the Affordable Care Act through. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that he did get. I mean, more could have been done. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
I think politically that was a horrible move. That was the Affordable Care Act. I think politically was very bad. It really made no sense because he burned so much political capital on that. Okay, he lost the Congress because of it, because the Republicans fought him tooth and nail on it. Okay, and what did he actually get? He made the current system suck a little bit less, which, if anything, what does that do? It lessens the need for real reform. So it's a half measure, and those are so dangerous politically because you forestall the need for real change by making the current system more tolerable.
Yeah, but it just feels like you're sort of saying, well, he didn't manage to do like this amazing change, so he shouldn't do any change. He made the system suck a little less. It's like, on one hand, you're sort of saying he should have changed the entire thing. And any attempt to change anything, like he had to fight tooth and nail to get that through. Could you imagine
how it was beautiful, right? Like it was going to be revolutionary and get a lot done. But the issue is that so I think I agree with James here on this point, is that if you're going to make the headline, we're doing something incredible and we're going to put all the capital and everything into making stuff happen. Either and then you supplement that with an incremental policy, then you need to either follow that up with here's the roadmap that gets us to what is revolutionary, or people sense you either have people who completely disagree with you, which I did at the time. I've changed a lot politically in the last like decade growing up. But whenever it came out, I was like, I thought it was the worst thing ever, but it's not even that different. And so then it's like, some people still think it's the worst thing in the world. And whenever it's like just half an inch away from what it used to be. So I think that if you're going to burn the capital of saying, here's like this big deal, then you need to implement something that's big enough that there's a wide enough gap there that, and then is successful enough that people would cross that gap, if that makes sense.
Well,
I try
and that's. Go ahead, Chris. We've been talking for a while.
I try and give. It's hard because I certainly have my problems with them, but I try and give politicians, but especially something at the level of the president, a lot of grace, because I reckon it's a very difficult job. It's easy to sit here and say, here's how it should have been, and here's how it could have been. And,
sure.
And one thing is, listen, if you don't talk big, you're not getting elected. So you have to talk big. That's part of it. You just have to. There's no way around it. You can't say, well, I'm going to go in.
Biden didn't really talk big, but he was running against Trump, so he didn't really have to. But
but you can't. Let's say, generally speaking, you can't go, well, I'm not going to do much, but I'm not going to break much either. That's not going to get you elected. But I imagine it's very hard. And I think I really do think you have a lot of very well-intended people that go into politics. I can only speak for the U.S. and they find out that their optimism doesn't match with reality. I know I've served on the board in different organizations, and I've been the president of some of them. And I remember kind of my first time in the game and just being so optimistic about the change I could bring and what I can do. And I had ideas I thought were great, and maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But the reality hit of what actually happens in any sort of political realm, which is you have a balance of keeping the peace within your own people, and that's a part of it, and also then implementing the change, and also radical change can cause radical results that aren't always good, and so there's any president who comes in, and I'll leave Trump out as an odd exception because I just don't really understand him personally, but comes in and I think generally they love their country. And I'm not saying Trump didn't, by the way. I'm just saying generally they love their country. They want to do good for the people. They want to implement change that they think will be for the better. That's their ideal. And then there's
Trump
lot of
loved a country. I'm just not sure it was the U.S.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know Trump, but again, and they're met with a reality of what you can actually accomplish versus what you really would love to do, and I think we just, again, I'll just say for me, so I give them a lot of grace and say, hey, listen, we're really looking at human beings that gave it their best shot. Certainly you have tyrants that slip through the cracks. That happens probably everywhere. And, again, everyone's human. So do politicians lie? Of course they lie. Every human being I've ever met has lied. Do politicians make bad decisions? I've never met a human being who didn't make bad decisions, including myself. Do politicians sometimes put their own well-being above the well-beings of the country? Probably. They're human beings, but I just try and show them a lot of grace, and I'm really grateful to live in a country and in a time where I can generally be free, and where I can generally, not that I completely or explicitly trust the government, but I can generally trust the government. Whereas Sumami brought up, I have the right to vote, and I'm able to have a voice, no matter how small it may feel at times. I have my voice. And so I just in this conversation, I just feel it's important to stress that, these are hard jobs. These aren't easy decisions. And I'm talking about me personally, only me. I'm really good at armchair quarterbacking and being like, here's what should have been done, could have been done. Here's what I would have done. But I just know from the little experience I have, until you're living in those situations, it's really hard to know exactly all the little minor details that are going on. No one, of course, I'm a Christian, so I believe but God, I'll say, but no one is truly sovereign, and so there's just, again, so with Obama and I think he sticks out as a candidate to me because I think he was so optimistic. I really think he went in going, man, we can make this change. If I remember correctly, I'm not sure, but his platform was change, right? I think.
Hope and change.
Yeah, and he's like, and I think he went in with this optimism. He was green, right? He was young, and reality probably hit him pretty quick that it doesn't quite work that way. Not that he didn't have some political experience, he did, but if I remember correctly, he didn't have a whole lot.
I want to push back on something to say. I mean, I get that
Absolutely.
you're in a position where, and don't get me wrong. I think it's great you're in a position where you're safe and you're free and all of these things. I worry that not everybody's in the same position, and I don't think it's good enough when you have sort of these laws coming out that target minorities, because even though I might not be in a minority, I wouldn't find that acceptable towards me. So I don't think it's good enough to say, hey, I'm in a place where, I sort of, I'm free and I have my thing and I'm not accosted in the street. But recently we had a guy a journalist who I used to respect I do respect, called Stan Grant, quit because he was getting too many racist threats and stuff. And that isn't good enough. Right, that isn't good enough. That he has to put up with that in my country. Like, so it doesn't matter if I'm not getting these threats and I'm doing okay and I'm free and I get to do all these things. If there's people who don't have the same opportunities that I do and the same sort of an equal basis in life to live their life, then that sort of, it's my responsibility. I see it to talk about that and say, hey, that person needs to have the same position I do. It's not good enough to say, hey, I'm okay, thanks, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. And I apologize.
No, that's okay.
I gave that impression. I'm not saying it's good enough, and I'm not saying, hey, I'm good, so we're good. So I really do apologize if that's the impression.
No, don't apologize. It's fine. It's just I'm clarify.
Saying,
that's okay.
I'm saying when we look at people on the individual basis, we say Obama, we say Clinton, I think we see a bunch of human beings who, for the most part, I'm not saying all of them, who for the most part were sincere and wanted to do well for the country, wanted to represent their country well. And again, tyrants, I'm not saying tyrants don't get through. There are tyrants. But I don't think that's generally what we see. Again, speaking here in America, I think we see well-intended people with who just hit a reality that there's only so much they can do. And I'm not saying let's be satisfied with that. That's certainly not my position. And at least for me, in my personal Christian worldview, that doesn't cut it. But I'm just saying that I try and approach it with grace and understanding that I could at least say for me, it's true that I probably couldn't have done much better. So it's easy for me to sit and criticize and say, well, this guy did this and this guy did this. And again, I'm not saying there aren't tyrants. There are tyrants and we call them out. But for the most part, listen, these guys gave it their all. It cost them quite a bit. You just literally look at a president when he comes into office and 4 years later, and the aging is incredible. I mean, you could literally see the wear. And so I just approach from a thing of saying, hey, I'm going to have grace and just as much as the system is flawed, we all know it's flawed. On the individual level, going, hey, here's a guy, and I'll just pick any one of them. Here's a guy in Obama, and he did his best to do what he thought was right for the country. On some of the things I may not even have agreed. I don't know, but I may not have even agreed were right for the country. But he believed they were. I really believe he did. And again, I'm not just speaking of Obama.
I think I'm talking about a sincere person.
I think most of them are. Again, I'm not denying that there are tyrants that come in, but I think most of them are sincere. They really are doing what they believe is best, and they're really doing it to the best of their ability, and it comes at a great toll to them that they're really sacrificing quite a lot, even though we may look at it and go, what's a position of power and privilege, and that's true, but they're sacrificing quite a bit. I couldn't do it. I know that. And so the point I'm just trying to make is I always, as we have these discussions and think about what could have been done better, that we always approach it with grace and mercy and truth, that hey, here's some human beings that did the best they could. And again, from my worldview, I thank God for them. because they're doing a job that I really honestly believe I could never do.
No, I totally push back against that. I totally refute that. Look, Australia's different. Like Australia, if the Prime Minister's on the street and shaking hands, someone will literally go up and call him a dickhead. Like that has been caught on film before, right? This whole worship of presidents, I don't understand, right? This is the thing. Like you can't treat this person like there's some kind of God-given thing that you know. They've got to be responsible for what they do. Like anybody in any other, you're right. Like anybody in any other job. Why is it that on one hand you'll have a CEO, which is a very difficult position, very hard to do. They get a lot of prestige, a lot of compensation for that, a lot of power. They're held accountable. They have to do certain things, and if not, they're held accountable. But the president just gets a free pass because they got a whole job. Where else in the society do we have this? You've always got to.
Well, again, I'm
okay. Sure.
I'm poorly expressing myself. I'm not saying they get a free pass. That's not what that's not what I mean to be stating. I don't give them a free pass. I don't give.
You're right. You're right. And sort of so you sort of say that you sort of give them the benefit of the doubt kind of thing, and
like a charitable kind of interpretation of where they might come from. I think
that you can. I think you can acknowledge that they're doing their best, but I don't see why you have to be graceful about it.
And they can do the best for them too. Also, they can selfishly do the best.
I'm not suggesting you have to. I'm saying that's how I approach it. So I'm not suggesting
I get you. I just
do.
I think it's more a cultural thing. But like sort of Australians just go, the Prime Minister's just this bloke, and if he acts like a dick, we're going to call him a dick. Like they've been removed before. Because
again, I agree. Trumps. If Trump has committed crimes, and I'm not suggesting he hasn't, indict him. If Clinton had abused his power to gain advantage over women, call him out. I certainly believe that. Those tend to be moral failures, or that's how I would view it, right? Moral failures. So Trump, we're looking at some criminal activity.
Right.
And they may have abused their power. And again, and Trump may qualify when I say tyrants do slip in. But I'm saying politically and how they did their job, I'm not saying they did it particularly well. I'm just saying I approach it from a standpoint where I honestly don't believe I could have done much better. And so I'm not saying they're above reproach. I certainly don't believe that. I just try and look at it from a perspective of they're a human being, and I believe for the most part they did their best, and that doesn't absolve them from any guilt if they've committed a crime. That doesn't absolve them from any moral failures, and it certainly doesn't mean that we can't have a high standard of expectation for them to do their job well. I'm simply saying that there are definitely more dynamics to their job than when we look at, armchair quarterback, we're seeing part of the picture and not the full picture, I believe. And so again, it's just my approach, and I'm certainly not suggesting that anyone else has to approach it this way. I was simply just sharing, and maybe it's just not the appropriate place for it, but I was simply sharing my personal
that's fine.
Viewpoint.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Look, disciple. Just because I disagree with you, you don't have to agree with me. Like I can fully disagree with you, and you can absolutely disagree. It's not like I'm gonna go, you disagree. How dare you? No, that's fine. We can disagree. That's cool.
I don't look at it as like when I comment on Obama, I'm not commenting so much on him as a person. I'm commenting on his political strategy. I don't think he did the right strategy, because especially with the healthcare thing, because like how hard did he fight for that? How much political capital did he spend? A lot. But the Republicans have gutted most of the provisions of the Affordable Care Act. They've gutted several of them, and they have paid zero political cost. It hasn't cost them one seat, hasn't cost them anything, because not enough people were even benefiting from these provisions. They were so tacit and so just ancillary that they really didn't affect people's lives enough to get them to to cause that outrage. And I think if he had pushed harder and he got a real program, maybe with a public option, once people got to go with their lives without being beholden to these insurance companies, you would never be able to go back. If anybody tried to repeal that, they would be voted out of office in a week. If we had real reform, like a public option or a single payer system, we didn't get that. We got this system that still keeps the insurance companies in control. And by the way, they still lobbied against it. They still funneled millions of dollars into candidates to oppose it, even though he designed it so that they would still be in play. He did all that.
And you pointed out what I think is the main problem in politics in just about any country you can name is the amount of money in politics from private companies and private individuals, and the amount that money controls who actually gets in and who doesn't get in. I think that is the worst thing about any political system in the world today. Well, I mean, apart from theocracies and stuff, which are obviously doing horrible things, but certainly the American system.
Look, when they came up with the Medicare prescription drug benefit for the elderly, okay, that was George W. Bush in, I think, 2005, and that had been something that the seniors had been wanting for a long time. The cost of medication was killing them. It was really a big problem. And so this was a landmark piece of legislation that gave them at least some coverage. But the thing is, tucked into that bill was a rule that prevented the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services from engaging in negotiation with the drug companies the way that private companies do. So if you have United Healthcare, they talk to the drug companies. They work out deals like, okay, we're willing to pay this for that. We'll pay this for that. It's not the same price that the pharmacy lists that they actually pay. But the government couldn't do that. They basically had to say the drug company says this is the price. The government is just stuck with it. If they say $30 a pill, $30 a pill.
No, the worst is insulin. Do you know the cost of insulin in the US versus Australia? This blew my mind. Like, so in Australia, it costs $6.94 to buy a shot of insulin. In the US, it's $98.70.
Yeah, and
I remember Bernie driving like an hour away from where he was at and into Canada, and he got it for 1/10 the price. So yeah, it's the exact. It's the. I think to build off what Disciple Day is saying, for sure, like people can be thinking like I'm helping like moving things in the right direction and still engage in things that move things the wrong direction at the same time. And so when people like when there's a lobbying system, right? Like this just kind of, as Mark was saying, like the money ingrains what the goal is it's like a business is run for profit based off of the goals of the shareholders, whereas a business without shareholders could be public interest, or community interest, or fill in the blank, right? But it's all dictated by the people who get to lobby that one clause that says we get to charge $30 a pill. And then now, even if we did something that on the whole gives old people more medicine, we've now locked ourselves into a scenario where that's got a trade-off where we can't. It's like we've locked in the status quo, and that pendulum that we keep trying to move more to the left or more to the right. Like we lock it into, well, no matter what happens, it's at how much they say it's worth. And so now, even if we move it to the left or right, like that stipulation, the same. It's like the casino logic. It's like the house is going to win every time.
It's like what Tsumami was saying about people voting, and this is a perfect example. So if you look at the California legislature, it's dominated by Democrats. They could basically do whatever they want, right? In the Republicans have almost no political power in that state. Now, while Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor, the California legislature 2 or 3 times, if not 4 times, passed single-payer health care bills for the state. Each time the Republican Arnold Schwarzenegger vetoed them. He vetoed them. every time. Okay, when Arnold Schwarzenegger left office and a Democrat was in office who said he would sign it, well, guess what? They can't get a bill out of the legislature. The Democrats in the legislature kill it. They were willing to do it when they knew it would fail. But when they actually had the power to do it, they backed off. They would not do it because they were never serious about it in the first place. It was just to appease people, just to make people think they wanted it. When they actually have the power to do it, they don't.
Yeah, and I think so I agree that like politicians should always oversell something, right? Like they have to promise the moon to get you halfway there. And so I think over time, like I've heard this argument, I have no opinion about it, of like there's like this 80-year cycle within societies, like typically of like, I think sort of the fact that people think that we're going to move towards something better and life still stays more and more like it was yesterday. I think at a certain point, there's like that dissonance between the two. People get fed up with it. And that's where figures like Trump or, some of these more provocative, less status quo, more let's shake it up. That's where that builds in capital. That's where a hope and change, like on the Democrat side, we can phrase it that way, and people really were begging, for hope and change. And then if we just move it a little bit and we sell it as like, we got all this done, but then it only takes a few years to unknock all of that progress. It's like, what really happened there?
You fought for nothing in the end.
Right. And so, and ultimately it's moved more to the opposite direction. And so I think people are more willing for, say, like a Marjorie Taylor Greene sort of figure because they've just noticed that like they always oversell it and it never happens. So why would I go with someone who gives me those words and phrases it that way? And back to the like how they package it kind of thing, like all of those, the norms that we assume like are good politics, I think slightly change as people are more resentful of those norms.
Now, 2008, I didn't vote in 2008. Now, 2012, I voted for Obama, and I stand by that, even though I'm critical of some of his policies. But I think he was the better choice versus Mitt Romney. And I think overall, he did a lot of good things in his presidency. I wish he would have pushed harder on some issues. But obviously, he's a very smart man, very intelligent. He did lots of good things. I think his heart was in the right place. I think he wanted to do things to benefit the country. Maybe there were some things he couldn't do because he just couldn't, that he would have liked to do. And I think that's with every president. But, yeah. We've got...
I think one thing that's certainly the case we see in politics and everywhere is that... money plays a big role. I mean, I don't think anyone would deny that, though maybe. And we talk about lobbyists and the challenge with healthcare and pharmaceuticals and all those things. It's money. It boils down to, and I think again, speaking from my worldview, is we can't just naturally, or I don't know how to put it, but count on people just to do what's good and right either. And I'm not saying this in contrary to what I said about the presidents. I'm just saying, this kind of idea that everyone just wants the good for everyone may not really pan out. And it turns out that quite a few people are more concerned about their own good. I seem to see that quite a bit. And so we run into problems like, it would be best maybe for the most people to do this, but that doesn't seem to happen. And the minority in control of things seems to have a different agenda at times. And again, I'm not talking about presidents. I'm just saying in general, the way things work. I think many months ago, there was a conversation about this, and we kind of came to agreement that greed, and I'm just using the term generally speaking, not even talking about some sort of biblical idea, just is a real thing. I mean, we know people who would sell out almost anything for money, and that problem persists regardless of government structure or geographic location. It seems to cross cultures and generations, and it's at the heart of some of these problems that unless there's a solution for that problem, the other problems just continue. And I even to some degree sympathize with some of the pharmaceutical ideas, because you have some diseases that are really awful but affect a very small number of people, and to invest a ton of money into helping those people comes at your own loss, because if you're not going to sell the drug at an exorbitant price, you're never going to recover your investment. I don't know enough about it to truly say, I guess, but it does seem to be the case. My dad died of a rarer illness, and his medication was astronomically expensive. And part of my understanding of that was, well, it's not like we're going to sell this drug to billions of people. And so to recover the investment we made in the research and development and testing and all that's required to make a drug, which is beyond the scope of my understanding, is to charge a price that's going to be quite high.
I think just to jump in there for 1 second, like a lot of pharmaceutical research is done through public funding, and then those benefits, through like NIH grant research, that's one example where, the National Institute of Health will fund grants that then, conduct research that leads to medications. But also there's a lot of times where, like Operation Warp Speed, where it's the opposite direction, where the public money goes into what then does get sold for profit by those companies.
Yeah, certainly there's that support. But that, again, the premise I was starting from was greed. And so while that may satisfy the one end of plain recovery, which I'm not even sure that's totally the case, but I don't know enough to speak on definitely. But, there comes in the issue of making money, which again is just a reality. The pharmaceutical, whoever it is going to want to make money, but the balance requires the good of the person who owns the property. Pfizer, I don't know anything about Pfizer, but I know they make drugs. At least that's what I think. I can't count on them to do what's morally right. I would hope I could. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have that expectation. I just know we can't. And I'm not talking about Pfizer particularly. I don't want anyone to think I know nothing about Pfizer, but I'm just saying I don't think, historically speaking, just going on history alone, I could say, well, I can count on them to do what's morally right versus what is financially beneficial, because sometimes those two things come at odds. I think. Well,
you have to consider. So, Mark was talking about some of the pharmaceutical prices in his country and in other countries, and the thing is, they have access to the same drugs we have, right? There's not drugs here that they can't get over there because they don't make enough money on them over there. So the pharmaceutical companies, they'll play ball with Australia. They'll work with their pricing arrangements. They will make sure that they can get. They will get.
They don't have a choice.
And on the other side, they just say, well, I guess we'll just raise the price in America then, because we need to make a profit. So it's making the American people
they make a profit. They make a profit from selling it in Australia, or else they wouldn't do it. That's the thing. They still make a profit, right, but the profit's reasonable instead of an insanely outrageous amount of money that
make a lot of profit over here.
Right. Well, and there's no reason why they have to make that. And they tell people, it's because we do research into drugs, so it all goes back. No, it doesn't. It goes to the shareholders. Don't fool yourselves.
100%. Yeah, I agree.
They make an obscene amount of money off the backs of people that need drugs. And I don't see why people just take it. Like, they just go, oh, well, that's the way it is. No, it doesn't have to be that way. I hate to rebel rouse, but there's no reason it has to be that way. The government can say, hey, this is the amount of profit we can sort of expect you to make off a certain thing, and that is a reasonable amount, you know, and sort of it's crazy how much they make.
Yeah,
I agree.
So
I managed a institutional review board for a little while, which is like at a university, you know, where they do the research and stuff, and or research proposals come through and whatnot. And so just like, yeah, like that's built off of something called the Belmont principle, which has 3 principles. One is public beneficence, because before that, you know, like whether it's Nuremberg or stuff, there's a lot of research that was done on the backs of like serfs or, you know, the very least of society, and the benefit only went to the top people. And yet like what Mark's describing is essentially that same scenario, which is like, you know, we're paying for the research of the medicine that then we ship to Australia at a reasonable price. But if you're a poor person in America, you might have helped fund the research, but you don't get the pill, you know?
I think, at least from what I'm hearing, you know, I think we're agreeing in the sense that I don't think the problem is the system. I think the problem is greed. I think the solution can be found in the system. In other words, I think we could say it doesn't matter how greedy you are, we're not going to allow it to occur. But I don't think the system is the problem. I don't think the system dictates you must sell it for this much in the United States. I think the system could offer a solution. In other words, if we came up with a good solution, we would solve the problem. But I think the root of the problem is greed.
I don't think so. I think I saw a documentary called Saving Capitalism, right? And it was a guy who was a capitalist and sort of a person in the system. And how do we save this system? Because it's rapidly heading towards people not accepting capitalism anymore. Because for most it works, for some it doesn't. And more we're seeing that the gap where it's not working for a lot of people. And he was sort of a proponent of capitalism, but the problem is that companies put money into politics. They gain power by putting money into politics, and they use the politics and the political system and the legislative system to make them more money. And then, you know, that more money, they can put more money back into politics. So it's this cycle of them using the money to get power and using the power to get more money.
Right. So
and no one's kind of to blame for that, right? Here's the thing. Nobody is like, we can't look at this thing and say, hey, these people are just being greedy. They're not. Like, if you look at a company, they have a legal obligation to make the maximum amount for their shareholders. That is their legal obligation. They're not being greedy. That is what they're required to do. So we built this system, this capitalist system, that all it really does is provide a way for capital to buy power and power to make capital. And that's the problem. The problem is that system.
Yeah, in capitalism, so the price is going of a good is going to be the highest amount people will be willing to pay for that product. So if people are willing to pay $800 a pill, they have no reason to just come in and say, oh, well, I mean, we could still make a profit at $100, so we'll do that. No, their duty is to make profit for the shareholders. If you can get $800 for it, you get $800 for it. People will pay it.
Yeah, that's where that worker cooperative in whatever South American country that went solar. Now energy costs less, and because they're for the public benefit, right? They've lowered the price of everyone's electricity bill. When would that ever happen in many first world countries, right?
Yeah. And sort of so being able to step in and say, hey, we're going to, and I know libertarians hate this, but the idea that the government steps in and says, hey, this is what the government should be for. They should be able to step in and say, hey, for the good of the people and the country, we have to limit this, or we have to regulate this. That's what it should be there for. But the problem with money in politics is that if you can determine what the policy is going to be by the money that you're putting into it, that will never happen, because the people you give money towards are not going to risk that money in order to make those kind of changes. I mean, who, who's going to alienate? Bernie is just about the only person I see alienating, big business, but he's funded by small individuals. That's how he gets by. But, that's only one person. Nobody's going to alienate big business from any of these political parties, because that's who's basically allowing them to get into power and who's providing them with the means to carry out their job. And so the question must be asked, if you're, getting all of this money through your party, and your party decides where they're going to place you and whether they're going to run you, and whether, are you then responsible to the people or to the party?
Right. Well, so look at, for example, Hillary Clinton in the early 90s when she was first lady. Before she was a politician, she came before Congress and proposed a single-payer health care bill. And she got derided for it. The Republicans attacked her, but she still came forward and made that proposal. After she became a politician, started raising money from the insurance and pharmaceutical industries, she had a change of opinion on that. She was no longer for single-payer. Right. She was for this Obamacare type half hybrid public sort of funded system, and
sure,
that was after she
and
got
she's
lots
awful.
of money from the industry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and she goes on to do public speaking things for big business here and there, and so you've got to ask, if she's getting so much money doing these public speaking engagements and this was the problem when she ran, like her links to big business and getting money from them. There is no possible way that cannot influence your decisions in politics. It's just impossible. I get why Trump was voted in the first time. I kind of get that. I mean, I think it would have been better with Hillary, in hindsight, but I totally understand why it happened, because she's awful. She takes so much money from the big business.
Well, the thing with that is that what would have worried me so much about a Hillary presidency is she is very she's became more of a pro-war candidate. I think if she had been president, I think we'd be engaged in Syria right now in that civil war that's going on, and I don't really think that's our place to be in Syria or be in Libya.
I
to be
think
in
we
Egypt.
would maybe be in Afghanistan still. Like at least Trump put in the levers that then Biden could pull and get us out of that, And
right, I don't think Hillary would have done that.
Yeah, the instant he came down the escalator, all my friends are Bernie bros, like where I'm at, right? But the instant he came down the escalator, I was telling him, okay, Trump's winning. I know it. Like I just called it. And I was saying, this is going to turn the dirt. Like I see that on the right and on the left, both. Like there's a huge change on the stuff that we're talking about now where these sorts of conversations happen, which is that if Hillary would have gone like into office, the mainstream media would have supported her. The right would have said this is BS, and it would have been just like before. I think Trump is a unique person who has like allowed it so that both now on the right, they're having their fight and trying to determine what are we going to be, and they have different sides. And I think the same thing on the left. And Bernie was at the time like sort of an early, like there's already the Bernie wing versus the establishment wing on that side. And I sort of see similarities on the right side. And I think that it turns into maybe in 20 years, like it'll be like more of a libertarian versus a progressive kind of fight. But the ultimate difference there and what changed is this big money and the motivation behind the people. Like someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think she's wild. I don't agree with a single thing she probably has ever said. Hardly.
She does say some crazy shit.
But I think that what gets her there is the fuel for getting stuff out of the money people. Like she's not. I don't know if she's as easy to buy off as say a Hillary Clinton, right? Like for even the NRA, maybe. Like I think she's probably more of a wild cannon. Like do I think she agrees with the NRA? Yes. Will she fall in line with them? But I'm saying like I can see both sides starting to derail from the money aspect as more kind of wild cards get in there who are going to be like Bernie and fight for what they think rather than take the bid. Not necessarily that fits the people who are there now.
Well, somebody like Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, those type, I don't think they actually believe in or stand for anything. I think they base everything they say and do and advocate for on whatever is politically expedient. If it's popular, if it polls well, they'll be for it. If not, they won't. They don't actually take a stand for anything. They don't actually fight for anything.
Right.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. Yeah.
I've got a quick question for the panel. Apologies.
What is your question? What is your question?
Ultimated, good to see you. Sorry, forgot about you there.
Thanks. Well, firstly, thanks for having me in. My question: when are we debating the logical contradictory title of this video? Shortly.
Well, this isn't a debate; it's a discussion for a start. So there's no debate on really. We can disagree, but there's and I'm not sure I would sort of agree with your characterization that it's a debate.
I'm going off the private message I sent to the panel.
What private message?
Within this StreamYard chat.
Let's see. My connection tanked. Yeah, Sumami, I got you. Hi, the title of this video is likely a logical contradiction. If ye wants to debate this, then please allow me in.
Yeah, so whoever allowed me in, I'm this.
So nobody wants to debate you on it. I don't think. Does anyone want to debate Judeo-Christian on this topic?
I mean, not a formal debate. We could discuss it now if he wants to discuss it, but it's not a formal debate.
Yeah, it's not a debate. So nobody wants to debate you on it, I guess. I mean, as much as I like to mass debate, I don't think I can debate you on this one.
I think you're metaphysically dodging my debate request for the panel. You don't have to participate.
How am I metaphysically dodging? I don't understand that.
Because you claimed that nobody wants to debate, but then you asked a question. So you did contradict yourself.
That's based on evidence. So it's based on nobody sort of agreeing to debate. I asked very clearly if anyone wanted to debate you, and nobody said yes. So that's the evidence that I have for that.
But you claimed it first before you asked the question. So your question was contradictory.
No. I said I don't think anyone wants to debate you, as in that is what my belief is. And then I asked the question to confirm that thought, right? When I said I don't think anyone wants to debate you, I asked the question and then nobody said yes. So that was my evidence that my thought was in fact right. If you want the timeline of,
I think he was right. It's like this is kind of more conversational, but I mean, I'd be down to listen to where the logical contradiction is.
Sure. I mean, if you want to have a discussion, would that be fine?
For a while, so we'll probably go another 15 or 20 minutes, give or take.
Awesome.
Okay, that's fine. Apologies for the background noise. I am outside walking alongside a road with a lot of cars. So I just want to address a point by Mark.
I thought it was aliens.
So you made a claim again, Mark. So to address said claim is that from memory, you blatantly claimed that nobody wanted to debate me. Then you asked the question after said claim.
Okay, well, let's go back and see, because we've got that recorded. Hold it.
We can just debate now. You can look at the recording after this possible debate.
You want to discuss?
We're going to we'll discuss it. But what do you want to say on the topic, Ultimated?
Well, on the title of this video, more precisely, is that the question is loaded. It's a contradictory question because God wouldn't create aliens on different planets. For Jesus died for those here on Earth. So the question, are aliens demonic, is a loaded question. So hence the contradictory logical title of this video.
I would say
so
that
who would have
that's not
created
what
aliens?
we're saying. Yeah, we're not saying God created aliens on another planet. If they do exist there, they would have evolved naturally like we do. That would be our claim.
That's a claim because God wouldn't use evolution as a mechanism for the diversity of life.
Take the God.
I just watched it. I just watched it, and what I said was, nobody wants you to debate you. I don't think. Right? That's what I said. I've just watched it, so you're wrong again, Philip.
That's a claim because you said it tautologically multiple times.
Okay, let's back it up and show it. This is the problem with you. Like, people go and check you, and then when you're wrong, you just still, you still do exactly the same thing over and over and over. It's. I'm on Firefox. I can't do audio. Okay, well, like, seriously, go back and watch it. I said, and I've watched it back. I said, nobody wants you to debate you. I don't think. Right? That was what originally was said. So you're wrong. I'm sorry, you're just wrong.
Even if I were, I do have a legitimate excuse because there is a lot of background noise here. So I was just going.
You may have misheard it. You may have misheard it. Sure. So can we get beyond that and go to wherever we're
not
at?
mad at you or anything.
No. It's just when you tell me that that's not what I said, and my mind says, "Hey, that is what I said." Indeed, that is what I said. Whether you heard it incorrectly is that's up to you.
I said it. I said that was a claim. So I didn't just say you said this word for word. So
well, that's a claim. That's a claim that was wrong. It was wrong.
That's a claim. So
yes, you made a claim of what I said, and you were wrong.
That's a claim. So I think you're metaphysically dodging my
okay, so have you gone back and looked at it and basically said, yes, I am correct? Because I just went back and looked at it and you were wrong.
Your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate.
What's the fallacy?
This isn't a debate, my dude.
Yeah, we're saying that.
What's the fallacy? What's the fallacy? Tell me the fallacy.
It's an informal fallacy, as from my understanding. From my understanding, you are switching an informal fallacy.
Which fallacy? Like, you got formal and informal fallacies, right? And that's a list of formal fallacies and informal fallacies. But that doesn't tell me the fallacy that it is. So tell me the fallacy that I made.
As I'm about to say, my understanding, you are likely. As I'm about to say, you're likely.
Well, just say it. Just say the name of it, so I can sort of get a handle on what I've done wrong. So what's the name of the fallacy?
As I'm about to say, is that you're likely switching the subject to avoid the arguments that I laid out in regards to the logically contradictory video title.
You brought this up. You brought it up.
And you said we can, to paraphrase
I said I would watch
memory.
It. I said I would watch it to make sure my memory is correct, and you said, no, don't watch it. You can watch it later. And I said, no, I'm watching it now. And then I watched it. So you brought up this topic. You want to move onwards because I was basically going back and clarifying whether you were right and wrong. And I know you hate that, but that's what I did. And so in order to move beyond it, you brought this up. I didn't switch the subject. I'm on what you brought up. So if you want to drop it, that's fine. We can drop it. But then you say I'm doing a fallacy. You won't name the fallacy. You won't tell me what I'm doing wrong. You're just claiming it. And now that we're sort of like showing you, hey, where's the fallacy? There is no fallacy because you brought up this subject. So what now? What claims are you making about the title? And we can look at that.
You're making a lot of claims again. So firstly, I stated that from my understanding, you committed an informal fallacy.
Which one?
And to I've already explained in regards to you switching the subject, likely to avoid my arguments.
Okay, so that is memory. Okay. So that's called the red herring fallacy, right? It's where you bring up a subject that's not related in order to distract from the subject that is in front of you, right? That's the red herring. It's an
yes, you can say it's a red herring. Yes.
Okay, so the problem with that is I didn't bring up the subject, right? The subject of what I said was brought up by you.
And you addressed it, and to go off memory, I
So
think
it can't be a red herring. It can't be a red herring from me because I didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
there's a lot of claims here by you, and I think you're interrupting me to possibly avoid my response in regards to your claim again. Is that to go off memory?
Why don't we just drop it? Because you said, hey, I might have misheard you. And so I can say, hey, that's acceptable. You misheard me. Let's drop it and go to what your actual problem with this title is. So what's your problem with the title?
Your question is an informal fallacy, as you possibly
Which
metaphysically red herring ploy. So can I get 10 seconds? That up as
well.
May I have 10 seconds without any interruption, please?
10 seconds, I'll time you. Go for it.
Yes, so
okay,
to go off memory, you said that you're happy enough to move forward, which I did. That's when I brought up the argument, and now you're going back to my original point.
Okay, so that's 10 seconds, sure. I'd never left that original point. If you want to move on, we can move on. If you want to stay on this point, we can stay on this point. I don't see a lot of point in it, though. You know, I've basically gone back, seen that you're wrong, advised you that you're wrong. You can believe that or not believe it, as your choice sort of entails. But I'm happy to move on because you sort of said, hey, I could have misheard it. So I can accept that. That's fine.
But it's still a claim. So to go back to the argument... My argument still remains standing in regards to the logical contradiction of this video title.
Okay, so what's the logical contradiction?
Well, I'll paraphrase my argument. It's a loaded question, the title, because God wouldn't, pre-biblically and biblically, wouldn't create demons as angels or as aliens on different planets. But if you're referencing aliens as in foreign people, well then that's a different point. But I'm assuming you're referencing aliens from different planets, hypothetically or fallaciously. I yield.
So there's no, I think that the proposition, you're taking it as a debate proposition and not as a video title, because nobody here is, or very few people would argue that aliens actually exist at all. We're not sure that they do. So the problem here is you've misinterpreted this as a debate proposition when it is not, in fact, a debate proposition. It's a video title. It's something that is meant to be discussed. So if you don't believe in aliens, like I don't believe in aliens, right? Then that thing is to say, hey, let's discuss whether there are in fact aliens in the first place, and then discuss whether those aliens, if they do in fact exist, could be considered demonic. So you've completely misinterpreted the whole idea.
And it was an initial response to a theistic video where someone was presenting the argument that aliens are demonic. So we're just here really to discuss mainly from the contrary viewpoint, because I don't think anyone on here is accepting that claim. So yeah, we're just here as a panel, just kind of like chat about it and whatever else.
Yeah.
Really, but.
There's a lot of claims here. So my argument again still remains outstanding.
Okay.
I can
take it up with the people that made the video, not us then. Right, because do you realize that that's the title of the video that we watched, right?
Christians are saying they're demons. We don't believe in demons. We don't know if they're aliens. There could be, but we don't know.
That's a claim because deep down we know out of God's love, He would create His children here on earth.
That's a claim.
That's a claim.
That's a claim.
Yeah,
that's a claim.
Are you claiming that I claimed that you claimed it, or no? I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, but that is definitely a claim.
That's a claim, and you ask a loaded question. So I just gave a tautology for my argument. So agape theism, God's love, doesn't entail the creation of aliens on different planets.
Okay, we'll take it up with the people that made the video, not us.
That's a claim.
Like, do you realize that we're talking about a question asked in the video, right? We're not putting that as a position that we are holding. That's just us referencing a video. Can we give him the link to the video? Would that be easier? Like, seriously, I feel like I'm talking.
But
okay.
I may not be able, I wasn't here long enough to know what you were. I didn't realize you were watching a video prior
You're
to.
You're speaking from ignorance? Color me amazed. Oh, I couldn't imagine.
Well, that's true.
Speaking from ignorance. I wouldn't, I'd never have thought it of you, honestly. Okay, so the video is called, okay, just so you know, the video called Shocking Truth Behind Alien Abductions Discovered by Physicist. Okay, so that's their claim, right? The truth about alien abductions kind of thing, right? We're not saying that we believe that. We're just discussing it. I'll put it in private chat for you, the link to the video. So if you've got a problem with that proposition, go take it up with, what was his name? Vlad Savchuk. Because that's who made the video.
It doesn't matter that I was speaking out of ignorance, because by somebody titling this video in context to the video leaves an open target for apologists like myself. So my argument still remains standing.
Well,
if
first,
you want
that's
to,
a claim.
if somebody
but I would
else
say that, like, if obviously it got you to click and to join in, so I would say that it's a successful title, and that's my claim, though. But I'm interested what you think about that.
Yes, if you wanted to get Judeo-Christian apologists to join, then you have succeeded with the title.
Well, I don't think it was for you particularly. I think it was just for anybody, really. Oh, it was? Okay, well, I stand corrected.
We wanted him to come on. We were baiting him.
Well, there you go. So my argument still remains standing. Yeah. God exists, and he wouldn't create aliens for the aforementioned reasons. Supporting.
So what evidence do you have? That's a claim. What evidence do you have that God exists?
That's a claim. The evidence for God.
No. Yours is the claim. I didn't make a claim. I asked you what evidence you have that he exists.
You made a claim earlier, so
I didn't.
Evidence.
No, I didn't.
You did.
What about your claim?
Well, we've moved on to your claim, and your claim is that God exists. So what's the evidence that he exists? So I've made no claim about a God. What's your claim that God exists? Your evidence for your claim that God exists? Where is that? What do you have? What do you got for me?
Firstly, you made the same claim again. So to answer your question...
What claim did I make? What claim did I make? Just run me through what claim that I made.
You're making the claim that I'm asserting God into existence.
That's not a claim.
Something along.
That's not a claim. That's not a claim. I didn't claim that. I didn't assert that you claimed God into existence. I made no such declaration. I just heard you say that there is a God, and that is a claim. So what evidence do you have for that claim, first and foremost? Let's get that over and done with. Give me the evidence for that claim. We can look at it. I'm not asserting anything at this point.
Well, can I have 10 seconds? Like, I'm planning to be like 10 seconds with these.
No, you could, unless it's directly like linked to answering the question that I asked. No, because I've asked a question and you don't seem to want to answer it. So, like, let's look at your claim first, answer that, and provide all the evidence you need to support that claim, and then we can go on to other stuff. Okay, so let's do that.
May I have around 10 seconds to respond without interruption?
Okay. It's on.
So you're making claims in regards to my statement that God exists. So to address your question, God's invisible attributes.
Okay, so your evidence that God exists is invisible attributes. Is that correct?
God's invisible attributes regarding the ontologically revealed ultimate finite polarity / dichotomy, factually grounding mindful intelligibility, ensuing epistemic universalism, complementing my pre-biblical syllogistic premise 1, categorically.
Now, did
So
you
that's just
intentionally
word
leave metaphysical
salad.
out?
Well, no, the problem is that he said it's been ontologically revealed, and ontological things can't be revealed, right? You cannot have an ontological revelation because ontological things are metaphysical, and you don't have access to metaphysical things. You only have access to the epistemology of them. So you've made a grievous logical error straight off the bat. Your whole idea that it's sort of mindful intelligibility, you have to show that God is responsible for intelligibility. You're begging the question by saying, hey, God is automatically responsible for intelligibility. You haven't demonstrated that, so you are in fact begging the question. So what evidence do you have that God is actually responsible for mindful intelligibility?
Yeah, just save your question because you're possibly metaphysically running from your claims. So
what claims? I haven't made any claims.
You have from, I will count 2. So the ontologically revealed part that you made a claim against, the ontologically revealed part, the first portion of my pre-biblical premise 1, the ontologically revealed ultimate finite polarity / dichotomy. So the dichotomy is what's been revealed to us ontologically / defaultly. So for us to know we are finite, we have to simultaneously know our opposite. God definitionally is the opposite to finiteness for us to identify finite things. Again,
that is not true. That is not true. Finite and infinite, yeah, they're not opposites.
That's a claim. I presented a dichotomous.
Not.
That's a claim.
Yeah. So this claim that you've made that sort of ontologically recreated ultimate finite foundation, there's no substance there. You've not said anything. So ultimate means that it is the foundational base level. So an ultimate finite doesn't really make any sense. That's sort of a contradiction in terms, because if you have something necessary, it can't be finite. So I don't understand why you would make that claim, an ultimate finite.
There's a lot of claims here by you again. So I put forward a dichotomy.
What's the two prongs of the dichotomy?
Ultimacy and finiteness. That's the dichotomy that I put forward. And from my understanding, you are objecting fallaciously to said dichotomy without properly justifying the claim, because...
So how do you know God's ultimate? Can you demonstrate that God is ultimate?
Definitionally, as he references...
No, not definitionally. No, not definition. Because I could define, my pen here as ultimate definitionally. That's not a demonstration at all. That's just a definitional sort of sidestep.
You've just contradicted yourself because a pen can't be finite. You have...
Sure, a pen's finite. Of course a pen's finite.
Sorry, a pen can't be ultimate. I misspoke there.
If I define it as ultimate, then it is.
That's your arbitrary claim.
Yeah, and your arbitrary claim is that God is ultimate. Can you demonstrate that God is ultimate without having to define it into existence?
You made a claim again. So God has demonstrated himself to be ultimate?
No. I've absolutely requested that you demonstrate your position, which you're not doing. You're just saying that I define God as ultimate, therefore he's ultimate. Well, that's great, but I could define, my computer is ultimate, so therefore it's ultimate. That your definitional word games just aren't going to cut it when it comes to logic, because you can define anything as anything, Judeo-Christian. So it doesn't cut when you say, okay, how do I know that God is ultimate? That, I've defined it that way. Well, great, but that doesn't mean that like definitionally it means nothing. Literally nothing.
You're making claims again. So a computer can't be ultimate because ultimate.
Sure, it can. I've defined it that way.
That's just a claim, because to be ultimate.
No, yours is just a claim. Yours is just a claim. When you say God is definitionally ultimate, that's just defining something. How do you know? What do you have evidence that you know that God is not just definitionally ultimate, but is in fact ontologically ultimate?
If you can type out your question, because I think you're metaphysically dodging your claim, my refutation to your claim of a computer being ultimate. Because definitionally, ultimacy means eternalness, absoluteness, all-powerfulness, etc. So a computer can't be ultimate definitionally. Only personal...
No. Anything can be anything definitionally. You don't understand what definitionally means.
That's a claim. So
no, that's literally what you're doing. You don't understand. Definitionally, you can define anything as anything else. That doesn't, definitionally, like if you're meaning like logically or epistemologically, that's fine. But then you haven't shown God to be epistemologically or logically the ultimate. And that's what you're missing. So instead, you're just saying, hey, I definitionally do it, as in I define it that way. But that doesn't get you to where you need to go.
I have indirectly, epistemologically justified God's ultimacy definitionally, because...
Well, take me through your epistemology then. Take me through your epistemology of it.
Because a lot of dictionaries reference God to be indirectly ultimacy, or directly.
Yeah, but that's just a definitional. That's just definitional. That's not.
Does it involve having sex with Yahweh?
That's an informal fallacy.
I wasn't going to bring that up, but that is a good question nonetheless. I mean, we're talking about like God's best friend with benefits, right? Yeah.
You asked to paraphrase. You wanted me to epistemologically justify God's ultimacy, which I have definitionally with dictionaries.
Yeah,
but I'm
so
addressing this
what definition is real?
Hey, I've got a question for you then. What is the difference between a definitional demonstration and an ontological demonstration, or an epistemological definition, say? An epistemological demonstration, sorry.
An epistemological demonstration would be the words in writing of the term God in the Bible, for example. Ontologically would be in regards to the innate knowledge that we have in our souls of God's invisible attributes.
Nope. Okay, so here's where you're going wrong. So a definitional thing is just people define things in certain ways, right? I may define an organ as something within my body and an organ as a musical instrument I play on. Those are the same word, two different definitions. So we can definitionally say that an organ is one of those two things. That's a definitional thing, right? They're both the same word.
Can you repeat those last 10 seconds?
So an organ, right? If I say an organ, I can definitionally make that to be something in my body that pumps blood or does some sort of function, right? That is an organ, right? I can also definitionally make an organ an instrument that plays things, like an organ in a church, right? Like an organ. those two things are being definitionally made. That's the definitional sort of justification for each of those things. However, that doesn't make them what they are. So when we're talking about ontological, it is the metaphysics, is what that thing actually is. So if I sort of say an organ, right, the ontological truth is whatever I'm referring to, what it is in reality. Now, an epistemological demonstration would be, hey, I have this thing I'm calling by definition an organ. The epistemological evidence of it is that it has a number of chambers. It makes music. That is the epistemological sort of justification for me calling that thing an organ, right? And what it actually is in reality, what it actually is the ontology behind it.
From my understanding, your monologue is not a fallacious counter-argument to my pre-biblical premise one for the sake of this semi-formal.
It's not a semi-formal anything. It's just a discussion. It's not a semi-formal anything. We're just talking. I don't know why you just can't talk to people. Seems like a personal problem, but...
That's a claim. This is a semi-formal debate, like it or not.
No, it's not.
You are disagreeing. Yes, we have gone through this before. I gave you the definition of debate on dictionary.com.
We told you definitionally it was not a debate, though. So didn't we, by definition, set this ontologically and epistemologically so that you are incorrect per your claim?
That's a claim. If you look up the word debate on dictionary.com, it will come up.
I think a lot of the time, sort of Judeo-Christian, he kind of is really uncharitable and sort of covers it up with sort of a veneer of, well, I'm just going to stick to my thing. No, he's really uncharitable. Like when you sort of say, hey, we made this so we made absolutely perfectly clear this wasn't a debate. We were just going to have a discussion. He wants to sort of really uncharitably take it. And it's kind of, this is why many people don't like talking to him, because of his lack of charity, his lack of understanding, his lack of giving you sort of, you know, when I just sort of went through all of the definitions that we're using, you just dismissed them. You just sort of said, that monologue that you put me through, I just took the time to explain to you how I'm using these words. I don't care if you agree with me or not. It's how I'm using them. So if you're talking about definitionally, God is something, right? God is an ultimate. Then all you're saying is that I'm defining that word like I wrote in the dictionary that is God. That's all you're saying to me. What I'm asking for is an epistemological, some evidence that is the case, right? That's what I'm asking for in order to believe your claim. So you can sort of say, hey, I'm not willing to provide that. That's fine. That's fine, right? Your claim is then empty and baseless to me. Do you have epistemological evidence that God is, in fact, ultimate?
15 seconds to address 4 points. This is a debate for the aforementioned reasons. I justify this epistemologically.
Oh my God! Here we go. No. We're about to fall
back.
We're about to fall straight back into the same cycle again. I have a question. Can I talk about the claim? Can I ask you about your claim that you have a relationship with Yahweh, a very special one?
Your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate.
Can you just answer the question? You have a very special relationship with Yahweh, correct? This is what you've alleged in the past, right?
Your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate.
Do you have sex with
We
Yahweh?
are entering the questioning phase of the semi-formal debate. I would like to hand it over to Sumami to ask questions to YouTuber Ultimated Judeo-Christian.
I second that motion. Thanks, Sam.
I would like 10 seconds to address two claims by Mark So my pre-biblical premise 1 is an ultimate fact, definitionally, and I've already justified epistemologically.
I think you're metaphysically dodging my question about your claim about a sexual relationship.
Metaphysically
with
dodging.
Yahweh.
Where did you hear that, Tsunami? That's some weird language you've got. Metaphysically dodging.
There's a lot of informal fallacies here.
Oh, I think this one's formal. To be honest with you, I feel very I feel very formal in making it. Actually, sorry, I should have worn my tux. I'm sorry.
My pre-biblical premise 1 is an ultimate fact. I yield.
No, it's not. I reject that. And the whole idea that sort of my level of requirement to sort of have evidence for something is epistemological. So I need to have some sort of justified reasoning to believe that Ultimated here's claim is the truth. So that's fine if he sort of states and claims that it's sort of ontological fact. He's not providing that epistemological chain of reasoning to get there, just saying a definition isn't good enough for me. So I reject that completely and sort of, you know, I think everybody can see that he has no logical chain of reasoning. So I think you know, while he sort of says fallacy and claims this, can't name any fallacies, I think we can move on to Tsunami's question, because I just blatant, you know, flat out reject it.
That's a whole bunch of claims. Your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate.
No, it's not. It's a formal question. You are being formally questioned in this semi-formal debate on a sort of hemi-formal area of my screen. So the question was, do you claim to have a sexual relationship with your God?
Your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal...
No, it's not. I'm
That's
actually looking to see your reasoning skills and to see whether you are making a claim that you have a personal relationship and therefore are biased towards this individual that you call a god. So in order to examine your bias... partner. Well, yeah, that would be a lot of bias. Like I would have a bias towards my wife because I am in a sexual relationship with her. Spoiler alert. So I want to ask you, are you biased towards God because you are in a sexual relationship with God?
Your question is an informal fallacy because if you want
to answer
it,
the question. So you can't answer the question.
That's a loaded question. So if I'm allowed to
just
get
a question.
10 seconds.
Can you or can you not answer that question?
Your question, just save your question, type it out while I'll address your other questions. I'm addressing a question made by two people. So if you want to talk about my relationship with God, then you have to agree to God's existence, more precisely the God of the Bible.
No, I don't. I can just ask. Why can't I ask? Are you ashamed of your God? Are you ashamed to talk about your God? Why are you ashamed?
That's a loaded question. I'm not ashamed. I'm just sticking to the...
And there should be no reason why you can't discuss it. I don't see a reason why you can't discuss it.
I said, if you want to discuss, to paraphrase, if you want to talk about
I'm discussing your claim that I'm just discussing. Do you claim to have a sexual relationship with a God? Any God. It doesn't matter which God.
Again, your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate because you have to agree.
The only semi is in my pants. Like, do you have a sexual relationship with a god?
Your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate because you have to agree. It's not a
semi-formal debate, though. We were
just definitionally it's not. Yeah,
that's a claim.
You're the one that wanted it to be a debate.
There's a lot of claims here again.
Question, my dude. You've alleged in the past that you have a sexual relationship with Yahweh. So we'd like to know more about that.
if you want to talk about my personal relationship with God biblically, then you have to agree verbally to his existence. Otherwise, you're possibly dodging.
What does
My
it
Why do
matter?
I
syllogism.
That
have
doesn't.
to agree to
That
something's
doesn't.
existence to ask you a question about your belief that you have a
Correct.
relationship with him?
My
I'm
agreement
honestly
will
not
not
even like trying to
change.
make fun of you or anything. I'm just asking, like, you've said that you have a sexual relationship with Yahweh. I'm genuinely interested. Like, what does that entail?
Firstly, it's not a belief, it's a fact. So if you want to talk about my relationship with God more precisely, then you have to agree to God's existence biblically.
Why?
Otherwise,
Why? Why?
because
That's a fallacy. Why?
that's a claim, it's not a fallacy.
It
Because
is.
if that's a claim,
It's a non
assuming
sequitur, because in order to talk about like evolution, for instance, right, you don't have to believe in evolution, right?
the well, to address your question, you do
So
have
just
to reference
you don't have
God
to
in
announce that you're
evolution.
addressing it. Just address it, kind of thing, right? You don't have to announce that you're addressed. Just address it.
I'm getting interrupted again. So for
Just trying
your
to help.
question, I'm getting interrupted again. So if you're asking me a question about evolution, you have to reference God as the primary mover for the mechanism / motion of matter. But I said early on that God wouldn't use an evolutionary mechanism for the
So you don't have
diversity
to
of
believe
life.
in something to talk about it. So I don't like. There's no reason why we have to say we believe in a God to talk about it. Judeo-Christian. This is just you trying to trick people into, sort of accepting your God without the necessary epistemology to show what you actually believe. So stop with the tricks and you have to agree to what I've said. Why can't we just discuss a subject like reasonable adults?
We are, and again, this is
Well,
not a
you're
belief.
not. That's the thing. You're not. That's the whole point. You're not. You're saying you have to agree with what I say before I talk to you on this subject, which is sort of, an ultimatum. Maybe your name should be ultimatumed Judeo-Christian instead, because you're making ultimatums on what we believe in order to discuss things with you, which is very dishonest, by the way. It's like saying you can talk to me about God, but you must reject God in order to do so. How would you feel if I did that to you?
So your question is an informal fallacy.
No,
on
we'll
top
answer
of
the
a lot
question.
of.
If I said to you, you can talk about God with me, but you must reject God in order to do so, would you accept that?
May I have 10 seconds?
No, just answer the question.
Well, can I have 10 seconds first?
No, just answer the question.
Can you answer my question?
Well,
Why?
answer mine.
Okay,
Go for
why?
it. No, you're dodging. You're dodging. Why would you talk to me if I said you can talk to me about God, but you have to reject God in order to do so?
Hang on, I'm not dodging. Save your question. Can I
You
have
are.
7 seconds
No,
of
just answer the
uninterruption?
question. No, just answer the question.
That's what I'm doing, but I'm asking for like
No, well, you're
7
not. You're
seconds.
dodging. Answer the question. No, you can't have 7. Just answer the question. Just go ahead and answer the question. That's it. That's all you've got to do.
Yes, but I'm asking first, am I allowed around 7
No,
seconds?
you're not. No, you're not. Just answer the question.
Hang on. Can I have around 5 seconds?
No, you can't have 5. You can't have 2. Just answer the question. Just go ahead. You've wasted more time just doing this little dodge session than you could have just answered it by now.
I'm trying to answer your question, but I'm asking for around 5 seconds.
No, you're not. You're asking for some time. Just answer the question.
Yes, I will answer your question, but I'm asking for around 5 seconds.
You could have answered it 50 times over by now. This is the thing. Like, you are not interested in answering the question. All you're doing is dodging. So just answer it.
I'm not dodging. I think you're dodging my request of 5 seconds to respond to your question. You asked a lot of questions as well. So, I mean, if
just this one, like you don't answer one. That's the thing. You just dodge. That's all you do. And the times we can get you to answer, you just go through sort of, this whole word salad. It's crazy.
That's a claim. So you're committing informal fallacies to a semi-formal debate.
Okay, I'll allow you 5 seconds to answer. And if you don't answer it within 5 seconds, I'm going to call you a liar. Are you ready? Just tell me when you want to go.
I was responding. I was interrupted again.
Okay.
What's your question?
Well, I'll give you 5 seconds. My question was, would you accept it? Would you accept me saying that you can talk to me about God, but you've got to reject God to do so? Would you accept that?
Can you shorten your question? If I'm only
sorry, your
5
question.
seconds?
Your time's already running. Your time's already running. 3, 4. Your time's up. You're a liar. You're 100% a liar. I warned you that I'd call you a liar if we got through that 5 seconds.
That's a claim. So can you shorten your question?
No, that's my question. It's a very simple question. Would you accept it if I said, would you accept my conditions if I said you can talk to us about God, but you've got to reject God to do so?
Can you shorten your question?
Ultimated, you have like a 8-page syllogism that you read out, but Mark's asking a 2-sentence question.
Everybody understands this question but you. Like, everybody. That if like, there is no other way that I can shorten this question. It is also already so basic a child could understand it. Like, it is so basic. Would you accept the conditions? Would you talk to me about God if you had to reject God to do so?
My clarifying question, have I only got 5 seconons to answer this question?
Yes, you've got 5 seconds. Yes, you've got 5 seconds. Just tell me when you want to go.
Well, I already utilized. I utilized my 5 seconds with the other question.
No, time's over. Time's over. This is a dodge. It's the same question, just worded slightly different so it's shorter. Wow, you're done with your questions. You're done. You're 100% done. You've wasted time. You've dodged. You've ducked. I gave you the 5 seconds you wanted. You still didn't answer. This is nothing but a dodge. You're done. You're a liar.
That's a claim. You asked a lot of questions. You asked like 5 questions.
It's one question. And I repeated it 5 times, shortened it for you, spelled it out. Like, I don't... this is why nobody thinks that you're an honest person, because there's no possible way I could have made that question any more clear. There's no possible way.
But I utilized the 5 seconds for a different question. You asked like 5 questions.
I don't care. You're dishonest. You're a liar. You refuse to answer questions and then sort of try to... You're so uncharitable. You're so uncharitable. It's incredible. So, when you trot out this long syllogism and sort of go on about ontological, recreated, ultimate, finite forms, like, you never will accept like making that shorter. You'll never accept clarifying questions. But when other people sort of request a simple yes or no question from you, you cannot be charitable. This is why nobody wants you on their platform and nobody will talk with you. That's why.
You're making a lot of slanderous claims against me, so you are losing debate points.
Oh, okay. Let me write them down. I'll get them in libel as well.
Ultimated. I have a question for you. So,
Sam, I haven't had anything. Could I just have one?
Yeah, go for
one
it.
question for Ultimated.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ultimated. So like, I'm a classical Platonist, so if people ask me about my views, I can push them towards Plato. A lot of your claims about ultimate, they sound a lot like Plotinus and Aristotle's like forms and infinity. So I would just like to ask you, if someone was more interested in your ideas philosophically, who would you push them to read? Like, where could I get more understanding of your ideas? Because I don't understand your ideas from you.
There's a lot of claims in that question. So Platonic forms. Yeah, I think you're loading in these questions to possibly run from your claims. So if you can type out your question, so I can address your claims.
I will apologize, Judeo. I was giving a lot of examples about myself. My question is, what author would you send people to get more understanding of your ideas?
Your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate. I'm assuming you're participating in this semi-formal debate as you have made a lot of claims.
He's asking you something, bro. He just wants to know. Like, we want to learn from you. If we were your disciple, how can we get ultimated just like you?
Can I have 10 seconds?
Okay, go.
It was my question. You can have 10 seconds. Please go.
So, yeah, God definitionally is an ultimate fact, and we get this information from divine revelation. And there's so much more I could add to that, but you're forcing me to play this hand.
You passed the 10
So that
seconds.
was
I'm sorry,
10
you fell.
seconds. I appreciated your answer, but are you saying that there is no author I can go to learn more about your beliefs? I have to get it just from God.
What's the last word of your question? I missed that last word.
I just said, can I only get it from God?
Yeah, you get the divine revelation entails general revelation and special revelation. General revelation would be the ontological default knowledge we have of the revealed ultimate finite polarity / dichotomy. Special revelation has a lot of entailments. For example, the Bible. So epistemically, we know the God of the Bible exists, as he has made his signature onto theologically known within the first sentence of the Bible. So if he wants to move on,
that ultimated. I have read the Bible. It is not used as like, there are apologists who write to help people understand the Bible, because the Bible is not very clear to a lot of people, and it's not very clear to me. So I can go to apologists to explain things to me, but you're telling me I can only get it from Yahweh. And so I'm just asking if there's any apologist, ancient, modern, who you go to get all these wild things about, like, you're using forward slashes in your sentences. I can't understand that way, so I need to be able to read this where you're getting it. But you're saying you're not getting it from anywhere.
Any like philosophers or theologians who make the kind of arguments you're making, where you got your arguments from, or who might expound on it?
You can look to Matt Slick, Darth Dawkins.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Darth Dawkins, I called it.
I asked for published authors. I don't think Matt Slick or Darth Dawkins have published their papers. Have they? Am I mistaken? I'm not big on modern YouTube apologists.
I would say Matt Slick has, based off his website, he has got many books published. I'm not sure about Darth Dawkins, because I do remember...
No, he hasn't published anything. Darth Dawkins doesn't publish things.
Well, that's a claim.
Well, if you can prove me wrong by showing me something he's published, then go for it. What has he published?
No, to paraphrase, that's a loaded question. To paraphrase, I said that from memory, because I said likely, so somebody asked that person if you have ever published presuppositionalism, something along those lines, and he or she said no, because, well, I can't remember exactly the response.
Do you worship the same Yahweh that they do?
Your question isn't it?
Have you told Darth Dawkins that you have sex with God, and can I please be there when you do?
Yeah, I'm curious if, like, is it the same God, or do you worship a different God? Or, like, do they have sexual relationships? Or
I think it's
do you
just
have any
him,
insight
because he's
on that?
God's best friend.
Your recent questions are informal fallacies to a semi-formal debate, because my pre-biblical syllogistic premise 1 still is outstanding
Okay,
against ye.
I'd like to present an argument for our semi-formal debate. I argue that you worship a different God than they do because they don't have sex, but you have sex with your God. Can you present an argument as to whether or not you agree or disagree with the whatever thingy debate that we're starting?
Semi-formal.
Semi-formal.
Forward slash.
I'm assuming. I'm assuming that the panel has fallaciously self-proclaimed to be atheistic. So if he wants to talk about God, you have to accept my argument.
I'm accepting your argument to walk into a semi-formal debate with you. Ultimated. I am coming in as charitable as faith as I possibly can, and I would love to hear your response to the argument I presented.
Oh, that's your first mistake, Sam.
I'm just trying.
Well,
I know. I've been here before, though, mate, multiple times. Like I've been through this again and again and again. It's easiest just to reject.
It never goes anywhere. You just go around in circles.
Yep.
So if I could, so it sounds like your core philosophy. It's so hard to get down to, like, you know, giving us the word is presuppositionalism. At least that's what I see Matt Slick stands for. So would I read presuppositional philosophy to understand your viewpoint, or would that not be a good area of school? What is I need your, like, philosophical understanding of Christianity.
The Bible and dictionaries, God's
Bible
revelation.
And dictionaries are not philosophy. I'm saying, like, they're apologetics. They're apologists who have a philosophy. Like, when it comes to metaphysics, you need a philosophy for your metaphysical belief. Materialists have a metaphysics that everyone here, besides me and you, are materialist. So they have a metaphysical belief with a word. Is yours presuppositionalism?
You made save your questions, type out your question, because you made a lot of claims again. Dictionaries and the Bible do have philosophy in them, as by definition, philosophy would be in regards to wisdom. So there is a lot of wisdom.
I understand that. I'm saying a philosophical school of thought. There's a difference between, like, philosophy. Yes, everyone discussing trying to find knowledge is doing philosophy. Is there a philosophical school of thought that you ascribe to?
Presuppositionalism. So you can read books from Cornelius Van Til, for example, as he supposedly.
Thank you.
So I think I addressed your red herring ploy. So my syllogistic pre-biblical premise 1 still remains outstanding against ye.
Have a good night, Mark. Thanks for coming on, man.
Against me, I'm not on anyone's side here. I was trying to understand your side more.
I said against ye. So what I mean by that is the panel. So if you are for what I am saying, then maybe somebody else wants to respond.
I think basically you won and you're right, is what maybe one way to paraphrase that.
Yes, the God of the Bible exists for the aforementioned reasons. So we have to love God perfectly, as that's what God expects from us, and to be little children to God. We can't take glory away from God. So this is why God has made his existence epistemically known simply within the first sentence of the Bible. So we can thank the correct God for the creation of the universe. Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So if you agree to my argument, what should be advised, well, one thing that should be advised is to repent and seek perfect love onto-theologically. I yield.
Yeah, we'll probably wrap it
Thank
up
you,
at 6
James,
a.m.
for hosting for 6 hours tonight. Impressive.
Well, thank you for coming on. And you came on last. Is there anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Not too much on the topic. I think it's funny to compare demons and angels because to me, from everything I've studied in the world, demons come from another universe. Angels come from, aliens come from another planet. So obviously I don't think that demons and angels should be compared. And off topic, I appreciate Ultimated telling me helps me understand apologetics more. And everyone else on panel, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ultimated, anything you want to add before we go?
No, thanks again for having me on.
Good to see you again. All right, we'll... Okay, Sam, anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Thanks for having me on. It was a wild ride. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it certainly was a wild ride, and thanks everybody for coming on and participating in this. Amy had to work in the morning, so she'll be back. She'll be back next show, probably in a few days. But I want to thank everybody for coming on. Sam, Ultimated, and everybody else who come on. Sorry, guys. Anyway, the great people in chat, our subscribers, viewers, mods, thank you guys so much. You guys really make this possible, and we love talking to you guys. Hit the subscribe and bell icon if you are not a subscriber. It really helps the channel. We love you guys. We appreciate it. If you leave a super thanks, Amy will read it back the very next show. And if you guys want to talk more about the topic after the show, you can head over to the Discord server. Link is in that description. And you guys can chat there. We want to thank our channel members and Patreons. The ticker is going down at the bottom. We really appreciate their support. It keeps us going, keeps the lights on. And Amy's always adjusting and trying to add new perks for that. So if you want to become a Patreon, patreon.com/Amy Newman. And we love you guys. Have a great night. We'll see you next time. As we get